tears. Pray I reappear
Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. Out to lunch with my girls, grant every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. The star, a flying rocket, the stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, so you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Tronic all about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league, wish you played like us. Now time to shock reality, you're facing a tragedy when the European legacy comes sucking down your pride to be. Those feelings of anxiety, the future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty, it spells LEC.
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the upyell, sorry, that's just not enough, cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you wanna claim fame, that'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward. We are the LEC. We can't be stopped, slowed, or suppressed. This tenacity is EU at its best. It's time for the LEC loyals to show their fandom. Put your hands together. This is your anthem.
Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, do that Pepe D.
you start to think you're all alone. Counting failures, you can't let them go. I can tell you need
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these ghosts, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. Not me to turn and run. Met the bitter truth and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret on Stage standard initiative aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? With the pain, wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? With the pain, wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? With the pain, wash
And welcome everyone back to the beautiful studio here, the Riot Games Arena in wonderful Berlin, Germany. As we get ready for another week of LEC, I'm Dracos, joined by Finn and Otawamne. Guys, I'm feeling optimistic about this week. I think are we feeling good? Better?
It's a brand new week. It's a brand new week. We can put it like that.
You know, yesterday you can forget, but today you can always take. So I think today we're gonna see some better things than last week. I agree with Odom there. He said something really smart.
I like that phrase. I like that phrase.
That was very
Odo gave you a
insightful,
questionable look, but I liked it. Look, we take a look at the standings, of course. It's pretty clear to see who the front runners in our league is. Currently, there's only one of them, and it is KC. Damn, that is a level of dominance. Of course, looking ahead at the schedule as well, there's a lot of teams to talk about, but I think the context of who they're playing is even more important. So when we can take a look at the schedule, you can see there's some interesting games this week, I'd say. We kind of saw all of our clash at the top of the table games in our first week, but which ones do you guys have your eyes on?
I mean, this weekend is super important for playoff qualifications. If you're a team around that 7th, 8th, 6th level that really wants to snag that last playoff spot, I think GX is the team that I'm looking at. I think today against Shifters going up should really take that game. Going up against MKOI, who has looked shaky, maybe can take that win as well, and they really need it because they were top 4, Spring and Versus.
Yeah, I feel like even though we got the first week out of the way where you have the Clash of the Titans and the top 2 is maybe solidified, let's put it like that, you still have the likes of MKOI, GX, Fnatic, because of course Fnatic.
You had to sneak it in there.
I had to sneak it.
Well, you can see he's a little embarrassed that he did it.
Yeah.
It's fine. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting matchups when it comes to the middle of the pack clashes this week.
Yes, there was a lot of interesting gameplay as well in our first week.
Good word, interesting.
On the int part of it. Look, it was a tough one. We don't want to focus on only the bad. So in this segment, we call it the good, the bad, and the ugly. Yes, it's weighted a little bit more towards the negative, but let's kick off by talking a little bit about the positives. Finn, what was good last week?
First of all, why is Odo the good and I'm the bad? Already I'm a little bit triggered. But
hey,
wait, why am I the ugly? Why are you complaining about being the bad?
I wasn't gonna mention it, but okay, let me talk about the good. Odo, it's Naknako. On Vitality, I still think first week in Paris, we were very unsure about Vitality. We weren't sure really where to have them or where to place them. But his last weekend on that Akali still shows that he is the kind of player that, given a good matchup, can take over a game.
Okay, but we've seen this. We've seen this in Spring. We saw him fumble in playoffs, but now there's also a new Vitality, which I feel like is struggling. Is that enough, Finn?
I mean, he definitely needs to ascend. He needs to become from a nobleman to like a deity or a prophet.
So he needs to be the 2 times MVP to make Vitality win. Is that what
if he's gonna make Vitality win, he's gonna get all of the rewards.
Actually, he does deserve it. He does deserve it. Then there's
And it does feel like the task is a little bit taller this split so far. Because as good as he's looked, the rest of the map has been a little bit, I think, suspect. Should we leave it at that? We can wait.
Up and down.
Up and down.
Yeah.
We don't want this to be the good, the bad, and the ugly, and only the good has an asterisk next to it. So I guess there has to be something that is just purely positive that we can talk about.
There is one team in the league that I really want to talk about, which is undeniably good. We saw it earlier. KC at the top of the table. Now I could go on and on and on about any of the things that makes them good, but for me the really important part is their mid game, because I feel like when they fall behind, they find so many ways to come back. Now there's a lot of things they can do, but I really want to bring the attention as we walk into this replay.
Talk to me, Odo. Talk to me.
To the ultimates and the way they make space. So, context. 1 minute 30 to the Drake. Yike is getting caught. And then we're going to see Khalees die as well. But keep an eye out. What did we say? Ultimates. That's the Bard ultimate. One of them. Let's keep looking. Jarvan will be using his next one as well. 2 ultimates out of the way. But for them, this was extremely important because they will walk into this situation. Busio, the whole time everyone was inting on his team, put this ward, and this ward. They will approach this situation very easily. A lot of comfort when it comes to coming here. 2k gold behind. Now, it's going to become a battle for position. We're going to speed this up a little bit. Rilich tries to go for the crab. And soon, Na'Vi will be put in the position where you have to make a choice. Are you going to engage? Are you going to engage? And the answer is no, because those 2 ultimates have been used. KC is in this position and they're ready to call the bluff. They don't care. They have a lot of confidence and they know that they are not posing a threat. So what KC will be doing, they will be walking into here, take over this choke. They will try to take over this choke and they will try to push Na'Vi further down this line, because this banana brush over here is the most important brush when it comes to this situation. So let's keep an eye out on Kana. Walks over here, Rilich tries to find an avenue to walk into this Drake situation. And even though Na'Vi is stronger in terms of gold, look at how much they're being pushed back. Yike is already on the Drake. And already, Navi, you have to walk through this wall. How are you going to get in there? Rilich will be faced with an impossible choice soon. He wants to go into here and go for this Drake because he feels the pressure that he needs to do something. Jumps in. Gets CC'd. There's an answer to absolutely everything. And now, all of a sudden, look at the backline. There's such a big disconnect, and all that came from was from the fact that KC zoned them so well in this position, and they found that little advantage that they had when it comes to the ultimate usage and the fact they took positioning so damn well.
First, I was like, oh, we're doing a breakdown of how good Casey is, and we're starting with them getting caught. And I'm like,
yes,
well,
but
this is prime LEC, baby. But then it highlights the thing.
That's the nuance of all of these situations, because every bad situation can become a good situation. From that point, they had tempo, and they were there at the objective first, and they don't care because this is just an ever-going play.
I mean, it highlights how good they are at adapting. When something goes wrong, they know exactly what the next step is. And I think that's why Casey is so good. Whether it's in team fights, objective setups, they're always looking for the next play. And I really like this breakdown, actually.
And I love
really
when
good.
we talk about stuff like this because it always sounds so simple on paper, but in game it's so difficult for so many teams to execute. Keep track of ultimates. Recognize if you have a 2 ultimate advantage, you might be stronger, even if the gold is a little bit different. But I think for the average player, and for a lot of pro teams, surprisingly, it ends up being a really important skill that people are missing out on. Unfortunately, that ends the time in the good section. And that was pretty good, so I feel excellent about that. Now we're moving on to the bad. Gentlemen, well, I was going to ask, but it looks like...
Oh, my.
Let's just talk about the beans on toast there. They're really bad part of last week. And it's Team Heretics.
I like beans on toast.
It's Team Heretics. I mean, it's their early game is bad, hideous, chopped. I don't know how they're finding themselves on average down 5.5 freaking K gold in the early game. I don't know if it's like the gold income is just poorly adjusted for inflation, or whether it's just because they don't know how to play early game, because they're in a hole.
You're bringing out the economics cope to try to find an explanation here. This is pretty deep.
I mean, they're in a pretty deep hole. If you go into the mid game and you're down 5.5k gold, it's looking tough. So they need to find a way to dig themselves out of this hole, maybe get a rope, a ladder, a travel-sized elevator. I don't know. They need to get out of that hole no matter what. And I think maybe if they can draft a little bit more towards the early game, maybe more, get you some leads.
And Finn, I do think that you have experience getting out of holes. Production said that they have a clip here ready just to show that you are the expert.
No. Okay. I was looking to ult my bot lane fighting. My bot lane was fighting, and I was looking at them. This is criminal. This is traumatic.
This is honestly the best part of never having been a pro. Is production can never ambush me with my bad replays because 1, they're all bad, and 2, how would they possibly get them?
But if you play with Hansama, you'd get it. When you play GP, you're looking.
I played with Hansama. You can't blame it on Hans, it's just you being bad, Finn.
Someone's fault.
Okay. Team Heretics, they're in dire straits. Oh no, what do you have your eye on? What are the other things that we need to be looking out for the things that aren't truly terrible but are a bit rough?
Vladi's day one has been rough.
Oh no, that is disappointed.
I mean, for a guy who plays as much solo queue, that's rank 1. When you think of rank 1, I think about, Faker, Chovy, someone rocking up about to 1v9 a game, drop an absolute masterclass. But this, Vladi, I feel like the reason he's the bad is because he's just so careless. He just puts himself in so many of these situations. So let's bring up some of those images, because these are not times for him to be putting himself in this position where he's just inting. And he found himself 3 times this week, 3 times against MKOI, where he just rocks up. And this, level 1, why are you there by yourself? You are rank 1, buddy. Just don't think this is just go and carry the game soon. Keep going, just speed run with it. I don't even want to see, or I don't want to dwell on it so much.
You liked the idea when we were pitching it, but now that you have to live in it, it's a little bit harder.
Yeah,
what else?
Next one, production, give me, because he's gonna die on the weak side as well here. It's tier 2 bot lane. Why is he there? Why is he on the weak side? He is supposed to carry this game. He's an Orianna. Just go the other side. Just have your friends next to you. Don't do all of this. And now he's just TPing with the little Annie in the middle of 5 MKOI players instead of TPing on the other side. And that's just his day 1. Day 1 for Vladi has been a repeat of these moments over and over again. And I want to see more because he has so much more in him.
Look, there's a lot we want to talk about here. Supa's lane phase, we have to hit it real quick because we want to talk to the boys before they play a little bit on stage. Let's just give it to me straight, give it to me simple on that one, Odo.
Okay, Supa, laning phase. quite bad, honestly. Absolutely quite
This is the
nasty.
ugly side, right?
This
and it's not Supa, handsome man, ugly laning face.
So his laning face is ugly because we know Supa, we love him, we know what he can do later on. He's gonna be incredibly clutch, but he has these sorts of oopsie moments when it comes to Mad Lions. And the issue is that when you do this over and over against Fnatic, he died 7 times at 8 minutes in 3 games. Now, you know what I call that? A dirty enter. I call that a dirty enter. And you know why? Because when we have the dirty enter scale, we compare him to Baus. And Baus, in one split in the LEC, because we saw him, we loved him, he died 7 times across this whole split, and Supa did 6.
Okay.
He inted as much as Baus in a split.
Okay, hold on, you need to stop talking right now, because I'm gonna show you the real ugly, okay? I have a really short breakdown here.
Why are you both so passionate about toxicity?
Because this is crazy. If we can bring up this, because it's the ugly GX Barons.
Yeah.
GX Barons last week were so ugly, they were hideous. And I'm just gonna show you this first one, because usually when you're setting up a Baron, you're thinking, okay, well, are we turning or are we hitting the Baron? GX, super simple. You are playing to turn right now, because they're all walking out of the pit. But you're turning when your Ryze is stuck in the pit. He needs to flash over here to actually get access in here. And Jun is trying to send it here, but Mickey knocks him in. And this is where Isma decides to go in. The moment that Leona gets put in the Baron pit, Isma is like, okay, I'm just gonna send it. GX today, please, please, please. I need to see some better Baron plays from you, because this was not good.
Look, I want to take the time. How dire is it for GX? What are we looking out for? What are we keeping our eye on? Because the fact you broke it down is so eloquently is great, but it's frustrating, and it's frustrating for all of us, and it's frustrating for them too, because we've been talking about the same Baron setup for 10 years. And it's super simple.
Hey, League of Legends is it's an ever-evolving game.
No, it's super simple. Either when you start a Baron, you need to have a plan. Are we turning or are we finishing?
But what happens if someone comes up with a greater idea while you do Baron? So, because a lot of times people are like, oh, I'm going to do this Baron, we're going to finish it. And then all it takes is one little man and be like,
look, there's a Griefer! There's a Griefer! We can kill him!
Like, what if we turn right now out of thin air? Let's just fight.
Looking at the opposite for Shifters real quick before we send it up to our boys up there so Medic can complain about beans and toast. He was very, very upset about that. I know, you do. Of course you do. You're British. If you can't hear him. But Shifters. What are the odds here? We called GX Barons the ugly, but I still don't feel like this is like a clean, easy sweep for Shifters. I think both these teams need to show a little bit more. What do you think is like the most pivotal thing we have to keep our eyes on today?
I am looking towards top lane today.
Yes.
Rooster's laning phase, fantastic. Oscar, week 2, still saw a lot of those moments, getting caught inside, looking a little bit shaky sometimes in the mid game. To me, if Shifters can attack GX in the top lane, that is where they can win, because they honestly have a good chance today to win and contest for playoffs.
Yeah, I was looking to go for a different lane, but honestly, top lane is just so polarizing that it just doesn't make sense to not look anywhere else there, because you have Oscar, extremely explosive. Yeah, he face planted into the Baron wall a couple of times in that game, and it sucked. And the other side, you have Rooster. So I feel like top lane should be the explosive matchup, because they're both very, very hungry when it comes to establishing laning phase dominance.
Yep. All right. All eyes on top lane. All conversations about whether or not British cuisine is totally trash. Casters, take it away.
It is. It is awful.
British
and I say that because it's mostly
Irish.
Yeah, and I'm saying most Irish cuisine kind of sucks as well. We're not exactly known for culinary expertise. We've got coddle.
Yeah.
That's the extent of it.
You have potatoes.
Yeah, they are.
That were the most delicious crisp in the world.
fantastic.
Awful chocolate bar, by the way. Never buy a Tato's chocolate bar. They're diabolical.
Cadbury's chocolate is really good, though.
It's very good. Yeah. Very good. Anyway, we're here for League of Legends. We'll start off with that. Toad in the hole. Delicious. Bangers and mash,
Bangers
also
and mash.
very tasty.
Right.
A good roast.
It depends on the sausages, though.
Oh, yeah, but like these are British pork
I'm only
sausages,
so on the Cumberland, though.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought we were here for League of Legends. You've just gone back down the rabbit hole.
You moved into actors. I don't understand why Benedict Cumberland has come into this.
Well, he can't say penguin. So
penguin.
Or is it squirrel? Is it squirrel or penguin?
It's penguin. If you haven't seen that, Benedict Cumberbatch does an amazing documentary about penguins. Have a watch. It's very funny. And we'll get into some League of Legends, shall we? Shifters up against Giant X. Shifters, after picking up a win in their first game versus MCoy, then went on to lose 4 in a row. First off 2 against MCoy, then 2 against Na'Vi. Nothing too convincing in the changes that have been made so far, but perhaps they need a little bit of time to settle with Cheo and Stend being now mainstays of the roster.
Yeah, because we got to see at least some good moves from Stend. Like, I think he's been working well around the map in the early stages. It is just about shoring up that kind of mid to late game where I really want to see them do well. And I mean, this is the test here today because it feels like on the flip side, Giant X also struggled in that mid to late game, especially around those Baron calls. So we'll have to see how this one pans out.
I think it's a catch-all, right? Every team, apart from perhaps KC and G2, struggled in the mid to the late game in the LEC in week 1. We'll see if things, week 2, sorry. Week 1 obviously was the road show over in Paris. We'll see if things rectify a little bit as we get on into draft. Draft, to me, Rob, feels predominantly solved. And I know that sounds a little weird, but what I'm saying is it feels very much like...
under a little bit of pressure with this statement now, because if I don't figure out the entire draft now...
we're not okay, Joel. We're not okay, Joel, okay? My point more is, it seems very obvious where general draft priority lies at the moment. Cassio Vi, very important. Orianna often banned, Camille often banned, right? And then we see the exchange of Shen Leona in the support role. Jungle-wise, you can put a Nocturne in there if you want.
And then there's like Poppy bans to allow the buy and this kind of stuff, right? So I do agree. I think there is a very clear kind of like fall through.
There's a pecking order, right?
Yeah, a flow chart of what they want to try and go through. So I'd be interested to see what they want to try and move in towards here, because I think the real one that I've seen kind of most odd is like either high Orianna ban or priority or no Orianna priority. Like, we've seen it completely slip through a few of our games last weekend, so I'll be curious to see exactly what happens with that. But outside of that, I tend to agree, and then it just becomes more of a question of like, what do you actually play in the bottom lane? Still Syndra, high priority, but we've started to see some teams in particular, like Hans and stuff, going back over towards like the Corkis and the Lucians and these kind of things to match some of that presence from the mages, whereas we've still seen like Paduk happy to bring out things like the Vladimir. So it kind of depends what side of the coin you're on.
Yeah, and LEC is quite mage predominant over here. We like our little witchy ways, whereas other regions have moved more towards AD carries. And after seeing Pays dodge a scatter the weak and absolutely color Syndra down, perhaps some of our AD carries will be inspired. We're into draft though. Giant X on the red side, as they didn't have Rider first selection. Rider first selection went to Shifters. They chose second pick, and Giant X decided they want to be red. So Poppy, Nocturne, Vi, and Syndra all banned out. We talked about priority picks, and these are priority bans. There's the Cassio alongside.
Yeah, exactly. So you're already seeing a lot of these kind of taken away, and I think that's where we'll continue to see that presence. I think it is interesting to see like Poppy just kind of sitting there as an answer into the buy so often. There's the J switch. Yep. A little bit more surprised, I suppose, especially because it's Rooster, who I think has been the predominant Jace player in a lot of our splits, alongside Cannon. That Oscarinen obviously only coming back in means that he hasn't been as at the forefront, but there's the Jarvan to try and bring over on towards Isma, which means we're probably going to see the Lee Sin answer for Sheo across the board.
Yeah, I think Lee Sin makes a lot of sense, as you say, for Sheo. It also opens up the possibility here of Shifters saying, well, do we want to give Jarvan Camille over? Because then if Shifters now say, we want to pick Camille, you have very obvious answers for Giant X in the Shen and the Leona. And so I expect Shifters will leave that Camille on the table and see where Giant X go with it. They're going to lock in the Rumble to kick things off, which now subsequently explains the Jace ban a little bit more. It's saying, hey, we don't want a matchup where the Jace can just poke the Rumble out from range. And alongside it, it will be a Wukong for Sheo.
Interesting, because mostly we have seen the Lee Sin as the answer to the Jarvan. The mobility and the opportunities to find those early duels is really strong for Sheo if you take the Lee Sin, but not wanting to do so, opting more in towards those team fights and kind of having that top jungle pairing that works so well as a combo is more their focus.
Also gives you a bit of physical damage, which is always nice, right? Lee Sin does the same, but like AoE physical damage is really solid. Teams up well with the Rumble. You can add in things like the Galley on Shifter's side to really apply that zone threat. Giant X going with the safest AD carry on the patch in the Ezreal. They want to make sure that Flacker can play a 1v2 lane if he needs, or can just farm from range in a 1v1 against a possible mage coming out from Shifters. Giant X will look towards the Shen, and this is where we kind of see, it's the evolution of Camille in draft.
Yes.
Where it's we can't really pick the Camille early if you have a pick and we don't have two bans. Yeah. Because then you just pick a counter, and the Shen and the Leona are predominantly those.
I mean, we've even seen teams happy to play the Rel because the back end of the Crashdown can interrupt Camille, so I think there's a lot of people that are just happy now to leave that Camille open, and Shen kind of already hits a lot of the other side of that, which is, Leona doesn't look too happy, Camille doesn't look too happy, so you kind of start to pinch that champion pool, and usually this is why we'd see the Rel come out in this rotation, because Rel can interrupt the shields that the Shen can bring to the table, but actually opting towards the Victor, so having that as a flex down to Paduk if they want it, but putting a much higher priority, and honestly, we've seen that Victor significantly more in that bottom lane. So it still seems Shifter's happy to keep this mage flex open.
A lot of that coming from Camille, who has played Calist, sorry, not Camille,
Calist,
who's played a lot of the Victor down towards that bottom side. I was surprised we haven't seen Orianna, I guess, into a Jarvan. Its low mobility in the mid lane, but you could have locked it in here for Nuke and then try to negate some of the threats that it has in the lane. They're still going to get rid of the Akali here on Shifter's side, and we'll see where GIANTX decide to go with their next bans. They're looking towards things like that Rel in support.
I mean, the Akali ban says to me they are looking at that Orianna on the next rotation, so wanted to make sure they could try and keep it safe. But I am interested to see if that is the read from GIANTX, because GIANTX can also try and take that away on their side if they want to. So yeah, a lot of flexibility here as we start to get through.
Yeah, importantly, Shifters will have first pick after this ban phase, even though they're on the blue side. No, it's easy to get confused. I do a lot. I have to look at like how many bans do we have left and which sides it on. So Orianna first for Shifters would make a lot of sense. And then you're looking down towards your support as counter. Gnar will be banned away by Shifters as well. Still the possibility, albeit slight, that the Shen is flexed towards the top lane for Oscar in. Just to apply some side lane pressure with the Tiamat.
We traditionally see it more into like the Scion and that kind of stuff, so that then you can kind of have that tank and protect bot lane. Or if you, like Gen G today, played it with the Kog'Maw Lulu bot lane and stuff like that, but with the Ezreal already locked in, I imagine it is going to go towards the bot lane most.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, I entirely agree. I think River Shen at the moment is just stronger than top lane Shen. The ability to roam around just gives you so much, and Shadow Dash into a flash is such a good engage tool, especially when you can follow up with the Spirit's Refuge to negate some of the auto attacks coming out.
It does limit what GIANTX have kind of been comfortable with playing, though, which is Jun playing as that main engage tool. Like, Shen, of course, has that Shadow Dash into flash combo you can try and work with, but more difficult to make work. So this is more so going to be on Isma to be that primary engage tool, which I'm kind of surprised at, as that hasn't been mostly where GIANTX have put their eggs in that basket. And he has looked good on things like the Vi, but he has almost played like a secondary follow-up oftentimes towards Jun on like a Rakan or a Rel or a Leona or something along these lines.
I'm liking what GIANTX are bringing to the table, though, with that primary engage. You have the Stand United to follow it up, and Ornn Orianna here, I would not mind at all, although the Orianna a little bit susceptible to Wukong Rakan ganks in the mid lane. Like, you are low mobility, but you have a perfect shockwave delivery system in the Jarvan, and you have a strong tank front line.
Yeah, it does mean, though, like, it's a very different look from Oscar Innen. Like, when you look at the last couple of games he's played, it has been Rumble, it's been Renekton, and it's been Mbessa. All on carries, all trying to play towards him and give him resources. This now from GIANTX feels like it's flipping it, right? He's just going to play weak side, go back to what was his role on Fnatic, and actually there's going to be resources, it feels like, put in towards mid and this bottom side of the map. So, a very different look, both for GIANTX as a whole, but also when you look towards like how Shen wants to play in that. So I'm curious how they actually try and approach this early game, if it is just all in on this bottom side with already that mobility on the Rakan locked in.
You could also look for some invades. I think Shen, Jarvan together actually skirmish pretty effectively, especially into a Rakan or a Wukong, if that's the matchup they're looking into. The Corki will be the final lock. You already talked about the possibility of a Corki on 3. Said it comes round on 5. It gives Paduk good range in the bot lane with the missiles, with the cannon, the missile barrage, but also the ability for some solid burst, especially late game. Like, Corki actually scales really well into the game these days, whereas it used to be he'd kind of fall off when he got to 5 or 6 items. Now, still has a lot of damage, and into an Orianna and an Ezreal, your key targets are relatively squishy.
I think as well, you just have even before you get to late game, like your 1-item spike, very strong in shifters. Like, double Triforce for both the Wukong and the Corki. Your Rumble going to be popping off at that stage as well. So I expect this kind of like 2 to 3 dragon window is where shifters are going to be putting a lot of effort in towards fighting those team fights. Whereas on GIANTX, you still have like Ezreal scales fairly well now. You've got the Orianna and the Ornn there as well. So less of a timer there for them to try and make things happen, which kind of was their game plan over the last couple of drafts, was trying to effectively snowball through the early game and playing towards Barons where it went to Mirai. So it feels like this is kind of a swap to see if GIANTX can find a bit of success.
Yeah, it feels like GIANTX are just going for a very traditional composition. Like the Shen support, the only thing you could argue is slightly out of place, but you see exactly what it's doing, and it does what a support in that role would usually do. Shifters, on the other hand, trying to play through a strong early game, which has not been their forte so far in Summer Split, averaging 1.4 thousand goal behind at 15 minutes. We'll see if they can change those fortunes today, Rob.
At least for the main focus whenever I look at a Shifters game is, does Rooster have a good matchup? And this time around he does. Opting in towards the first strike as well in the Rumble. Like, he's in a very good spot, and when he tends to get these leads, that tends to be where Shifters thrive a bit more. So at least that's a good thumbs up for Shifters.
Yeah, we'll give him that, right? He's got the IRS on his tail, printing money in that top side. See how much of his gold advantage ends up being fake as they get... for the moment, it looks like both supports are going to start on the bottom side of the map. Both junglers here as well. Neither one spotted out on their initial pathing. You can actually see some defensive wards placed by Shifters. There's one up towards the blue buff on their side to make sure that no possible early invade comes in from Isma, which is always a thing you can do with a Jarvan, right? You take a red buff, flag and drag over the wall, and then you immediately get towards the enemy blue. Has a small reset on the Gromp there. We've all done it, it's fine.
I mean, he's tried a double camp, but couldn't quite get it to work. But still, nice effort, you know?
Yeah.
It's nice to see the techers, even if they don't quite work out all the time.
I've been playing a lot of Teemo jungle recently.
I have noticed, yeah.
Inspired by Broxer. The amount of times that I think my poison will kill it before the patience runs out, and then I just see the wolf running back to the camp. I'm like, not ideal. Not ideal at all. Jun and Flackhead getting level 2 first. Expected in this bot lane matchup. They were here on the lane early, and Paduk and Sten very willing just to step back and allow the wave to come in.
Yeah, so I don't think there's going to be too much action in these early stages of the game. Like for Shifters, Wukong wants to kind of get towards level 6. You're happy to kind of let the lanes play out in relatively fine fashion. So I think it's more so going to be a case of maybe Isma wants to try and make some early plays again down towards that bottom side. But against the Corki and a Rakan, very difficult to make that plan stick. So I think it'll be more fighting towards like those grubs and maybe that swap where we get to see some of that action.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Isma does look towards mid as well. If you can burn Nuke's flash early, it allows Jackies just a lot more freedom around the map. And you could also go top, although burning Rooster's flash. Ornn does have kill threat.
Yeah.
Like with the brittle procs, you can find a kill if you're a practiced Ornn player. Oscar has played some Ornn. I wouldn't call him a practiced Ornn player in that way. Obviously, all pros are practiced, but most of the champions they play. Owner's Mundo, an exception to that, of course. And he brought it out at Worlds. Was it last year, year before?
Last year,
Last year, yeah. Russo with a push in the top side, he will slowly be able to gain control over this lane as we actually see, interestingly, Isma pathing all the way down towards the bottom side crab. Most likely because Jackie's is recalled, so he knows that he's not going to have mid pressure if he tries that fight over the top side crab, and was expecting Sheo to have pathed up here anyway.
Yeah, I mean, just a handshake basically on Scuttle Crab. Sheo going to move in. I imagine get a ward down just to spot out exactly what the reset timers are going to be. Going to put it down just as he starts his teleport back. Yep. So overall, like again, I don't think there's going to be a huge amount in this early stages. This is kind of just your regular handshake. And I think this kind of comes back to a little bit of what you were talking about, which is some portions of this kind of feel a bit solved at this stage. Especially when you start to look towards, you know, hey, we swap for grubs, we play for dragons. Like there seems to be a very much a kind of checklist as you run through the early game.
Oh, Jun trying to hold the wave here. The Spirit's Refuge coming down. Shouldn't be able to hold this at all. Shen is relatively squishy. Paduk is able to force him away. Yeah. It does look like Flacker will be here in time for the cannon at least, which is good, but Paduk should be able to pick up a whole plate before Flacker gets here. So Paduk with a small gold lead down towards that bottom side. A couple of CS down, but getting that plate early obviously helping him out. Has also got the tier, which means he's already stacking up as Flacker matches that. Sten trying to open through mid. This duo of Stend and Sheo, although they have been on the same page from time to time, I think didn't see enough of it in week one.
Yeah, I think Sten made some good plays, but sometimes there was a bit of a disconnect, especially when we got towards like the Rift fight, that Sten would go in, you wouldn't have Sheo to back him up, or vice versa, where Sheo would overextend. And I think this is where a lot of the problems for Shifter started, because when it came to their set plays, which is we rotate Stend to this position to make a play on top, I honestly was a big fan. I think Stend had a really good performance in the early game, but we hadn't really got to see that continuation into a lot of those more objective setups.
Yeah, probably not going to see as much of that roaming from Stend as we've seen in previous weeks. The Rakan can, of course, be out and around on the map. But in week one, he actually had the highest top lane proximity in the first 8 minutes in the game of any support, third highest mid lane proximity, and one of the lowest bot proximities. It does seem like he's moving away again from that bot lane, with Paduk being left to his own devices in the 1v2. But I don't expect he's going to be up here with Rooster that much in the first 8 minutes of the game. Doesn't make too much sense trying to gank an Ornn.
Yeah, you're just kind of happy as well to just let him get that first strike gold and not really worry about it too much. I think, again, it'll be more a case of, hey, you know, as the Void Grubs start to come in, can we start to then use that pressure from the Rumble to then lean in? And that's where we've kind of seen that big oftentimes when you get a matchup like the Rumble and the Ornn, you'll look for these heavy trades as the Ornn around about that stage, because oftentimes the Rumble kind of wants to do that chase down and get that longer damage over the course of the lane. So if you can take that quick burst trade, oftentimes it's a little bit more difficult for a Rumble to walk into some of these fights because they're that much squishy.
But now, though, the exchange that is happening is some pressure towards the top side of the map for Rooster in exchange for a Drake. Giant X stacking these up early doors. As, last week, I mean, they got a good amount of dragons per game, but they didn't really get them in the early game. They had less than a dragon on average per game at 15 minutes. Here you can see kind of similar to the fact they've changed compositionally what they seem to want to do as a team. They also seem to be changing their priorities in terms of neutral objectives.
Yeah, and I think this kind of goes back to trying to just simplify what you're trying to achieve, because that was kind of the big problem that we saw from Giant X, was they just made things way too complicated when it got towards Baron in the later portion of the game. Extend?
Jack just walks away.
Yeah. But it was especially with how they were setting up. One person was jumping in, one person was jumping out. It was the weird hokey-pokey going on, and I don't think that's what you really are all about if you're Giant X at this stage. So I think going back towards, let's play for dragons, let's play for early setups, let's just make things simple is going to make things significantly better.
Expect to see Jun teaming up with Isma and pathing up towards that top side of the map as Isma goes through his clear. Grub's the next objective for both these teams. And if Giant X do want to play around them, that's how you would set up doing that. Oscar winning down to about a third HP, gets the bit of proc onto Rooster. Equalizer down, Oscar winning charges over the entirety of it. Flash forward from Rooster. Oscar winning just gets burnt alive.
Yeah, it was nice of Oscar to really make full use of that red carpet.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you've laid it down for me. I'll take a walk. Where are the cameras? Where's the paparazzi?
Have you seen that TikTok where it's like the guy runs along with the red carpet and then encourages people that dress well to walk along? Yeah, it was kind of that. It was a nice skin he was wearing. Got the full work through it, but nicely done by Rooster. And this is what I'm talking about. Rooster in good matchups, very good at abusing them.
Yeah.
Now he's got this early kill, going to be very much accelerated alongside that first strike, and it was nicely done. And just hiding here, Oscar Innen steps up, immediately gets burnt down, but it was kind of late on that charge, because it meant you got the full burn across that Rumble ult, and then the flash forward with the damage. I mean, little unfortunate.
A lot unfortunate there for Oscar, and not the charge that you wanted to see him lay down. As Sheo and Sten now realize they need to protect Rooster a little bit because Rooster no longer has a flash, so the obvious gank path for Giant X is to look up towards that top side. And because of the fact that Rooster was able to get that kill, Sheo feels confident in the fact they can start up these grubs.
So you still have Oscar Innen with ult, though, if they want to try and contest this. No Rumble ult available, which is why Giant X feeling a little bit more confident.
Sheo, Cyclone onto the backline. Sten looking to knock up with the ground entrance as well. A second Cyclone catches at Jackies and Jun. Call to the forward guard from Oscar Innen. Sheo very deep. The rest of the team not here, and a Shockwave will take his life. A little greedy there from Sheo to go as deep as he did.
Yeah, it went a little bit too deep, and especially as you have Oscar Innen shifting down with that ultimate still available, very easy to zone away the rest of shifters, and you kind of got to see why they were caught out there. And even though I was like, you know, maybe Jackies doesn't really have the damage picking up those early Swifties, they still just have enough when Sheo's on his own.
Yeah, Sheo's so isolated from the rest of his team. If we can't 6 there or something, you have the quickness to follow up, it's a very different story. But I can also understand from Sheo's point of view, it's like, well, we've got to pull the trigger. Like, we can't allow the Ornn just to walk up to us from the other side. Don't really want to go all in on the Ornn, but lacking the equalizer really costing them quite a lot in that fight.
Especially when you'd already kind of grabbed one. I think you kind of just take it and go.
Take the grub, walk out.
But either way, they overcommit. And still, Paduk, though, did get a nice little bit of time on the bottom side, even getting some of the plates as well while that was all going on. So you kind of have this trade that's still there for shifters, with Paduk now opening up that gold lead. So lead in top, lead in bot, even given the kill over, it's not fully the end of the world.
Oh, it's not dire for shifters. They have 2 of the highest total golds in the game. Oh, look at that.
Oh.
3.9k and 3.7k. Oh, well, Jackie's just over. Well, thanks, Jackies. You've ruined my cool statistic. Whacker falling quite far short, though. It's just those plates, really, in the bottom lane that have paid off for Paduk. The shifters, though, an early game unlike the early games we saw from last week. As I said before, an average of 1.5k gold behind at 14 minutes. Not the best, and that accelerates to 25. They are the lowest, the team in bottom spot when it comes to a major lead. So that's if they have 51.5% of the gold or more in the game. Only 3.5% of the time they have that luxury there, Rob, which is not ideal for teams generally.
No, you'd definitely like that stat to be honest.
They also have never taken the first tower. So let's see if that changes today. I say never. They played a couple of cities last
They
week.
played MKOI and Navi. So they've done
in 5 games though. In 5, if that happened in your solo queue, you'd be hopping mad.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what to take from that Navi Shifter series because that one was a little bit all over the place.
It's a little bit messy.
So, yeah, I'll try and wipe the slate clean for Shifters because this has been a solid early game as Giant X now look to start up the Dragon. They've moved Oscar in and down into position as well. So, Rooster will need to TP into this if he wants to have a bit of the party.
Oscar was actually waiting in the Razorbeak pit as he comes around. Sheo looks at the Cyclone, dodges away. Second Cyclone, Sten with the quickness, gets a bit of the stand United. Cataclysm out as well. Call of the Forge God comes down. Doesn't connect on anyone. Isma almost falls to the Arcane Storm, but manages to survive. Giant X still going to play around this Drake. You can see how much Giant X are prioritizing these Dragons early game.
It's kind of like a tale of two sides right now because it is Giant X prioritizing the Dragons more. And you're seeing that Shifters want the gold, like they just left Rooster in the top lane. But because Giant X kind of botched the setup there, without any sort of follow-up, Shifters then were able to push them back. They got Isma super low. He's not confident he can survive. So now you get the gold plates on top, and you get the Dragon for Shifters, and more for Paduk.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, great
amazing
for
Shifters.
Yeah.
Amazing for Shifters. Giant X invested a lot of time and resources into that. Probably about a 400 gold swing just in the top lane for Rooster getting that. And instead, Shifters get the Drake, now 2,000 gold ahead at 12 minutes. And Giant X in this composition that will scale. They haven't been able to play the early game as safely, I'll say, as they would have wanted to.
It just was a weird... It was a weird setup. Like, they moved Oscar in and down, but they kind of kept him over by the Raptor pit of their own side for a while before he really wanted to show. So there wasn't anyone to catch the wave on top. But when they overcommitted on towards that Raptor, or to the engage, you didn't actually have Oscar in there to follow up because he'd been waiting for a while. So it just felt like Giant X again kind of desynced on how they wanted to try and achieve everything.
I see that.
Yeah, but this is where their composition is supposed to be simpler. So I think it is just, get all 5 people on the same page and press 2 of those R buttons and hope for the best.
Yeah. Perhaps will be easier around subsequent Drakes, but Shifters have been able to delay that possibility by getting themselves the second Drake of the game, their first. And now we have Triforce complete on Paduk, Triforce complete on Sheo, Leandri's complete on Rooster. That one-item spike that we talked about really beginning to come to the fore here for Shifters. Paduk, though, needs to get away from Jackie's, who has the Shockwave. Paduk has Flash. He looks for the trade onto Jackie's for now. Shockwave still pulls him back out of the Valkyrie. Nicely done by Giant X to secure the kill.
Yeah, nice job by Jackie's there with the Shockwave. Even managed to sidestep a couple of those missile barrages. I'll give him the credit. And just a nice gang by Giant X, right? Getting some gold back, and especially into an Orianna now 2-0. Going for the Blackfire Torch. If you can accelerate Jackie's on the Orianna, especially with Ismail for the setup, that could be your way to blow open this game.
Yeah, because on the side of Shifters, like, if you accelerate the Orianna, and Giant X then get to a position where their tanks are tanking.
Yeah.
Shifters don't have the best tank shred in the game. Like, Corki will do some good tank damage, and Rumble, if he puts the Equalizer down and gets some maximum health burn from the Equalizer, is solid.
I mean, his Q is max health burn as well, right?
True.
So he's pretty decent at dealing with the tanks, but I get what you're saying, right? Like, you definitely don't have a similar quality of life in the team fights on Shifter's side.
Might be a little bit more tricky for them. They do still have a gold lead at 14 minutes, though. Rift held up in 50 seconds, so Stend working his way up through the spot side river towards that objective. Some deep vision put down by Jun towards the blue buff of Shifters. And he is looking to see if perhaps Rooster oversteps, but he's got Stand United, so he can reset after putting these wards down, come back out with a Stand United if his services are required urgently, otherwise can just walk out towards the top side.
I will say that is the nicest thing about playing Shen support is like you can kind of just roam and do what you want, and you can just ignore the AD carry pings for help me, because I'm like, I've got Stand United. I can get down here.
I will be there if you're dead.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be there. Rooster. Be careful, Call of the Forge coming out. Jackie's TP'd up for this. Rooster flashes into the way of a train. That's a philosophical dilemma I've never heard about. If you can flash away from a train or flash into the path, do you just kill yourself in game? The answer apparently is yes.
Well, Oscar was so nice to go all the way through with his ultimate in the first place, so it's only fair that you return the favor.
It's an exchange. It's the
Exactly.
top laner discussions that
Yeah,
we
they
always have.
handshake.
It's the gentleman's handshake, yeah. And because of that, Giant X will now be able to get the Rift Herald. So nice to play from Jackie's as well. The TP behind on one of those wards that Jun had just finished placing allows Jackie's to get behind. They'll get some tower plates towards that top side as well. Jackie's very accelerated compared to Nuke at the moment.
Yeah, even with him getting that first circle. So definitely going to be nice for Giant X. And I think, again, this is where it's all going to be in on, hey, can we get the setup here for Jackie's to actually carry some of these fights?
Oh, TP coming in. I have a celebration in a moment. Jackie's still has flash. Siphon power out from Nuke. Gravity field down as well. Jump with the heal for the extra movement speed. Shale looking for that cyclone onto Jackie's. Holds onto it. Jackie's able to walk away. Oh, Sten still on the flank, but it looks like Shifters are called off the play. Quick though. Confetti for Shifters. It's their first turret of Summer Split. Congratulations. Well done. Nuke picks it up in the bot side. Rooster will get the second turret of the game for Shifters as well. And they do still have a slight gold lead, but it's very much been culled from the position it was before.
Yeah, I mean, this is still an incredibly close game, right? Like, the gold lead, pretty negligible. It's a dragon apiece. Probably going to get a bit of a trade setup here as we start to move in towards this dragon in 20 seconds. But you've got Jackie's, who is very fed coming into this. Rift Herald in the back pocket of Giant X, and they're already in river.
Shadow Dash, Shockwave, massive damage coming out from Jackie's, and here with the Cyclone Shell just trying to retreat. Cataclysm down onto Nuke as well, who has to flash away. Equalizer put down, Sandy Nider used by Jun to keep Isma alive. This is a fight for the next Drake, and Giant X have won it out. Killing off Stend. Looks like Isma is actually going to reset first. Call of the Forge got out from Oscar winning. They'll go for Rooster and get the knock-up onto Nuke, but it's more a distraction. No one had a ticket to that train.
Yeah, a little preemptive in that one. I don't think it was fully necessary to throw it out for Oscar in, but still, you get the Dragon for Giant X, you get a kill, and that's all you really wanted, an ability to try and play through Jackie's, and fair play to Jun and Isma, they found that setup perfectly.
Yeah, really nicely done all around by Giant X, and it feels like Shifters on the back foot a little bit more in these fights. We're having another look at the engage.
Yeah, it was a nice setup from Jun. Shadow Dash into the flash. Easy setup there. And with Jackie's then having to follow up, immediately Isma there with the flag and drag. There's very little the Shifters can really do. Isma lucky to kind of get out of that. Oh, hang on.
Jun charmed up with the quickness. Jun trying to walk out, but Sten secures the kill. Paduk, Arcane shifts forward. Flackhead, sorry. Arcane shifts forward. And doesn't hit the Mystic shot. Nice answering play from Shifters. In the end, it is just a singular kill. It's not getting them a neutral objective, not really getting them too much pressure on the map either. Just Sten being able to place a couple of deeper wards.
Yeah, it's not a huge amount going to come of it, but as you say, nice to get that gold back onto your side, even if it wasn't quite going over towards Paduk, which I think they would have really liked to. But either way, this is where it starts to get a little messy on both sides, right? We've seen it where the early game and those set plays have been working relatively well, where we've got to see some plays towards lanes, but it's in this mid game where we've seen Jun overextended a little bit, you had Stenji got caught out in that last play. This is where I really, on both sides, want to see them clean up a little bit.
See if they do that. Sten dashing across the wall. Sheo looking for Flacker, who's caught out in the Cyclone. Okay, that was clean from Shifters.
Yeah.
Not too clean from Giant X, we'll say. As Sheo looks for more. Oscarin goes unstoppable with the Bellows breath. Sheo still chasing in. The dash actually stops the Grand Entrance, getting the knock up there onto Isma. Nicely done from Jun to get that taunt down in time.
Yeah, pretty clutch, because it bought the time for Jackie's to move from that bottom lane in towards the jungle to cover the play. So Shifters just going to end up backing away. Again, though, I think Giant X kind of trying to do too much on the map. They place the Herald mid while also having the Orianna in the bot lane.
Yeah.
And Shifters rightly collapse onto the mid lane play, so at least get the kill back to answer for some of that pressure. But we'll see it again here. Like, no vision at all on that top side. And Flackett just playing too close to that top end, overextending for the turret. And Cheo does a very good job after that Arcane Shift is burned to just go all in.
I have more belief in Sten's Grand Entrance across the wall there. I believe it is to stop Flackhead Arcane Shifting Mountain the Rift Herald.
Probably.
Which is why he goes in with the Grand Entrance. Obviously, it gets him across the wall as well, which is nice, but I think that was probably what was going through Sten's mind.
Yeah, I wasn't also sure if he was just going to like pop the ult, immediately dash on to Corki, and then just run down the Ezreal as well.
I mean, you could also do that, right? In the end, didn't matter, as Flackhead did die. The gold leads for Shifters still remain in the top lane, the bot lane, and the support role, but Jackie's has 1,000 gold in his pocket that Nuke does not have access to. And now is at 2 items complete. Nuke is also at 2, with the Rod of Ages now fully stacked. Jackie's damage is just going to continue to accelerate as the game goes on. Next Drake still 2 minutes away. We're likely to see a little bit more ping-ponging of the lanes than anything else for the next 120 seconds or so.
Yeah, it's more kind of a how do you try and get the gold that you need onto some of these key carries, because Baduk would really like to have his second item completed,
Yeah,
but a little bit far behind.
really
yeah,
nice.
But not quite in that position to have it quite yet. And still, we're seeing that this Rumble 1.7k very accelerated. So if you can get a good equalizer into these fights, I think that's where Giant X might struggle, because obviously Jackie's very strong himself, but can be difficult to follow up on some of these plays if that red carpet is just separating you from the rest of your lineup. Even trying to get the shockwave is going to be difficult. So I think that's where Shifter is going to be relying pretty heavily again on Rooster to kind of decide how Giant X can approach these fights.
Rooster looks like he's going Shadow Flame second on the Rumble for that extra burn damage at low HP. No one really answering bot for Shifters right now. Looks like Nuke was going to be sent down there. He will get there as the wave crashes in. But because of that, Jackie has a turn on the map and he'll walk up through the river.
Yeah, it's somewhat difficult, I will say, to try and match the Orianna in a side lane here, because oftentimes we talk about Orianna being weak in a side lane, but that's kind of the benefit of having a Shen.
Yeah.
Oftentimes the Shen just gets to sit beside that Orianna, and it doesn't matter if something happens elsewhere. He can just immediately pop the Stand United to be there. So he kind of just gets to be this mobile ward that can deal damage. And especially as a Victor, if you want to try and match in a side lane, you're just as immobile as the Orianna.
Oh, Jackie's walked straight into death. Flashes rocket belts away, will survive. The quickness and the equalizer invested by Shifters, but Jackie's has to burn his flash.
Jackie's has TP to get back though, and now you don't have 3 core ultimates up for Shifters. So for Giant X, honestly, not the end of the world. Sure, the Stand United was burned, but I definitely think you can take this fight.
The fact that Jackie's got out of that alive is surprising to say the least. Now he's back out on the map. Shifters have priority on the Drake, but they're going to be fought through by Giant X. True Shot Barrage coming down. Show able to walk it off. A couple of wards cleared out behind Shifters here. And, really, this fight now becomes a debate as how good are Giant X with the Shockwave Cataclysm combination. Shifters having to walk through choke points, very difficult. Shadow Dash, taunt, Shockwave, Sten flashes it. Call of the Forge God still rams him down. Oscar in on the chase onto Baduk as well, who flashes over the wall. Isma goes in with the Cataclysm, and there's the combination that we thought might happen. Isma gets another, Sheo forced away, and this will be third Drake to Giant X.
Nicely done by Giant X, taking the fight in a very strong position. Trying to re-enter through those choke points that you were calling, Medic, is so difficult against an Ornn. Just having that little pillar means you get so much control of the zone. And Giant X play around it perfect.
And all credit to Jun, right? His snap engages onto Stand have been sublime. We saw one around the last Drake, we've now seen another one, and now Rooster overextended, doesn't have the equalizer up. Jun just looking for the Shadow Dash. Rooster does have flash, uses it, and there's the chase down for Giant X. Isma not gonna get the final auto attack. Flacker just died.
Huh?
Was he shopping? I feel like he may have been shopping. It's a Cyclone coming out from Sheo. Flacker burnt his flash as well. Maybe he arcane shifted down towards bot side to try and be part of that play, and then just got caught out.
Yeah,
on
I mean, he
move.
threw the ultimate, so I assume he kind of just stuck throwing the ultimate, and Shea was like, right, I can try and pick you off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't great for Flackhead. What could have been a 1-0 for Giant X becomes a 1-1, but they do still get the Drake and they're on Soul Point and continue to scale up. Not often we get to talk about ornaments in this day and age, but it's becoming Christmas time for Giant X, as Oscarwin is now level 14, and you can start decorating them with those upgraded masterwork items.
Yeah, which is going to be very nice for an already very fed Orianna.
Yeah.
Still, I don't know if you really want to take this position. Yeah, Oscar, just back it up. But still, yeah, I think in this sort of game, like, Giant X are perfectly happy. You already have great control over the dragons. You're scaling into a position where you're happy. There's not really much the Shifters have to try and play through, because even you can see the lack of vision that they have on this bottom half of the map. And Giant X happy to just group with the waves pushed in and get this mid lane tower.
Isma's the one to get his item upgraded first. The Black Cleaver becomes, used to be Obsidian, I want to say, was the name of the upgrade item, but they got rid of that. It's now just a Masterwork to Black Cleaver, because all items can be upgraded now. Cosmetic items, right? I prefer making funny names for them. So if you can think of a funnier name. Syzygy? Yeah, I like Syzygy, it's great. The Hex Rocket Belt is now a Bazooka Belt, as Jackie's has that one upgraded too. And Giant X in control of this game. Their simplified composition, the press R forward at the opposition, is working incredibly well. For Shifters, they do still have some opportunities. Like, you still have good pick potential. You still have a lot of damage you can get onto the backline. And if you can find flanks like Sheo is doing here, Sten dashes away from the shockwave. Flacket has the Stand United invested in keeping him safe.
I really like the way Shifters are using Paduk's Valkyrie in this game, though, because we see it consistently used as a threat on towards Flacket to try and get him to burn that Arcane Shift early, opening up for Sheo or either Sten to try and get on top of him. And it's just, this time, Flacket had a wall to get over, but it did catch them out already, and I think it's really smart to just constantly put pressure onto Flacket, especially while the flash is down.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and it's working in terms of keeping the Ezreal a little bit more under wraps, I guess. But the problem is, I feel like Jackies and Isma are more threatening than that Ezreal now, right? So if you're Shifters, you shift your attention. Oh, great pun, Medic. It's not really a pun if you just say the name of the team, is it? If you're Giant X, are you just Giants? No.
But I think it's more the way that, like, even though Shifters are behind, they're not going in as this big ball that gives Jackies a lot of value, right? Like the one team fight that we saw was that last Dragon where they kind of all parsed back and then were able to control that zone. But traditionally what we've been seeing is, you know, Sheo coming in from one flank angle, Sten from another, and all you're really getting is like shockwaves onto Sten or one person, and it's making it a little bit more difficult for Giant X to just bulldoze their way through with the composition they have. And I think partly that is with Giant X, like, not fully having control around some of the river area and vision control because we traditionally have Jun down to the bottom side. But
yeah, I mean, that's why I'd love to see this Isma-Jun combination going in here now, right? You have a minute 25 before the Drake comes up. Go in, get your deep vision, clear out this vision, get wards behind for Oscar Rinin to be able to TP to as well. You set yourself up so much better doing it a minute 40 before the Drake instead of just trying to come in with 30 seconds left and pushing into Shifters when they're already established in their own jungle.
yeah, and especially the fact that you have those extra dragons means, like, it's not like Shifters are going to be like, oh, we just turned towards Baron instead, we're going to give you
like
soul.
Hex soul. I'm pretty sure you don't want to get, especially to an Ezreal. Like, no, God. Pure pain. You'd never be able to approach the fight at all. And we did see a little bit of that from Jun and Isma. Some vision has been established. Jackie's now standing on a control ward, but the orb that he puts out, his ball, is going to allow Shifters to know that he's in the area.
Fortunately for Shifters, though, they kind of just now have Rooster consistently sitting with them, which in the trade-off, Oscar Rinin, happy to just kind of keep it in touching distance of this gold.
Yeah.
The tank's still going to be more relevant, whereas Rooster still wants to start getting a lot of this gold into his back pocket. So not really able to move up towards his top side and keep pressure means that now that ball for Giant X has found all 5 members of Shifters. There isn't really flank areas, and Giant X feel comfortable pushing.
Yeah, Giant X can just step out there. Flacken does take a little bit of a chunk. Rooster not yet level 16, doesn't have that extra damage on the equalizer. Giant X controlling the area well for now. Hextake is up.
Yeah, basically Giant X just trying to get the wave, so then Shifters can't use it to try and look for the tier 2 tower. Shifters, though, starting to move into a position where Sten has a potential for a flank, and that's where Giant X a little bit more cautious.
It's really difficult for Shifters to go in. Sheo goes in with the Cyclone, but immediately taunted up by Jun, and Sheo's just dead. Where he stands, like, who is face-checking for you as Shifters? It's Sheo, and he can't. He just doesn't have the tankiness.
Yeah, Shifters end up investing all their vision on the top side, so little to try and figure out what Giant X got up to in that river area. And it comes back to bite them.
Yeah.
Had to just face-check this tank lineup, and it goes horribly for Shifters. And we see it here as this goes on. Then tried to find a flank. The blue ward spots him out. Flacket marks him. And Sheo just decides to send it as Flacket separates, but hoping Jackie's or someone of value was in the bush, but it was just a tank. There was nothing more. So Giant X, happy to get the pick. They're back over towards the Dragon, and that's Soul for the GX line.
Hextech Soul there for Giant X. It's only lost 1 time this year in the LEC if you picked up that Hex Soul. Cloud Soul has a 100% win rate. But
who lost it, though?
I've asked production to check for us. I have asked them to check for us because I couldn't find it out immediately by myself. But now it's so difficult for Shifters to actually establish because we've talked about it a few times starting off in draft. Giant X have a very solid team fighting composition. If they're ahead, it becomes even stronger. And then secondly, you're playing into Hexel. Like, if you ever step forward and get poked by this Ezreal, lightning bursts across your entire team, everyone gets slowed. It's really hard for you ever to maintain position, especially when the people who are face-checking are relatively squishy.
Yeah, I'm also not the biggest fan of Paduk going for the Collector on this third item as well. Like, I wouldn't much prefer either opting in towards the Infinity Edge or going towards that last Whisper, because there's such a beefy lineup in front of you as new.
You look at the slope, just from the true shot barrage. Isma trying to chase Paduk. The Shockwave Cataclysm combination flashed away by Paduk. Quickness onto the backline. Giant X beginning to burn on the back as Isma is forced to flash away. Jackie's has the Sandy Knight on him. Rooster burning through them. Blackhead's going to flash to the wrong side of the map. And just as we praise Giant X, it all falls apart. Paduk kills Blackhead. Oscar Ridden walks away. Paduk still chasing down towards the bottom side. A teleport out from Jackie's. But what a cluster of a team fight from Giant X.
How the hell did Giant X whiff? That is the easiest setup with this composition. And instead, its Shifters come out with the lead, and they immediately turn towards the Baron.
Well, obviously, they might as well. This is the opportunity of a lifetime for Shifters. Gifted 2 kills. Oscar Ridden doing well, though, to keep Shifters away from the Baron for now. And in the end, Shifters, although they have slowed up the game a little bit, haven't really made massive inroads into the lead compositionally that Giant X have, as Sheo's caught. Sundered Skyproc knocked up into the air by Oscar Ridden. Isma gets the kill. And now Giant X will pay some mind to the Baron, Robert. I don't know why I called you Robert there.
I mean, you sound like you're losing your mind as much as I am. This is insane. Why are you resetting there, Sheo? I'm so confused. Like, we had the little piece from last week, the wild ways to die. I feel like this is very poignant as Paduk dodges away from the shock blast.
Yeah, nice Valkyrie away from Paduk. They're Oscar Ridden going in as they look for Nuke. The charm immediately onto Isma. He goes in with the Cataclysm onto Sten and Nuke, but he's dead. And now Giant X, you're throwing it again! How is this happening, Sten? Look at the, oh my god! Oh my god! Okay. Sure, maybe on the 3rd Baron throw, someone will take it.
I think it's a 4v5. It was they had less people.
Credit to Shifters, credit to Paduk. Good dodge on the Shockwave with the Valkyrie.
Yeah.
And then Isma goes deep, but the rest of his team isn't there. Now Shifters have started up the
is
Baron.
Jackie's going to Shockwave him?
Come on, round 3, baby, let's go. Come on, I'm down and dirty, let's get in the mud, let's wrestle, baby. Oscar Ridden comes in with a health shield from the TP. Quarter of the Force got down as well. Gravity Well not going to knock him up as Oscar hits the double knock him in the pit. And he kills up Nuke. Yes! This is what we love to see! This is the LEC incarnate! Throw after damn well throw! As Giant X eventually secure the big purple worm!
I don't have a follow-up for that, mate. I'm not gonna, like, what? What am I watching? What is happening? How is... John, do not die! I swear to Christ, I'll lose my mind!
The games without a crowd, they just deliver in a different way, you know?
It was nice from Paduk, like, dodge away, and then Nuke playing up here, but, like, Oscar Ridden misses his own pillar. It's a good charm and a knock-up, but, like, I don't comprehend how, like, everything went wrong for Giant X there. It was impressive that you managed to mess up that hard.
This is only throw number 1 though, Rob. So
and
let's move into number, this is the last one.
This one I was kind of like, oh no, actually Giant X should have this. Like, you've got Shockwave's about to come back up.
Yeah.
It ends up basically hitting no one though, which is the great part. But at least you got a decent engage from Oscar Ridden that actually sets up here. And then,
It felt very desperate from Shifters in a position I don't think they needed to be desperate.
No.
It was like well, we've thrown the Baron, they've thrown the Baron. Now we've won a fight, we should go to the Baron rather than establishing a moment to think about exactly what's happening in the game, which is kind of back to those mid-late game woes for both these teams. And we see it manifest here as Giant X do push in the bot side, get the inhibitor tower and the inhib. Elder up in 40 seconds, they'll want to reset. Shifters might try and keep them around, but likely won't be able to.
Maybe the X is for every plan that hasn't worked at Giant X.
No, yeah, we're on plan X now. So we've gone through plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. X stands for excellent.
I thought it was xylophone.
I could never spell that. So.
I was just thinking they're just hitting different things and seeing what happens, you know, when a kid gets their first one.
Okay. Resetting where we are in terms of state of the game. Giant X have the Baron for the next minute.
This is good.
Rooster
I like this.
Has Flash, flashes away from the call of the Force God. However, Jackie's there for the chase, equalizes down, Shockwave as well, misses because of Sonya's. Rooster's still gonna die, and the rest of Shifters were in the bot side, so they can't answer the pressure coming out from Giant X now, who should be able to take this mid-inhib tower. With Rooster down, that's a lot of gold out of the pockets of Shifters. Giant X might just look for a full-on push. Shale going to be spotted towards the side on the ward. Flacker keeping him at bay. Gravity well down on Oscar Winner, but he doesn't take too much damage. But up trying to clear out the wave.
Asgarding just taking a little bit of damage. Jackies did TP into this. I think Giant X were hoping that would be the end of it, but instead going to immediately turn over towards the Elder Dragon instead, not quite able to find the success they were hoping for.
I think the TP, as you say, was hopeful for an end, but doesn't matter too much because you're just TPing towards your team anyway with Elder up. It's a little bit of vision here for Shifters that Giant X will want to clear out on their way to the Elder, but they don't clear out the far side alteration until just now. So Shifters know the Elder's been begun. Jackies is standing on a ward. Shifters will work their way through the bottom side, trying to get towards Jun. Sten, quick as great Shadow Dash into the Shockwave. Nuke absolutely eviscerated with Cataclysm there for the follow-up. That was nice from Giant X as they find a great engage. Shale trying to cyclone in the backline, but here comes Rooster, the Stand United. Not going to save him from the burn of the Flame Spitter. Oscar in with a good knock-up, shoots everyone else coming out as well. The GA on Shale on that backline equalizes down as well as Jun dies. Rooster stands, but he is not able to stand up to the damage that Giant X put down, and with a TP in from Oscar Winnin, it's all she wrote for Shifters in game one.
Very back and forth, but Giant X managing to close it out in the end with a good team fight and a great setup from Jun. The shockwave that ended Shifters in this game.
Yeah, the combo that came off in the end does manage to secure them game one here. A 36-minute thriller, to say the least. As do we have someone that can help us reset between games? Like, I feel like we need to have a conversation lying on a sofa or something.
You guys take it, we'll meditate. Yeah.
You guys have a sofa. Take a lie down.
Yeah.
Wow, we lost Finn. That's how bad it was.
What? Finn's right.
What?
Finn, do you have any thoughts on how we can reset after a game like that? Like, what is your perspective?
I mean, I have many thoughts. Thought number one, Ornn looks really OP. In these games where everything just degenerates over time, having that constant engage, I think Oscar Winnin, despite being solo killed, still had a way more impact on the game than Rooster had.
That's a good point. Odo, we did see the solo kill. Look, it looked okay, but it felt like we saw throughout the entire game one very, very common theme, which was it's pretty hard to punish an Ornn.
For me, the moral of this game is that bronze beat brains, you know, because usually you're thinking, oh, I'm going to do this little out macroing, I'm going to go here, I'm going to do that, but the Ornn, who cares that he got solo killed? He just said, okay, well, goodbye laning phase, I'm going to go to the Drake, I'm going to go with my friends, I'm going to call the horn all the time, and it's going to be great.
I mean, it started super odd because I've been in the same position as this Ornn, where you're getting solo kill in lane, and every single time you have a window, you're thinking that I need to make the most out of this window. And suddenly you start skipping steps. You're like, I can skip this wave, I don't really need to be there. And let's just look at this solo kill, because we talked about it before the game. Rooster had to be the guy to step up in this matchup, and I think finding this solo kill was super good by him, and he played it super well. I mean, Oscar, I don't know why you walked in front of the casters like that. That's a little bit weird. But still, Rooster gets the solo kill, but we didn't really see him transition it to the rest of the team. Meanwhile, Oscar, every single fight,
yeah, we need to take a look at these
okay, but that might just
setups.
be team diffy, to be honest. Because, yeah, we need to look at these Drake setups, because the Rumble, I felt like, was doing his job. He was doing what he needed, but it's just when it comes to the way this team comps interacted and the way that you just have so much damn CC, it just makes it so much more OP on the side of GX.
I mean, absolutely. Just this was the last GX Baron, but this is the one I want to talk about, because here Ornn is overgrouping mid super hard. If we can roll out the clip, Ornn is coming here on this mid wave, and GX really wants to force the fight. Why? Oscar Winnin is here, but they're so adamant about forcing this fight that it becomes a little bit cringe. Now they send everything on to Stend and Shio, but they just get out of there, and now Isma has to be the one to disengage.
But it's just so funny, because all of these fights just really scream from the side of GX that you rock up to that fight and you say, any fight is a good fight. Because we've seen them so many times where everything just goes astray, the engage misses, but they just try time and time and time again. And the fact that you just have so much CC, the fact that the positioning was there, and the fact that you just have so many go buttons, at one point, Shifters cracks, right? We saw it. Rooster was good in the game, and there were many times I felt like Shifters were getting the better of them for most of the time. The engages were going, were just like missing. But all it takes is 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, because they was just so scrappy. It was never a definitive win for Shifters to get a foothold in this game.
And look, the Ornn for Oscar pays off. The win rate doesn't lie. Look, the man, there's a reason he's had so much success on it. When things get hard, you can always rely on Ornn.
Hey.
Unless you're Finnaroto.
Wait, what?
Why is your Ornn win rate so bad, bro?
Who brought up these stats, by the way?
Disclaimer, okay, Finn, I farmed you a lot on that Ornn, but you don't get to complain so much. But I'm getting set up here. Because you know, Ornn just wasn't my jam. I'm more about, like, you know, that little individuality. I'm about to get my gold leads. Nah, I never really needed to go on those champions where I just sit on the back
I'm the
seat.
same. I was always a strong side player. I really needed to push myself forward in that maining phase. And being on the Ornn, it was just a shackle I wasn't really comfortable with. It really held me back. So I think that's why
this is the kind of coping that I love to hear from top
That's why we're all,
personally.
like, on the desk and not playing anymore, because the cope got the better of us.
Look, here's the thing for me is, as rough as this was, I want to give a lot of credit to GX for recognizing, hey, if we just simplify, we can get it across the line. But I think we have to also shout out Rooster for playing well in lane, and Paddock. Paddock, diabolical series last week. Game 1 of Vladimir, he got across the line. The rest of the games were really rough, but he did show up, bro. That Corki flash was super clean, and I feel like if there's anyone we want to be keeping our eye on in Game 2, if Shifters are going to bring this back, it's probably Paddock.
I mean, I really want to see Barak more on these AD carries that can do damage in fights, that can step up, outplay skill shots, because he looks so much more comfortable on this Corki. Look at that, 33k damage. And I think despite him buying Collector, which we don't need to talk about when there's an Ornn enemy team, he was still playing these fights well. We can talk about the builds, but still, having a consistent AD carry is good for a losing team like Shifters right now. Having consistent damage in team fights is good. Simplify the game, because you don't need to reinvent the wheel.
And the more impressive part is that he did it while everything is just flying at him. His role in that game was, good luck, buddy. Just hang in there. Just make it out there. Just do your best.
Just hang in there, kitty. The like just holding on to the branch.
Yeah, it's just like, just do your best, buddy. Your best gonna be enough. So he wasn't really set up for success from anyone else, because there was just a lot of different threats on his team. But the fact that he shined, it still gives me a little bit more confidence. But I want to see more. I want to see more from Shifters and a little bit more cohesion, and maybe just go back to the GX approach where you just ooga booga all over the map and you just group together, and that's your main win condition.
Look, Ooga Booga found the win, so I don't think we can be knocking Ooga Booga. Credit to GX. It was a messy game. It was a scrappy game. Ultimately, they picked up that win. Shifters now sent to the drawing board. We'll see if they can adapt and fire back in this best of 3 when we come back from break.
Brother, let me try.
Wait! Brother, let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. outplay the world. It's time to express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
It's very hard. And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break, but the crowd is ones. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break, but the crowd is ones.
Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a renegade beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been with enough practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, like that, like that. That method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing. Never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions.
Heavy is the head that the crown seats soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break, but the crowd is wounds. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break, but the crowd is wounds.
Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgon. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been given this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking.
Yeah. I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah, yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling this so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on air. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together
La 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 la. What the Shifters having to walk through choke points, very difficult. Shadow Dash, Taunt, Shockwave, extend, flashes it. Call of the Forge God still rams him down.
Okay, yeah, I'm doing it. Hit the Wukong, it's mega instinct. Wukong is dead.
Onto Isma, and he goes in with a Cataclysm onto Sten and Nuke, but he's dead. And now Chinex, you're throwing it again! How is this happening, Sten? Look at the, oh my god! Oh my god! Call of the Forge got down as well. Gravity Well not going to knock him up as Oscar is to double knock him in the pit. And he kills up Nuke. Yes! This is what we love to see! This is the LEC incarnate! Throw after damn well throw! Well, I bruised my fist doing that, by the way.
There's a solid bump on that man's fist.
Let's hope for more of that. Look, man. You pay for a spa day, you want the full experience, right? I want a mud bath. I want to be coddled.
Is this what you paid for? You want to be cuddled at the spa? Sorry.
Coddled.
Oh, coddled. I thought you said cuddled.
I also want to be cuddled at the spa, okay? Nothing wrong with a little spa cuddle. As we are going to go into Draft 4 Game 2, and I think Nuke is exemplifying how a lot of Shifters fans feel in this moment.
Yes, Mitch. It was ropey, to say the least. Yeah, kind of hoping that we just get a little bit of a cleaner game, because Giant X, like, there was some decent moments again, like playing down towards Jackie's, getting him the early lead, making sure he's in a good spot. ... They win.
Yeah. Ignore the like 15 to 30 minute period of that game, as we have Vi, Jace, and Cassio taken away by Shifters, Syndra, Nocturne, and Poppy taken away by Giant X. Shifters chose second pick with their right of first selection, and it's going to be an immediate lock of the Camille. Answer, obviously, for Shifters, usually Leona. Don't have to pick it here, can pick it on 3 instead if you have other priorities.
Yeah, I'm curious where the parties land. Because as you say, like, still you got like Vi, Cassiopeia, Poppy are kind of the ones that stand out to me. Victor also gone, which would kind of be the, hey, we want to maybe lean into that mage bot lane.
Yeah.
So unless you're fully feeling something like a Ziggs, which I think is more of what Flackid would be eyeing up here, and you want to try and take it away, maybe that's the answer here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by a Ziggs. Just allow the Leona to roam around. We have already seen it from Product as well. So Ziggs would make a lot of sense. The Leona is just going to have to shadow the Camille.
Oh, yeah.
That's the entire job. Is like, if Jun is not in lane, I am not in lane. They're going to pick the Trundle. Works well, obviously, into tanks, but also can block the Camille from getting into a fight with a well-placed pillar.
Yeah, I think, though, Isma can respond here by just not going something particularly tanky. I was going to say the Lee Sin, usually a good answer into it, can kick the Trundle back out of fights, make it more difficult for it to get in. The mobility also makes it difficult for the Trundle to chase down. You don't win the 1v1 is maybe the only thing that they're cautious about, but we'll see. As Giant X, eyeing up the rise here.
Yeah, I do like the idea of playing things at strong side lanes when you have a Camille, because her ability to be around the map just allows you
She's
so
so
much
mobile,
more freedom.
that's insane.
Yeah, and then the Lee Sin still looks like where Giant X are going to go. For them, they can't play like the traditional front-to-back composition that they played in Game 1 because of that Trundle. A Scion will just get melted by a Trundle, but you can still deal with Subjugate. Like, I know a lot of people like Trundle is the tank killer, and that is true, but if you have a tank that requires a Subjugate to kill, and then you have the rest of your team, there's still a lot of stuff the rest of your team can do in that situation. And Anivia, the answer into Rise, no surprises there. Short range mage, Anivia works so well into it. She can just use the Flash Frost well, Glacial Storm is there as well, and then you've got the Crystallize, which Rise should always be in range of if he's stepping up.
Yeah, also the option for Oscarin, I was going to say, to go back towards the Ambessa if he wants to. I think decent alongside the Camille, gives you that side lane threat as well. Isn't quite on the tanky side, but I think with, as you say, the Camille and that potential for 1-3-1, the mobility of a Camille and Lee Sin to enable that is really strong here.
True. Could even look for a Twisted Fate top.
True, actually, yeah.
I haven't seen too much of that, but it is always a possibility. Ziggs banned away, Shifters have in their minds the same things that we do, which is, hey, Flackhead will want a safe mage to play in this bot lane. Mel's still an option, although we really don't see Mel too much in that mage.
It's more LPL
still.
Like Viper still plays it a lot over there, but I do think like Ziggs is kind of the de facto. I mean, even we saw it at MSI, it's just so good for the Hextech Ultimatum into that Mega Inferno Bomb. Still, I think you do have the options of taking some more of those mages still into the bottom side if you want to. I think at this point, though, we've also seen Caitlyn paired with the Camille at times, so if Shifters double down on banning away some of these mages, you do try and go that angle.
I mean, that's kind of where the Varus ban is, right? It's like he can farm from range, you can go the collector build, like lethality, or on like poke, I guess. Varus is what we talk about these days. So getting rid of that to try and reduce Flackhead's safety in the bot lane makes a lot of sense. With the Vayne ban, Giant X likely looking towards Nara, Nectin, and Better as their 3 mains. They're the safest top lane blinds in essence. Shifters here likely going to pick their bot laner. And the question is, what will they go? Because they got rid of the Ziggs and the Varus. Caitlyn is an option if you want to go for that little bit of range. Product can still go towards something like the Vladimir as well. If he wants. We'll have to see exactly where he decides his bread is buttered.
I don't hate taking either the Nara or the Renekton here for Shifters and just saying, hey, look, I know, like, you already see, there it is, the angle that Giant X are trying to go for. So take the Nara, basically say, hey, either you take the Renekton or the Ambessa, we still have a decent matchup there and we're fine, and just make things a little bit more uncomfortable for Oscar in there. Unless he ends up going towards that Twisted Fate that you were kind of talking about, which at least gives you the range advantage. I think that could be an angle here to work with.
I wouldn't mind a Twisted
there
Fate.
Is, yeah.
When we talk about side lane threat and split push threat, Twisted Fate really exemplifies that just in the way that his kit is designed. And there it is for Giant X. Not a all-map ultimate on his E. You can't teleport.
I think we should bring it back.
Yeah, bring back Classic.
Is that... That is very not broken.
My favorite clip is, and this is something that you used to see all the time when Twisted Fate could do it, is the dumbs clip, right? Where you TP to the top pixel bush in lane and with your Twisted Fate E, and then you just put a ward down, everyone teleports to it. As the illusion will be a lock in the bot lane here for Flackhead.
Yeah, I much prefer Lucian when he is enabled by something like the Milio. Sure, you've got some wave clear built into the kit and that, but I just really don't like just leaving the Lucian by himself. Even trying to play around mid wave and set up for cullings and stuff can be a little bit awkward.
Ooh, juicy. Okay. Talia bot is going to be the answer here from Shifters. Puduk has already shown us he is not scared of playing mages, but I do believe this is the first time we have ever seen him on the Talia.
Yeah, I mean, the Talia was the first time played at MSI since like 2018 or something like that.
In bot lane, yeah.
So I assume then he wouldn't have managed to pick it up at any point in time in his career.
I can't see it anywhere. And alongside that, Jun, his first time ever playing Camille on stage. I think for a lot of supports, that kind of is where we're at, because we had the Camille meta, and it's like, oh, you must first pick Camille, and then everyone was like, oh, now we have the answers. And now it's like, oh, well, we know the answers. You can't first pick Camille, and it is rare to see Camille get through early on in the draft these days. So we have a couple of first-timers on the stage.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if I love the Giant X comp. I feel like there is like a lot of mobility on the Camille and the Lucian and the Lee Sin, that you can try and make some plays around mid, but that even seems a bit tough. Lucian being isolated on mid wave as well doesn't seem ideal. Like, you kind of tend to play towards Lucian in a lot of comps.
Sure.
So leaning out towards Jackie's and towards Oscar, and it might be a bit tough. And I think if you ever fall behind, it is not going to look pretty for Giant X. Like, Shifter's very good at those taking team fights, controlling the zones with the Talia. I think it's going to be hard.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult overall for Giant X. But if they do get ahead, I think it becomes hard for Shifters. I feel like there's too much in a side lane for Shifters to deal with, right? If Giant X do manage to get some laning leads, 3-man top. Puduk, Stend, and Rooster. Jun and Oscar in here. They'll place a ward. Stend steps forward, so does Rooster. Oracles for the clear. And Puduk will just back away and run back down towards bot lane.
I mean, well, yeah, I mean, it's a nice call, right? You know that Giant X want to try and get that ward on the top side, so then it makes it much easier for Oscaridin to actually try and trade effectively with the Gnar and use that range, use the bush to try and drop minion aggro. But are we seeing the evolution where Sten just stays top lane?
Yeah, Sten's going to try and... Oh, well, he's spotted. That's less sneaky than you wanted to be, Sten. I guess she is... I mean, just trying to spot out to see perhaps if Jun had stayed around. Because if Rooster has to burn his flash early, he's a lot more susceptible to the exhaust flash coming out from Oscarinin.
Yeah, I'm curious of the plans, because we had seen Sten prior to this as well. One of their series where he was on the Shen, just basically sitting top lane the entire time. So maybe going to try and make a visit towards mid lane here as well. But you can already see Jackie's is hovering very close to this bottom side.
And he should just be able to walk this one off. Sten shielded daybreak, there's the stun. And yep, Jackie just walks away. Does miss one minion. Puduk forced away in the bottom side as well. Gets a good threaded volley back onto Flackhead for a little bit of damage. Flackhead gets that wave crashed in. Sten should be here to catch it all. The flash frost out of Nuke as he trades back onto Jackie's with the electrocute on the Anivia.
Yeah, if I'm Jun though, I'm kind of like, all right, I'm already going to start to get some of these levels. Like, I crashed this next wave because it hasn't really been that quick of a push. Should be able to hit level 2, level 3, and then start to immediately roam on the map. And already, if Sten tries to match, it's going to be levels down. So if I'm Jun, I kind of feel like this is open up.
Room prison. Sonic wave. Nuke flashes away to try and get the egg, but they just can't crack it. As Nuke is able to survive on very low HP.
Just about, but nicely done, able to get away back towards his tower.
But now we already see the evolution of what's happening in the bot lane. Jun already level 2, Stend only just going across towards it. Isma pathing through mid, now they can invade towards the red. Shifter's going to try and react as Flackhead's here too. Smite available for both the junglers. Jun goes onto Sheo. Sten tries to go deep, flash away from the seismic stuff from Jun, but Flackhead already gets first blood. Sten forced away. Puduk trying to defend his support. That will be red buff over to Giant X.
Brilliant reaction from Giant X. As you just said, like, Jun had the level advantage, move in with him. You've already got the control over mid because Nuke was 4 so low. So Giant X really playing a stellar early 1-2 level 3 here.
Yeah, and a Flackhead so accelerated. now because of that. You talk about how you don't really like seeing Illusion left alone, and totally agree with you there. His passive is so reliant on having someone that can shield or can CC for him, but now he has 3 swords, and it's 1 more than he has hands. And he's firing them out of 2 guns, which is just, it's a technological marvel.
Yeah. I mean, it's the toe sword that gets you every time.
Yeah,
you don't see it coming.
It used to exist for spies. Like you click your heels and a little dagger comes out with some poison on it. Sheo takes the top side Scuttle Crab. Isma taking his respawn of Raptors. Jun looking up towards this top side as now the supports will meet. And they're about even in terms of XP as Stend was able to catch up. Flacker catching the wave in the bot lane has a 500 gold lead. And Sheo now has to try and protect his respawns, which is why Stend is in the area. Isma still has a full side of his jungle to clear for the first time this game.
Yeah, I mean, Isma's in a great spot. Going to be able to clear out and maybe even make a play down towards that bottom side as well if he wants to. But yeah, Jun and Stend just matching each other for the moment. Yeah. I expect Jun is basically just here, as you can see, to make sure that this wave gets crushed, but Shifters want more.
Rooster stunned by Oscar Winning. And Stend comes across. Oscar Winning staying very deep. Jun trying to get in the way there of Stend, but Oscar Winning still gets the trade kill, as Stend and Sheo aren't able to get them in time to save their top laner.
I can't believe that got a turnaround kill. Rooster sidestepped backwards from the Camille jump to make sure that he wouldn't get caught on the range, but it meant that he took that little bit more damage, and Oscar Winning gets one back.
Yeah, and now Sheo loses his Razorbeam respawn because Isma has so much more time to go in and steal these away. I want to see exactly how this plays out.
Yeah, because Giant X is kind of saying, hey, look, Trundle more than likely on the top side, especially as Rooster goes in. We don't have follow up. But as Jun goes in, see the way Rooster steps back? But even then, still end up with the kill.
Jun also intercepts Stend in his Zenith blade. So Stend then can't get onto Oscar Winning quickly enough, which means Oscar Winning is able to escape a little bit more. Nicely done all round there from Jun to catch the flying Zenith blade. As Stend is staying around topside again. Wave is pushing towards Oscar Winning though, so he should be fine if he just steps back and accepts this one. Because of that, Stend staying towards topside. Jun and Flacker able to get push. Likely to be an early first Drake for Giant X if they continue the way that they did in game 1, which is trying to stack these dragons up through the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, Isma just going to start up.
I like it. There's no real level 6 Scuttle Crab to contest or anything right now, as Flacket is seismically shoved towards the tower, but doesn't take any tower shots. Stend stepping in. Isma turns his attentions across towards the support, but he's like, I've already done 2k damage to this Drake, please. Let's make sure it doesn't reset. Sheo's going to try and step forward, but can't really get through the meat wall that is Jackie's at that level 6 on the rise. It will be first Drake and the Scuttle Crab spawning up for Isma to take.
Yeah, which would give Isma the level 6 as well. So, I mean, overall, again, strong early game for Giant X. Oscar Winning in a very strong spot on that top side. Jun keeping most control over the lanes as takes a little bit of a hurting in the mid lane. But still.
Just recall. He's a support. Who cares?
Yeah, and I could see where Shifters were trying to see if they could make a play towards Dragon. A Rooster had push on top, which meant that Oscar Winning wouldn't be able to try and go for that Destiny to join in the fight. But again, Shifters just not really having the control on the map right now to really force these issues. So kind of just window shopping.
Oscar Winning on the print money TF. We've had both the top laners trying to escape the tax man, and this time it's Oscar Winning with an 800 gold lead, predominantly, of course, due to that kill, but also due to the Twisted Fate passive. He's going for attack speed for the moment. Let's see exactly where his build ends up. Often we see like this sort of on-hit TF, like things like the Terminus can come out, Ginsu's Rage Blade if you want to go for that. Can also just go down a little bit more of a physical damage route as well with a little bit of attack speed. It has the recurve and double longsword as Jackie's is looking for a Realm Warp. The question is, where on the Realm are we warping? Nowhere for now.
Yeah, I think for Shifters, basically the way that the camps have set up is now both Isma and Sheo are linked up again on pathing down towards that bottom side. So if I'm Shifters, I don't want to try and make a play anywhere where Isma is, or even having Jackie's with that potential Realm Warp. So I think top is out of the question for that moment. And I think Sheo now kind of already running down towards this bottom side, has picked up his camps, now is the level 6 match, and now is pathing back up towards the top side. So you can see Sheo very much trying to desync on those camps.
See the Rune Prison onto Stend as the Shield of Daybreak propped up. We will use it onto Jun. Stend, thankfully for the Glacial Storm, is able to walk away. Now Giant X, though, using the pressure that they developed in that mid lane, are going for another invade. Flacket already on the move from the bot side, walking into the Fog of War, wants to get the Honeypoo to kick things off. Pudok across the wall here. Giant needs to be careful. Sten low, Realm Warp behind. Sten already dead. There's the Realm Warp as Jackie's joins the fray, and Sheo forced to flash out. Flacker can look for more. Dashes towards the Trundle here. Seismic Shove doesn't connect. Sheo, though, with the Subjugate, healing himself up underneath this tower. The wave not in the best of spots for Giant X to continue a dive, but they can at least chunk out the Trundle and steal away the red buff.
Giant X playing very confidently with their lead, invading there. And honestly, Sheo, very lucky to escape. Isma was looking for that kickback away from the wall, but Sheo barely gets over with the flash. But I love to see this from Giant X. The aggression of playing around Jun and Isma linking up has been perfect, and now Nivea a bit overextended.
Very overextended here. Nuke does have the flash, exhaust is down. Sonic Wave Resonating Strike flashes the wall. Destiny from Oscar Rinin. Yeah, I don't think he's going to go into the middle of 3 members of Shifters, but he was thinking about it for a second. Giant X, again, they're doing this really well. And like last game, we rightfully had a bit of a joke about both these teams. But what Giant X have really set up incredibly well here is mid-prio into a little bit of damage, into a push for an objective. Whether it be a red buff or Razor Beaks here, unable to get it because of the TP coming out from Product towards the top side, meaning that Shifters do have a man advantage. But again, you could see what they were trying to do. It's, hey, let's chunk out Nuke, and then let's move across towards the objective as 3.
But it's a similar story to the last game for Giant X, where they already had their waves in position. Bot lane for Flacket already pushed in. We're seeing that when they're going for these trades, they are still already doing their due diligence of getting control of side lanes. And so even if they can't match the Void Grubs, they're still trading something back.
Yep. Now Flacket almost 1,000 gold ahead. Essence Reaver, the big spike for Illusion, just gives you so much more damage output. Oscar Rinin already has his Kraken Slayer complete in the top lane. And for Shifters, you are 2,000 gold in the hole.
We dive in top lane here?
Rooster has the Meganar about 1/3 of the way up. Gonna have a gold card locked in. Oscar Rinin gets this done. Isma could look for the kick. And that is a very dead Gnar. Great tanking from Oscar Rinin as well. He secures the kill in the end.
Yeah, nicely orchestrated. Unfortunately, there was a minion wave in the way of that Sonic Wave, so he had to burn the flashes Isma to make the play stick, but you get the kill, you're losing the wave, you're going to be happy as Giant X.
Yeah, very happy. Rooster does have TP as Flacket dashes in towards Product. Seismic Shove flashed away from Product, flashes the wall. Exchange of summoners in the bot lane, but Product doesn't really have the ability to survive in this isolated 1v1 for much longer.
Especially if you can take these short trades, the Sheen proc is going to do a lot of help in that situation for the Lucian. And as well, you've also got Isma now on this bottom side, Jun on this bottom side. I think you're going to have to match and extend this pressure around Paduk, because I imagine he's going to be next in the cards with that flash now burned.
And we have to talk about establishing again, because we have 15 seconds on the Drake. Flacker just traded well in the bot lane, but does want to go back and get his Essence Reaver. So you've lost pressure in bot. Jun and Jackie's trying to team up in mid to get some pressure of their own, but it's Shifters who pull the trigger first. Flash Frost in, Shield of Daybreak for the stun on Jackie's as well, as he's caught out in the Glacial Storm and he burns down. Nicely done from Shifters to be the first to react to the play. Sonic Wave Resonating Strike as well onto Product, forces him down to 300 HP. Jun not yet level 6, can't dash in with that Hexag Ultimatum, but because of the answer, because of Flacker coming back out here, looks like Giant X is still going to get the second Drake of the game. Culling from Flacker just to play out the wave. Any TPs on Shifters? Nope, so Nuke decides, well, someone's got to stay around, otherwise we're going to lose this full minion wave and probably more plates out of this mid lane tower.
Yeah, he's very low on mana though, so you know, as Shifters try to get back out into the map, you still got a potential play that's shifting up towards that top half, but you'll see it here. Shifters open up a mid, Nuke, great wall, and Stand immediately following up onto this. Even the pillar to just extend that out a little bit. Jackie's no flash, no ghost, no hope of escaping that one.
Yeah, nicely done by Shifters, but they lose about 1,000 gold out of the entire play. 3.5k now the lead for Giant X. Shifters clutching at straws. And unfortunately, most of the straws now in Germany are plastic. Sorry, are paper, so they're melting in the pressure of the situation. As, like, I don't know where I was going with that one, man. I just don't like paper straws that much. I understand they're good for the environment.
Yeah. You hate turtles, I understand it.
No, man, like, don't get me down this route, man. Gonna go on a tirade about how, you know, top 10 companies make most of the pollution, etc.
Yeah.
Public responsibility. Can you talk about something else? That's all that's in my head. Just talk about legal.
Well, Stain is trying to make the plays happen.
Flacket to the side of the seismic shove. Let's get caught out with a solar flare and the flash boss, but a cleanse manages to escape.
Yeah, Paduk and Nuke being on mid-wave at the same time is incredibly odd when you're losing plates on sides on both occasions. And this is kind of what we've seen a few times from Shifters is trying to overload one portion of the map when you just haven't really got pushes elsewhere.
Yeah.
And either it's going to work and you can maybe kind of eke out a little bit of a lead, or it just kind of falls a bit flat like there and you're just losing out on side. So little concerned.
Now we have a red invade with no solar flare and no Weaver's wall. Isma and Jun looking for the steal. Paduk is waiting in the wings, as is the bird. As Nuke will step to the side. Paduk Rabbit gets the stun onto Jun, but doesn't hit the seismic shove as Jun is able to dash away. Isma dashes through with a safeguard too. And although he's stunned when he lands, he's still able to get out of dodge.
Yeah, so John X going to have to back away from that one. Shifters defend relatively well. Now they're moving both the Trundle and Leona down to this bottom side once again. And that kind of seems to be the play. The two members that they're trying to focus on as Shifters is having both Stend and Shale try and work as this combo, especially if you've got Nuke in the area, because you've so much CC and zone control, it can make it difficult. But haven't quite been able to make it work quite yet. And with two Dragons now for Giant X, like starting to hit the strides when it comes towards item spikes, I think for Shifters, you have to start getting creative with, Paddock, seeing if you can start to play towards these side lanes and shut down Oscarinen and Jackie's. Like, if you can burn those flashes, repeat ganks become such high value.
Yeah, they just haven't really had much purchase in the game. It's felt very much like Shifters are playing to the beat of Giant X's drum, and that's exactly what's happening here with the Hexagonal Minimum of Destiny coming out. Sheo's already down, Stend exhausted as he tries to walk away, but Isma will send him packing. Giant X find 2 more kills, and with 30 seconds on the Rift Herald, that is their next objective.
Yeah, he called it well. Giant X are just so much quicker on the map. Obviously using that Destiny to cheat a little bit of tempo, but even the positioning of Jun, Stend isn't able to keep pace. They're always second guessing where they want to be, and a good indication of that is the amount of vision control that Giant X have on the map. You can see red wards littered everywhere, whereas for Shifters, they're struggling to spot out where this Camille and this Lee Sin are.
Yeah, they have 2 wards past the midpoint of the map, and those are both in the bot side river. It's not the best positioning at all for Shifters around this Rift Herald, as Giant X can still look to make a play. Don't have enough ultimates up for it to be a very easy one to affect. As you can see, Dragon's Rage, Culling, and Hexagolden Minimum down alongside that Destiny. But they are in a strong position when it comes to items. Complete items on Oscar, on Isma, on Flackhead. He's got a Zeal alongside his Essence Reaver. Whereas on the other side, Duck's just working on a Blackfire Torch. Shale is going to start up the Herald. Giant X trying to gain position on it. TP in from Nuke. And looks like Giant X is saying, okay, you can have this one. Take your small victories. And we will take the bot tower for it, as you say.
They didn't luckily have a mid wave for Giant X to play off of, so weren't able to get any of the plates on mid wave, but you should lose that bot tier 1. So Shifters immediately moving topside, looks like to try and respond in kind.
Oscar winning. Pops in a gold card, stuns up Shale, puts down the pillar. Oscar winning has flash, Nuke, flash frost with the frostbite for the stun. Crystallized wall down as well, as Giant X still want to try and contest this one. They'll step forward again. Oscar winning doing a good job of staying healthy enough that he can continue this contest. Tower down in the bot lane. Jun underneath the tower. Dragon's Rage kick lands onto Stend, but the knock into the wall on Isma from Rooster, enough to get the kill. Jun now underneath the tower by himself. Stend will stun him up, and Shifters find 2 more.
I'm sure Isma could see the montage play in his eyes and could connect the dots, but he got connected with a wall, which turned out to hurt significantly more. A little unfortunate there for Isma.
I like the delaying that Giant X were doing.
Yeah,
it just felt like after Oscar is chunked as low as he was, let's just leave the tower at this point. You know, let's just give it up. Maybe they were trying to get the Rift Herald out because then that's a tool used by Shifters, but instead Shifters get 2 kills and the tower anyway.
Yeah, I think he was hoping that he'd get the kick. Anyway, doesn't matter. We're on to his Dragon. Now you've got no flash, no kick for Isma. Flackhead down a Culling as well. And Rooster just going to have that ult up momentarily. So I think for Shifters, this would be your moment to try and make things happen. But you're already getting that Destiny from Oscarinen, trying to move into position and keep Shifters off of this Dragon.
Rooster's going to TP to the mid lane as well. Oscarinen the target. He flashes away, lands the gold card onto Stend. Drake pulled out and pushed back as the Rift Herald spawned by Shifters. Jackie's still waiting to see if he can find an avenue into the fight. The Crystallize not quite blocking off Flackhead enough. Culling still a quarter of the way before it's back off cooldown, but we have that Dragon's Rage back. Isma looking for a flank of his own.
Jackie's needs to be very careful that this Trundle Pillar doesn't isolate him. We'll have to burn flash if it does.
Still have the Ghost. There we are, Crystallized Pillar. Jackie's decides against flashing, stunned up, now flashes away. Weaver's Wall splits Giant X in 2. Jun still looking for that flank on the Camille. Acting as a distraction. Rooster almost has the Mega Gnar up. Has Flash as well. Jun goes in. Rooster with a Gnar into the wallop. 2 stunned against the wall. Oscar in the second target as Rooster helps get the shutdown. Jun forced away and Giant X just overplay the hand.
Jackie stepping up that far was an easy wall into pillar combo. He has to burn the Flash immediately to step away. So Rooster locks eyes with him, says, right, you're mine. As we get to play out this fight, you step up here. It's again new great wall, but it's the slow from the Hextech Dragon and also the stun that ends up setting up perfectly there. Rooster sees exactly what he wants. And at that stage, it doesn't matter that Jun had the flank. There's just no one to follow up on.
Yeah, the Gnar going onto the back, it just entirely changes the landscape of the fight. And I feel we have passed the 15-minute mark. So that means whichever team was ahead now needs to start losing. And Giant X have begun doing that. Their gold lead shrinks from about 4K to 1.5.
Do you think since we don't have audience today, we could just bring in like a band to play circuses?
Oh, true, yeah.
From this point on.
We could do hackety sacks.
Yeah.
Or the... I'm still trying to convince our producers that we should have the analyst desk, one in each section of the crowd, and we should just picture-in-picture them as they cheer for place. It's like, yay, go team! Obviously.
We just do stock footage of us, like one day we come in and it's just 6 of us in different jerseys.
Yeah, it's just like, thumb up. Yay, go team. I love it when team wins. Obviously, disappointing to not have the crowd here, but to get as much League of Legends in as we can across the course of this summer split. It means some concessions have to be made. And, you know, I'd rather have more League of Legends than less, I think, generally. There's now Shifters trying to set up around this mid lane. Okay, so we talked a lot about how Giant X, if they get ahead in the early game, do have great side lane threat. And I think they still have that. Like, Oscar is still 1,000 gold ahead. Flackett is still 1.7 thousand ahead and has Navoy flick plates, right? The problem becomes that Shifters teamfight, and you mentioned this in draft, I think is just superior generally.
Yeah. The big one for me is seeing Giant X cover their waves well, because it just becomes a little bit more difficult for Shifters to match. But then it's caught out here, no?
Isma and Jun taken down to half. I think more making sure that Jackies can't be dived than anything else.
Yeah, because you're going to have TF take that top tower. So I think you're happy here as Giant X. They managed to get this. You've covered the bot play. You're not in a terrible spot, right? And there's always this option now as you start to like push in this top wave where you just immediately cross into mid with the ultimate, or even just have the TF move to then shift down entirely to keep pressure on the bottom side, right? So I think this is where for Giant X, I constantly want to see these side lanes playing towards mid. There's a single turret plate left on that mid lane tower. That is going to be such a big boon when you can get that down. And a lot of that has to come from the rise in the TF to create that pressure from sides into mid.
Yeah, you want to be able to force someone to react to a side lane and then have a numbers advantage. Yeah. In essence, right? And playing in Fog of War always scary for your opposition if they don't know if they're about to be outnumbered on a plate. Next Drake 2 minutes away, so we still have a little while before that really becomes a key point of contest. But these two teams have shown us they will fight over anything. And at the moment, it looks like we're fighting over midway.
Yeah, well, that's why I like the Roosters kind of slow pushing this top side, because it means that then there's no real place for Oscar in 2B. Yeah. Nuke is fine. You can see just clearing this out very quickly, going to step away. But it means that now Oscar is only moving back up towards that top side. So by the time he pushes that wave into Shifter's side, like Dragon's already going to be up. Like you're not really going to have a window as Giant X to try and play for that mid lane turret. So this is where Shifters are, at least Rooster, is playing nice and slow and thinking how can Giant X actually play off on some of the advantages that they have.
Oscar does have that item advantage with the Yuntal's complete. A little cheaper, a little bit more attack speed on this patch than it has been previously. You can see Isma trying to hover around this like, well, maybe Rooster steps up, maybe Rooster feels that he can make a play, but Rooster opened up through mid with those Hex Gates, and so will be only at this wave in a little bit of time.
Yeah, I would like
pings
to
actually came out onto where Rooster is.
Yeah, and that's why I'd like to see Stend actually shadowing Rooster here, because Giant X, there is always a window with 2 dragons up that they just forego dragon and make a play towards that tier 2 tower. And unfortunately now, Shifters, as a 4-man, trying to retake this space from Giant X. You can do it, it just leaves you completely vulnerable then if Giant X just move back over towards the dragon. So by not having kind of Stend or Shayo shadow the Gnar there, now Giant X have got control over mid, they've control over river, and they've now ousted Shifters out of control around dragon.
The Shifters have been able to walk up and take the Scuttle Crab, and as we know, every jungler prefers the Scuttle Crab to Drakes. Right, you must take the Scuttle Grab, gets you vision control around the Baron. But yeah, the consequence, the reason that Shifters were able to take that Scuttle Grab is Giant said, okay, you can take control of this area because we're going to go down towards the Dragon side and get control for ourselves. Blackhead dashes away with a relentless pursuit.
And now Shifters are trying to hard force here because they know the Rise is about to hit the bot lane tower. You're about to hit a TF on that top lane tower. So Giant X get the position that they want on both side turrets rather than just the one. And Shifters looking a little dizzy trying to keep pace.
They might just be playing for the Drake, but they are going to lose, as you say, at least place that bot lane tower. Giant X just needs to keep Shifters interested without engaging in this situation. You're at a massive numbers disadvantage as Blackhead clears out and pushes in that mid wave. Oscarina has been kept at bay by Rooster, with the reset coming out from Jackie's 3, almost 4 plates, in fact, going out from that bot lane turret. This is 1-3-1 manifest, right? This is exactly what you want to do with 1-3-1 if you don't think you can just take a front-to-back team fight. You are just playing through side lanes, trying to apply as much pressure as possible.
But that's also the thing from Shifters, because you want to play for team fights, you kind of have to give some of this to a certain extent, because if Giant X are not willing to take the bait, well then there's no way for you to force a fight. And instead, it's Giant X who are actually putting the pressure on sides. And this is where it does kind of suck for Shifters that they couldn't find any of those early dragons, because this is kind of the way, as a team fighting competition, that you try to force 1-3-1 out of this situation.
But they have been able to slow down the stacking from Giant X, get 2 dragons for themselves, stop any possible early soul from Giant X. And as we've seen, you know, Hex Soul, very powerful. 23 out of 24 games. We've seen it in the LEC, it's 1.
But I do like what Giant X are doing now. Look at where the Twisted Fate is. Immediately going to move down, and they're just going to try and TP on towards Nar, who's been isolated because they spotted Shifters on that top side. And you have a potential now to either take the turret or take a life.
Then steps away from the Sonic Wave. Sheo is looking here as well as Jun, Isma, and Flacker teamed up to try and regain a bit of control. No Destiny out of Oscarina. Instead, he's just going to run up towards the top lane to clear out that wave.
I'm kind of surprised. I thought that was going to be the trade. Like, Destiny in, you either force Rooster to disappear or you just take the tower. But maybe he was too close to Meganar. I didn't quite see. But it means he just kind of lost some of the CS in the top side because Oscarina opened on that bottom end.
I guess the risk as well is if you do show 2 bots, there's a possibility Shifters just say, okay, we'll go Baron.
Realm Warp, right?
Yeah, but you've got Realm Warp and you do have a TP on Oscarina, so if he's used the Destiny, you can try and get there in time.
Yeah, and I think that's the big value of having like this TF Rise is like you have so much innate mobility between the two of them, both with your ultimates or with just those teleport advantages. So I think this is where Giant X could be using them, but haven't quite been able to sync up in the manner they want to just yet.
Yeah, a little passive as well from Giant X at times. Like, they've cleared out vision in their own side of the map, but usually what you see with split pushing is you have wards around here, right? It allows your split pushers to actually push up. We haven't seen Jun and Isma actually team up to go into the enemy jungle and place vision down themselves. They've been protecting around the Baron pit move.
And to begin,
then Destiny. Oscarina looking for Paduk in the mid lane. Seismic shot doesn't connect as Paduk falls. Giant X used the Destiny perfectly as Sheo pops the subjugate to try and pop Isma. Won't have the damage for it now. Giant X get a kill in mid, trying to crack through that tower. They do manage that as well. Isma on the wrong side of that walk as he does have to flash out.
All right, so there we go. Giant X actually using some of that map mobility to get in towards mid lane and make that play. And then picking off Paduk underneath the tower. Nicely done, Flackhead. Huge culling coming through, and the Destiny there to follow up immediately. Even Oscarina, good sidestep on that flick back. And Giant X happy to finish off.
It's 2-pronged as well. It's a Bident attack, right? Like, you have an attack in the mid lane and an attack just below it, which allows you to distract your opposition.
Yeah.
Like, Stend is like, oh, do I need to try and protect Sheo or should I go mid?
Exactly.
You Stend walking around the corner. It's just not as easy for Shifters to deal with, and I like it. It's solid overall from Giant X. They extend their goalie to about 4K. Still, they have only just taken the mid-tier 1. There's still all these tier 2s remaining. Shifters are delaying the game well, have 2 items on Nuke, 2 on Paduk, almost 3. Sten now has Mikhail's. Sheo has 3 items with a Thornmail and a Randuin's on the Trundle to try and mitigate some of the attack speed coming out of Giant X.
And that's what I was going to say. I think Sheo has been doing a good job of denying Giant X from getting the vision that they want to. Like, he defended topside as Jun was trying to get some of that vision down. Isma hasn't really been able to get much. Now they're starting to establish some of that vision on the bottom side. But it has been a little awry as looking at mid, Shale, both Jun and Oscarina are here.
Now, Jun will show. Oscarina doesn't have the Destiny. He's running back up towards topside. Shale's just lying in wait. hoping that Giant X go and check Baron, I guess, but there's a control ward in the back of the pit.
I think they were a little worried that they just all in with like Paduk's Weaver's Wall onto Blackett, but still 30 seconds until Dragon now. Giant X are being forced out and they don't really have pressure on the map, so for Shifters, they're significantly happier about this one. You can see Rooster just going to match that push in top lane, actually stack up that Mega Gnar bar, and Shifters can still take the fight here.
Shell gets the Scuttle Crab, which gives them vision on the vision that was put down by Giant X, so they clear out the control ward. Oscar Winning now has Destiny back up. He's looking towards mid. Resets coming out. Sten goes in with a Hex Flash, just dives onto Nuke. Hexagol made him onto Sten as well, with the Cullen coming down. Sten falls first. The kick back onto the Trundle. Sheo in the middle of the team, and Blackhead immediately culls him. Isma likely to die, but he manages to escape with a safeguard. Rooster the next target as Jackie steps up, but with the Crystallize blocking off almost the entire lane, he has to flash. Giant X, though, looks like they'll turn their attentions towards the Drake after winning out on the fight. Rooster still trading with Blackhead, who is absolutely massive. Lord Doms alongside the Flicker Blades and the Essence Reaver makes it pretty difficult to stand up to this Lucian.
Brilliant response from Jun on that play.
Yeah.
Sten went in, Jun matches immediately, you'll see it here. So the Hex Flash over the wall, Xenoblade interrupted the follow-up by Nuke, then gets a Hextech Ultimatum to actually escape away, and he's just able to hop out, and Isma kick on towards the jungler, immediately sets up, and able to dash away. Giant X played that excellently on the jungle support.
Yeah, very quick reactions from Giant X all around. Paduk unable to join the fight really at all. The Weaver's Wall comes across, but he has to walk all the way around, only hits Isma right at the end. So you see Giotto there. Happy enough, I will say, with the end of the play. Looked like he was still a little concerned at times during it, as most coaches are wont to be, but a 6,000 gold lead now for Giant X, with Hex Soul on the horizon in 4 minutes' time.
Yeah. Touching wood, this is a significantly better performance from Giant X. Like, I like the way they're trying to play for picks. There's been decent map movements, like Oscar Innen has been trying to find ways to either cover for plays or either shadow Jackies on some of these plays, but they just haven't quite been able to gain the lead as quickly as they'd like, but it still has been pretty good, and now they're in a position where they're still able to follow up on some of these fights, they're getting advantages, and the game is starting to just slip further and further in their control.
Yeah, there was an 18-minute period where things kind of all went pear-shaped for Giant X, and since then they've had to rebuild that mound of gold lead that they had gained for themselves through the early game. Shifters unable to be as proactive as they'd like, as Blackhead is caught out, pillar down, flashes away. So again, you've got his summoner. That is it's a big win, but is it enough for Shifters?
Look, that's not on me. I touched wood.
I said that statement. Is this desk wood? Yeah, probably.
Yeah. But I don't know if that was the ideal from Blackhead, because you don't have pressure on side lanes, which makes it very easy for Shifters to just be there.
Oh, Nuke, look at the Crystallize there on Oscar Innen, who has to flash away as well, man. You've cursed them so hard. You've cursed them so hard. They're going to get chased out with the pillar. Oh, almost catches Jackies. But knocked him out of that realm warp. That CC would have been enough as Isma looks for the Sonic Wave. Onto Sheo. Could kick Sten back if he takes it with the Resonating Strike.
Range, I think.
Isma. Not going to go any deeper. Giant X still playing around this Baron.
Oh, this is not good.
In the pillar down. Jun goes in with a Hexagon made him. Isma and Jackie's in the back of the pit. Jun already low. Destiny out from Oscar as he tries to rectify this play, but Jackie's dead. Isma manages to safeguard across the wall, but Shifters will start up the Baron.
Absolute mess from Giant X as they try to escape away.
He has no flash. He's got no flash. In dives Rooster, about to go Mega, and Blackhead's down too. Dagda.
It wasn't me! I said it! I said I prefaced it with touch wood! Everyone knows that gets you off the hook.
Oh, sure. Press the...
Oh.
Okay, well, that's Baron for Shifters. So we've had the 18-minute throw and we've had the 32-minute throw. Those are 14 minutes apart. Maybe it decreases the longer the game goes on, the throw variance.
Yeah, I mean, I think we hit the same goal difference, so maybe that's it. But
true.
Here, like, this was wonky from Giant X. Like, trying to walk past there against the Trundle was always going to be poor, especially as Nuke able to join in as well and just add more zone control. Like, you never want to be grouped up like this as Giant X.
And then this step back as well. Like, Shifters do a good job. They're playing on control ward. Nuke dodges to the side. Blackhead has just burnt his flash. And I asked in that moment, when he burnt his flash in the mid lane, is that enough for Shifters? Well, apparently, it was more than enough, as they managed to find 3 kills.
Yes. Exactly. I think they know. I think they know.
Isma. You look at the dragon. Isma's gone for it. Oh, Isma, the guardian angel will bring him back. But his prayers will not be answered. Touch wood again, Rob. Isma's dead. Shifters now 11-9 up. Still 2,000 gold behind. But they do have this Baron for the next 2 minutes. And the enemy jungler's dead with 15 seconds.
See?
After he's
No, actually, a little bit more of a goal difference.
Yeah, okay. So next time there'll be 6,500 gold ahead. Sten caught out in the culling. Sten's dead. Okay. Yeah.
What is happening?
I feel like you don't.
I'm gonna bring in like all of the witches. I'm gonna cleanse. I'm gonna do whatever
I think we
I
need to burn some sage, man. I think we need to burn some sage. You know, sometimes when you get a reading, like a fortune reading from someone, and you're like, I don't really understand this, but I'm sure it's going to be good for me in the future. That's how I'm feeling about this game. I don't really understand it.
Good in the future.
But I'm sure something good will come out of it. Okay, I'm positive.
Do you remember the last game?
Something good came out of that. We had fun. Like, it was a fun game at the end. Was it chaotic and at times very difficult to understand? Sure. But we had fun. Hopefully the players did too. As this is Soul for Giant X, by the way. Shift is late to the party as Sheo tries to step in, but that's the Soul just gone. Sheo flashed into the pit, smited, still didn't get it. Now kicked back and taken out by Giant X. The Realm Warp behind as well with the Hexagon Men going in, but the Solar Flare down on the screen. It means that he's going to die. Rooster has no Mega Gnar, but he has enough teammates to chase him down as Flacken goes down as well. Oh my god! We're going to see a loss with a Hex Soul? But only the second time in LEC this year?
They nearly lost the last game of Exo, so... I don't...
I need to soundboard whatever the noise was that came out of you there for a second,
I don't.
by the way.
I'm like 10 seconds on Jun. They're kind of low. Isma's kicking a second.
Yeah? I think it's in him. I think it's in him and back. Oh, but they're not
But they're not going to back.
They have the Baron expires. Okay, here we go. Jun and Isma versus the world. Shift is kind of low. Sonic Wave from Isma trying to clear out the way. Rooster kick back. Isma goes low. Isma's down. Jun trying to get off the stand. He distracts them for long enough. No! 17 seconds they've lost with a Hex Soul! Shifter's only the second team to do it as they take down Giant X and take us to game 3.
I don't know what this is. I don't know how we got here. But all I know is it is not my fault and I will take no slander. Nothing.
Man,
nothing.
One of the best caster curses I've seen in a while. Because it was like you cursed it at like 32 minutes and it ended at 35:30.
I said it though.
We're going to hand it over to Omne, who is standing by for an interview.
Tell him it's not me. It's not me, right?
Stan, what did you say? You don't have your what?
Microphone.
Oh, it's fine. I can just hand it to you. Okay, Stan. What's up with this Baron? Because game 1 and game 2, it feels like both teams are just making Baron their best friend.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure right now. Both teams are a bit pressured to do something, and we are doing some random Nash start, so we need to be careful about that.
All right. Do you feel like you got what it takes to take that game 2?
I mean, early was a bit shaky, not gonna lie. So we tried to stabilize the game as much as we could, and they made mistakes, and we could come back. So happy about that.
Let you go back to your team. Thank you so much, Stan.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Now back to the boys at the desk, this game was a banger. Tell me all about it.
Oh no, that was uncharacteristically chipper of you to call it a banger. Normally you're a big skeptic.
Hey, there was a lot of banging around that Baron pit.
What happened to disappointed father sitting in the corner with newspaper? This is a new look for you, Odo.
You know, like even when my dad sits at the TV and just screams at random stuff because he's just so mad. Sometimes when he has no horse in the race, he's just happy. So I was just really happy to just see this game.
This man, he's fanatic on the schedule in Series 2, and he's like, at least
bro,
he's enjoying it while he can.
I'm holding myself for that second series. You know, the disappointment that will for sure come out today.
Yeah, look, we have to look at this first play. It's my turn to draw on the sad plays, gang. So let's talk about it. Drake, 18 minutes. We can bring it up. Start at pause to the boys on the team. We can do this. Let's take a look at the situation, right? Like, you can see why they feel good, and specifically, they feel good. Bam, there's a Camille on the side. They're like, wow, we're so far ahead. We're so clever. We're so smart. But then when we clear the screen and roll the play, what you're going to watch is a man, if we pause right here, walk into a firing line. Now, this team, they want to be scrappy. They want to flank. They want to look for these creative angles. But there's one man very determined to walk face first into a bunch of muskets and die, and that is Jackie. So he's going to lose flash, and as we watch the rest of this play out, what you're going to see is they're starting at this distinct disadvantage, and if in this tiny window where those 2 cooldowns are down, they had gotten something more, maybe there was an angle to come back here, but instead, Camille isn't going to get a lot despite Jun's best efforts, and you're walking face first into a composition that just fights so much better than you. And what's frustrating to me, I'll be your dad yelling at the screen, Odo, is there are so many good fights. There are so many. But all it takes every single game is like 2 screw-ups. I resisted swearing. Just for the record, I resisted. It would have been warranted. But
you should have screamed. It would have been like my childhood.
No, I'm sorry, bro. I'm not trying to take it that far back. It's not swimming. It's
no,
okay.
joke. I love you, Dad. You were always nice to me, Dad.
There's always screw-ups, and it's frustrating because, guys, it's summer. It's not the start of the year. It's like we all went on vacation. And I don't
know,
like,
like when you were in school, summer was the start of vacation.
But this is the thing. This is why a lot of people are critical of we're going to go to the American school system. And if this seems weird, it's because these games are weird. So bear with me. You take 3 months off and you forget everything you learned. They forgot everything they learned, my guy. Like, we're like, okay, guys, 2 + 2. And they're like, 3?
I mean,
no. Please.
I just don't know where they're taking the games. I'm constantly find myself watching these games, and I do not know what's coming next, Drake, because it's like gold. But is it like money is a made-up concept?
Like Oscar is printing money. He wins on the Ornn. He goes on the TF. We're skeptical. Then it looks good. Then they punt. And then we have to run the Baron clip, too. We're not done. We have to run the Baron clip. I'm going to lose my mind, but we have to talk about it, right? 32 minutes. Do you want to draw? I can draw. Maybe we just watch it. Let's just watch it. Let's all just embrace this particular moment in time together. Like, why? Man, the setup isn't there. Like, we are walking into a choke. You haven't done your due diligence. It's just so close.
So, you would want me to analyze, right? This is my plug-in to analyze.
This is your opportunity. I want to complain, but yes, please explain.
But, okay. There wasn't really any logic, so there's not much for me to analyze because it feels like I don't know.
I will tell you what happened.
There's just confusion.
No, I will tell you what happened.
Give me
they
the
were
answers.
in the enemy jungle getting vision. One guy recalled. The other guys are standing there waiting for good times to come. And then they realize, guys, we're missing a person. And then they start to run away into the enemy team.
But for me, that's just the perfect exemplification of pressure. Both these teams are not having a great start to their split, and it feels like it's do or die. Now, don't give me that disappointed one, because I have been there.
It's fair, because look, like, I think everyone on the internet is just going to roast these guys to no end, and that's because it's funny and it's also cathartic and a way to cope with, like, some of the diabolical things we're seeing. But there is a shitload of pressure on these guys. Like, there's a reason that we're seeing these diabolical plays, because as much as I can say it's the end of the year, they might have forgotten some things, it's a really short season. And this is a really important game. And we say every game counts. A lot of them, not so important. But when this is your only chance to face this opposition, and for both sides probably looking across the aisle like, you guys are kind of bad. This should be a free win.
Yeah. It's rough, because I don't know, like the hardest part for a team to do is to close out series, because when you're 3k gold up, you're 5k gold up, and it feels like all you have to do is get that Nasher and lock the game down against an opposition that's supposed to be easy, and you make that one misstep, now you're like, oh, it's not that easy. Oh, we're throwing this game, and then we're like, we're going game 3. And now we're going game 3. It's really odd, but to be honest, for both of these teams, or on the side of GX, because I still feel like GX are the big favorites. One of the exercises we used to do in scrims back when I was playing was win the game without killing anyone. Now, for me, I'm going to up the challenge a little bit for GX and give them a little pro tip.
You must have been very good at that one.
Yes. Rogue help. What does that mean? Anyway, so my pro tip for them would be win the game without doing Baron. Because honestly, for GX, everything was good up until they decided that Baron is up, let's make a setup. How about you just don't make a setup and you just don't do Baron.
All right, you summarize it well. Don't do Baron challenge
Oda
for
wants
GX.
us to be here for one more hour because he wants the long game without the Baron.
I need to ramp up for Fnatic, you know?
Finn, last words for the side of Shifters. They did win. It's not all doom and gloom. What is their challenge? Don't do Baron for GX. What are we looking at for Shifters?
Look up some CLG EU VODs from 2012 and get ready to buckle up because it's going to be a long one.
All right, there you have. Stall the game to infinity. Don't do Baron. Those are the challenges that have been set. We'll see who can succeed as we get ready to gear up for Game 3 right after the break.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer cause we always are clean. And for that money, 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 everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. About to lunch with my girls, grant every request. Thank you.
Okay, the problem is, Flackhead, there's 3 women. I don't know which one is which, and one was waving, so if I wave... where are they? There. Yeah. Wait! Go! Kill eyes! Avec! Going me, avec! I'm low flash. Yeah, focus on break. Wave. Okay, finish. Down. Go. Okay. Oh, nice. Pause. I think it's... Okay,
Chill, says Paddock at the end, and I think that's a valid statement. I think a little bit of chill perhaps required at times in these games, because they have been the antithesis of chill. I don't know, hot, I guess. But
yeah, they've been rolling on through fairly quick. Yeah, and I definitely think, stop and think sometimes.
Yeah.
The operative thing to do when it gets into these games at times.
See it, say it, sorted. It's a motto of the British transportation system.
Well, I was definitely moved by the performance here, so I can understand the connection.
Good one.
Thank you.
Good one. Let's get into draft for game 3. A world of surprises awaits. Perhaps not in the drafting phase. We don't usually see too many surprises there at the moment, but we did see Jun's first Camille ever, saw Isma's first Lee Sin in a couple of years, and Giant lost that game. Did also see the first time Paddock has played Talia, so, first timing a champ on stage can work. Jace banned away
I mean,
by
I don't know if it worked for Paddock. Paddock was very far behind Flackhead in that game. I think it was like 2.3k or something on the stage.
Did they win or lose the game?
I mean, yeah, binary options, I suppose.
Yep. That's how I live my life. Do you want the water hot or cold? There's no in between, one or the other. Okay, Jason Vi banned away by Giant Shifter's going to get rid of the Skarner and the Poppy. Giant chose second pick with the first time they've had right of first selection. The Shifters have chosen a red side, which is interesting because Casey and G2 often actually just picking blue side with their right of first selection. Whereas we see most teams pick red side if they, when they have the option.
Yeah. I mean, I think the blue side does set you up much better to try and contest Barons and that kind of stuff later on.
Very true.
Because we're definitely seeing the game go later. But either way, Zin's out going to be banned away as well. So a lot of jungle power being taken away here by both Shifters and Giant X. We'll see what the last ban is going to be. But we're definitely teetering down into the Nefiri kind of territory, those kind of picks. Unless it is banned away here by Giant X.
There's Nefiri, there's Pantheon, there's Kiana, Zehen, if you're Relech, I guess. Olaf as well, one that we haven't seen too much. Cassio taken out, so we're not going to see any of those major prio picks. But as you say, it's more those assassin junglers, the heavy AD junglers, rather than the tanks. I have seen some Maokai, obviously. Could also go for something like the Sejuani. Rel, the best support that remains on the table, with Leona, Camille, and Shen taken away.
Maokai not banned, just to inform everyone as well.
Oh, yes. It was banned in the LCK this morning, but the bug has been fixed with the double cats off the Nature's Grasp, the Maokai Ultimate. So Maokai not globally banned anymore, or at least not in the LEC. Could be banned. It's not globally banned because it's not banned here. Could still be banned in other regions. That's their choice. As we see the Rel picked up. Usually the answer into this is something like an Alistair or a Nautilus, but Bard also fills a similar role where you can just Tempered Fate. Also, if you're looking at low mobility mages in the bot lane, Bard loves that.
Also, most of your high mobility AD carries are taken out of the pool as well, right? So definitely going to make things a little bit easier. Also the option, if they wanted to go something like Bard Caitlyn, see if you can try and play heavy for that sort of push and take the tower plates lane. Nocturne taken here as well. I don't often like Nocturne with Bard, but yeah, because oftentimes kind of Nocturne goes in, Bard can't really support him, or Bard is like ulting to chase down, right? So kind of doing opposite sides of coins, but either way, I think Jun has been playing exceptionally well today, so I'm happy to see him giving tools to try and make plays.
Yeah, I agree with that. I will say Nocturne currently on a 5-game losing streak in the LEC. 1-6. The first win and only win was from Yike against Vitality in week 1. Since then, we have yet to see a victory, but we've yet to see Isma play it as well. So perhaps that is what it needed to change its fortunes. As Nefiri is locked in, we talked about the fact we are falling down to that second level of jungle opportunities. Often means that you want your CC and your tankiness from other places. We already see the Rel on the side of Shifters. For Giant X, I mean, they're looking towards some dive here, right? Something like a Kai'Sa would be really nice to go alongside this comp. And a Kali picked by Nuke.
Okay, so immediately just trying to get presence in that mid lane. kind of surprised because I think you can opt in towards some answers. Like even if you want to go towards something like the Silas here for Jackies, I don't think it's the end of the world. As you already have like decent tools that Silas is happy with, or the Galio, another option as well if they want to go back towards it. But okay, Galio.
You talk about dive Galio makes sense, right? Like you have a good follow up for the knockdown who's going in. And alongside that, you can look towards your AD carries that can go in as well. And Bessa would be a good option for Giant X if they really want to round out this dive composition. Tristana going to be the ban from them, it seems. Or at least that is what they are hovering currently. I guess the question is, like, it's kind of similar on both sides. They both just want these very quick team fights. Like heavy burst onto one person or CC lock from Giant X, right? And then like just kill him and then go with the fight from there.
The Tristana, to me, says they might be looking for a Mel on that bottom lane. You kind of saw it at MSI where that was the answer into it. Just jump on top of them. We saw it a lot from NA, who were bringing that to the table. And I think that's probably where Flacket's eyeing up. And good poke, good disengage as well. And like, there's a lot of shifters trying to jump in on top of you. So if you can try and play with that range and play with the Galio, I think you're in an okay spot.
Other option is the Ziggs. Because Mega Inferno Bomb on top of a hero's entrance and Paranoia is really solid. So wouldn't be surprised. Again, feels a similar function to the Mel, just a little bit more range on your ultimate. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see that Ziggs from Flacket somewhere. He's pretty comfortable. They're going to try and reduce the options for poke coming out from shifters with their Varus ban.
Yeah, I think the pull here for Oscar Innen is to go towards something like the Mbessa or something that can synergize with the dive from the Nocturne and the Galio if needs be, while also just being a brute force of AD damage in the top lane, which is always going to help out as well if you do want to go for these AP mages.
Yeah, very much agree with you. Currently, shifters seeing if they want to go for the Renekton ban. Giant X have first pick on this second rotation. So, do you just go Ziggs and leave your top lane as a counter pick? Or do you say, well, Nar's out, Renekton's out, Kassante's still an option into the Ambessa, but Ambessa's like kind of okay in that lane generally. Do we just pick the Ambessa here and then leave the Ziggs for later?
Yeah, I think that's basically the call the shifters are trying to make. Is
Vayne is up is my only thought.
That
can be
true,
good
actually,
into the Ambessa, right? So,
I mean, I don't hate it if you actually then you just leave the Vayne for yourself. But yeah, okay, so Jhin going to be answer. I mean, still kind of fits a similar role to a certain extent, but I'm less enthused by it.
I wonder if it points towards an AP top. Just because if you were going to go the Ziggs and then AD top, that would make sense. It like kind of spreads your damage profile out a little bit. And shifters looking towards the Ambessa. You could go Jhin Vayne, as you were saying, if the Ambessa's picked here for shifters. The Vayne doesn't really feel very thematic.
I don't know if you have enough protection then. Like, sure, it's just kind of the Galio that's there to try and play defense if you go towards the Vayne. So maybe that's why shifters are happy to kind of take the MS and say, look, if you go the Vayne, we have an Akali, we have the Rel, we have an Inferi that can all dive in so many different angles.
So much threat coming out from shifters. The AD carry. Ooh, we're going to see Paduk Zeri. We are, okay. Been a while since we've seen Zeri come out from Paduk. I'm actually going to have to look back to see when the last time he brought this champion to the 4 was.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's mobility, right, which is always good against the Bard, but the ability to kind of play solo, also exceptional for you as well, where you can be self-sufficient in these fights when there's going to be so much dive potential and jumping onto members of shifters. So we'll have to see what the final round it here is for Giant X as an answer into this Ambessa.
Is it actually going to be the Warwick? It is. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Oscar Innen. Well, when we were talking about him in the Orm game, we said this isn't really where Oscar Innen has been recently. He's been more on carry tops. Warwick, a great neutralizer into the Ambessa, but can do a lot of work as the game goes on. Following in Broken Blade's footsteps here for the Giant X top laner.
Yeah, Ambessa also very weak prior to that Eclipse pickup, so maybe the opportunity to try and bully her out with this pick. But we'll have to see, because there's a ton of side lane pressure, a lot of ability to try and follow up on, you know, a Warwick ult, a Nocturne ult, anything along these lines. So I think for Giant X, they have an awful lot of go buttons. It's just a question of who do they want to try and jump on shifter side.
And for shifters, the question is, can you burst out these carries? Like, Flackid is going to be very squishy, does have some protection in front of him. If you are able to find good flank opportunities for your Neferi, for your Akali, you have a lot of options in terms of winning out on the fights. It's the first time since spring we've seen the Zeri from Paduk. Before that, all the way back in his LCK Challengers time. for Oscar winning second time ever on this Warwick. Played it last year in spring against MCoy.
I was going to say, I think I remember him losing to BB on the Warwick and then putting a ton of time into it in solo queue. I may be telling fibs here, but I have an almost distinct memory of that happening.
Well, I can tell you he won his one game on the Warwick. So maybe he put a lot of practice into it. Maybe he just had a really good game. Maybe MCoy entered. I cannot remember the spring season MCoy versus Fnatic game on April 26th last year.
Can't believe that.
Yeah, it's
was
actually
so
it's
iconic.
a disgrace, isn't
Yeah.
it? I don't remember that one. Okay, so compositionally, we got some dive from Giant X, some targets that they can choose on shifters. On shifters, it feels like if they avoid the initial dive, they do have good follow-up damage. Like Zeri can always rip through a team fight later on.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to look at the different pushing lanes, right? And I think you're already on bot lane with the range support you should have pushed there for Flacken and Jun. You have decent control as Jackie's in the mid lane as well. So I'm wondering if there is angles here for Isma to try and look for some sort of invades off the back of both mid and bot. Maybe Oscar Inning can get an advantage in that top lane as well. It's just that it very much depends on how the trades go, because I've seen some Warwicks who are able to get incredible leads off of their health bars and play really well on that super low HP, but sometimes it goes amiss as well, right? So I think this is where if Giant X are able to play off of a lot of these pushing lanes, Isma can just do basically what we saw in the last game of constantly re-invade on towards Raptors, make it really uncomfortable for shifters to try and play out the game. We'll have to see if they have an answer for it though.
For the moment, it's just going to be a top side clear for Isma, bot side clear for Sheo. Isma finishing on his blue implies that he is looking for an invade or looking for a play early doors. You can see the pings coming out on the map as well, as he is going to try and steal away a red, but he is going to be spotted as he walks in on that ward. So what is the reaction out of shifters? Sheo comes across, Isma puts down a ward, Sheo uses the Darkened Daggers, Isma tries to trade with the Dustbringer. It's a smite fight, and it goes the way of Isma. As he's the one who used smite. Sheo still trading in, Darkened Daggers again, Jackie's moves across, and Sheo realizes, well, can't really fight here anymore. Instead, I will eviscerate and run down towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I don't think this is the end of the road for Shale though, because you're taking Krugs on top side as Isma, but you still have all of the bottom side of Isma up and available.
Oh, then Shadowing Strike onto Flacken, who does use the barrier. Takes a magical journey away as the level 3 was hit for Jun.
So I like, again, Stend and Paduk trading heavily on this bottom side to avoid Flacket and Jun being able to move over initially and just be a nuisance for Shale here. So Shale should be able to get this red buff now. There's the smite.
He's going to jump onto Jun. Jun might have to use his flash to get out of this because Sten's on the way. Tried to flash Shadowing Strike, didn't quite connect. Shale's going to try and steal the Razor Beaks as well as Nuke is caught in the taunt in mid lane, but Shuriken flips away from it just in time to not really take too much damage. Isma takes the top side Scuttle Grab. Did leave the red up, importantly. So it's going to be a camp down if this sequence ends up going the way it should. Follow the pack out from Sheo into an Eviscerate. Means that he can walk away. Isma's not going to contest for the top bottom side Scuttle Grab. And so in the end, it will just be a relatively equivalent exchange between the two junglers.
Well, it's actually Sheo come out with lead because you lost one camp on your top side where you took two with red and the Raptors, right?
Well, he lost Razor Beaks and Crux, right? Because the smite went over to Isma.
Yeah, but he got the small Razor Beaks, right?
He did, yeah.
So I think it's still Sheo coming out with a marginal lead off the back of it. And he still should be in a decent position. So even with the invade, I think decent response.
Actually, looks like Sheo was trying to steal away the Krugs as well, but it's been spotted by Flackhead. Is this a dive?
I don't think so. They're too healthy.
I mean, you'd think so, but okay. It was just a Krug fight, and Sheo will get clipped at the end. But yeah, it does end up being an advantage in terms of first clear, total camps cleared, but Isma's already out on the map and has reset.
Yeah, this is a little risky for Rooster, though, because if I was in my head, I'd be thinking Isma's going to hit the respawn of the Raptor camp, but instead he's going top.
Yeah, Fear down onto Rooster. Dustbringer coming out. Rooster has to flash. Oscar in flashed as well, so it's an exchange of summoners between the two top laners. Red buff the target now for Isma as he looks to equalize the earlier exchanges. Instead, going for the Razorbeak respawn.
Yeah, because I think Isma's in his head is saying Sheo has reset, more than likely now moving toward the top side to try and help out, but Isma still has an even Steven with Sheo because he hasn't actually looked at the reset. Stend is here though, and with Smite gets it.
Isma gets the Smite down. Shadowing Strike will get the stun. Shroud of Darkness was procced. Sheo I mean, they're just chasing Isma out. They're trying to delay this level 6 on the knockdown for as long as possible, and Isma doesn't really have anywhere to go. His Razor Beaks will be up in about a minute's time, but that's a while for him to have to wait on that respawn.
It depends on how psychotic Isma's feeling if he wants to try and
Going
go for wolves.
Yeah. Ooh, Rooster on the right side of a trade against Oscar, and who will heal up with that Eternal Hunger.
Yeah, he has to be careful though. Sure, he has the barrier, but Stend is there. So Shattering Strike, removing the shields would make it very difficult for Oscar to survive. Sitting on a ward though, this won't have too much information. Isma still hasn't reset though. Considered it for half a second. Now going towards Raptors. So I imagine it'll be Raptors, reset, try and max his Scuttle Crab spawn on bottom side, because you still have some of those pushing lanes to try and play around.
Yeah, Show just finished his, got a Brutalizer. Still, that red buff is up.
Yeah.
That red buff has not been taken at all this game.
Well, I mean, if you're Sheo, use up your own red buff at the moment, right?
Oh, sure, yeah.
You're still going to be able to get value from
I
it.
understand why it hasn't been taken.
Yeah.
It's just one of those fun things that I like to point out from time to time, Dagda. As Sheo is waiting in the wings here. Bit rate's over, onto Isma. Pack can dodge the Fear. Hero's entrance, though. The Fear still comes down. Crash lightning out of Paduk as Jackie splashes forward. And Sten doesn't really have anywhere to go. Blackett will chase him down. The final shot comes out and claims his life. Nuke diving onto the backline, but a magical journey taken by 4 will get all of Giant X out. However, Shale will take the Scuttle Crab.
It was a giant conga line to get out of that one, but Sten having to give his life, less than ideal.
Yes.
The back end of that. And this is what I was talking about, right? The pushing lanes from Giant X being able to help with this Scuttle Crab take. Shifters trying to respond, but level 6 being hit in the mid lane means that this Galio can get there very quickly. Blackett has decent damage, and they did get a little nervous. As you can see, Paduk with that ultimate doing some decent shred, but just not quite enough for the escape route already in tow.
Yeah, good Cosmic Binding onto Nuke as well to mean that he can't use that perfect execution back through. Overall, Giant X developing about 1,000 gold lead. A lot of that through Oscar in the top lane, who's been having a good time farming into Rooster, pushing this wave in. It's about a 2-wave advantage. Maybe a little bit more as this wave crashes forward. Rooster obviously later on can have a lot of impact, but had to go the Executioner's calling. Calling? Executioner's blade? Executioner's
blade. And now you're making me double think. I always just say execution.
Yeah.
Executioner's
I think it's
blade.
calling.
Calling? Either way, he's going bot lane.
Yeah, you talk, I'll look it up. I'll look it up.
As you already get the reset, or the shift from shifters of moving Paduk and Sten to this top side for the spawn of the Void Grubs.
It is a calling.
Calling.
Okay. The calling of the Executioner. Yeah. Like, do you think Executioners in medieval times, they looked at the sword and it's like, yeah, that's what I want to do, actually. It's calling to me.
I don't know. It depends how sadistic.
True. Yeah. True. Drake, though, for Giant X. Should be an easy enough secure. Paduk can stand on the top side of the map with the Grubs spawning in 4 seconds. It's the priority for shifters, overtaking any control over the bottom side. Jun's going to spot the fact that Sheo has started up on those Grubbies. Paranoia now available for Isma as well. Sheo trying to dodge that Cosmic Binding, but doesn't manage to. Darking Daggers coming out as well. Jackie's here to join the fight. Crash down from Sen. Jun flashes away. Crash lightning from Paduk. They dive in. Nuke taunted. Paranoia out as Giant X try and turn this fight around. The Fear on Oscar in. Gonna be enough as Sheo takes the kill, but Paduk in the midst of the pit is down. Public Execution coming out from Rooster as well. He's found his Executioner's calling as he tries to dance around a Giant X. Rooster full HP. But Giant X able to win out on the fight in the end anyway. Rooster flashes a magical journey in from Isma. Isn't going to go any further. 2 Grubs to 1 as well for Giant X.
It's oh so messy in the pit, but Giant X managing to come out on top. It's Jun ends up using that magical journey to end up escaping. And then as everyone kind of teeters in towards the pit, we got the all-in for Isma, which actually forces Sten out of the pit. The follow-up with the Akali then managing to pick up Oscar Innen. But here it gets messy. Like, this is just a blood path in the pit. But as shifters start to drop, I thought they were going to get Rooster on the back end of this as well, but just not quite having enough in the tank. I think Jackie's even holding an auto attack there to try and give it to Isma, but probably shouldn't have in the end.
Probably should have just gone for it, as you say. I feel like Rooster was just there probably 3-4 seconds too late. Yeah. If Rooster's there at the start of the fight, I think that was very different. Good play from Giant X to develop about a 1.5k lead, get themselves 2 Grubs alongside that Ocean Drake. Paranoia already 2/3 of the way off cooldown. Oscar in it, chases onto Sheo. Gonna get the Fear off as well. Another Hero's Entrance. Sheo with the call of the pack jumps up, but Oscar in it could just chase him down. Oscar's the big dog on campus, and Sheo has to take a seat.
Jackie's doing a good job of following a lot of these plays thus far. Having that initial Hero's entrance and then now getting a second one to follow up. He's been pretty omnipotent on the map, but we'll have to see if he can try and keep it up as the Akali's starting to drift down towards his bottom side. Nuke doesn't have that perfect execution available quite yet, though. So just going to clear out a ward instead.
Just clearing out vision, allowing for a little bit more fog of war. Oscar in it, jumps back in. The Primal Howl Fear gets it onto Rooster. Infinite Duress available here as well for Oscar, and goes in. There's Paranoia follow-up. Rooster has no flash and no public execution, and Isma takes a kill on the top side.
I really like these rotations from Giant X. They've been doing a great job of using these semi-globals as new. Trading on towards but nothing else.
Then, Magnet Storm onto Jun. Crash Lightning coming out from Viduk. Jun, Tempered Fate. Takes a second, has a think. As Paduk begins to open up again, and Jun saves himself, it seems. Paduk, with the Extendo Beam, almost finds a good Cosmic Binding out. Shale's going to eviscerate over this wall. Hound's Pursuit onto Jun, who Magical Journeys and tries to escape. Another Hound's Pursuit from Shale, but he's just going to die to the tower. As Flackett has a curtain call, Jackie's on his way across, TP in from Nuke to make sure no further play can happen.
1 for 1 in the end, and the fact that it was Flackett who picked up the kill makes him not too bad at the end of the day.
Flackett
is
massive,
yeah,
dude.
he's 4-1. This is a sizable Jin. You see it here. Stend sets up. I don't think Jun fully intended to hit himself with the Tempered Fate here, hoping to just kind of clip onto Paduk and step away, but the back of the hitbox a little too chunky. And again, Paduk tries to step up, even tries to get the Extendo Beam, and the crash damage not quite working out there. But yeah, I think should have just gone for the one here. His flash should just come up as well. I thought that was going to be enough, but tries to go for the second one and ends up costing his life. Maybe knew that Jackie's was TPing in. Don't know if the call was there, but still looked a little over.
Yeah, I mean, Flackett also had played his still caps, right?
Yeah.
So maybe Shale just underestimated his damage or overestimated his damage. So Isma does look for a play towards this blue buff. Jackie's is here. Giant X seem to always be in the right position when it comes to these plays, but we said that in game 2 as well. And we still have 6 minutes before the first throw timer. So we'll see if it's gold or time, because they have 2,000 gold to hit the 4.5k lead, or 6 minutes. We'll see which side their bread is buttered on, and who has the beans to put on the toast. I'm still mad at Finn for saying that he doesn't like beans on toast. They're delicious.
I mean, he is allowed to not like beans on toast.
Yeah, but he said it in a way that was like anyone that likes beans on toast is lesser.
I think he might be reading it.
I've been harassed for my beans on toast love for too long, Rob. There's Nuke chunked out by Jackie's.
He doesn't have the
Paranoia in, and Nuke. Oh, good flash away. Second perfect execution does get him to safety, but he has to sacrifice the entirety of the wave to the bot lane tower and use his ultimate and use his flash, and Paduk's going to get jumped on with an Infinite Duress. Deadly Flourish doesn't land, Curtain Call comes across, Paduk being back to barrier, not enough to save him. Oscar in and everywhere on this Warwick.
Yeah, that's the fun times of a Warwick. He holds down Q, he follows you the entire way across the wall, and you don't get to escape. And off the back of that, Giant X with a nice pick. They get the Dragon, they force a ton out of Nuke, who did escape very nicely, like good hands, but unfortunately had to lose a lot on that bottom side. So Giant X again extending this gold lead more and more.
Yeah, Oscar in 700 ahead. Same lead for Jackie. It's a 1.7k lead for Flackett, who's gone Storm Razor first on this gen. We'll have another look at this play because Oscar in sets it up so well.
They're just hiding off of vision. No real way to try and escape. Paduk has to flash, but there we talk about it. Hold the Q on the Warwick. You follow people over the wall. Even Jun investing that Tempered Fate onto the tower just in case the Warwick got caught, but there you go.
Oscar having a good time. Looking to maintain his 100% win rate on this Warwick. And 2-0 is twice as good as 1-0.
Sample size, you know.
Shale looking for a little bit of a steal here. The only one with a gold lead on Shifters. As still a while before the next major objective fight.
I think the analyst desk is just having a Warwick howl off.
Yeah, I thought we had KC fans in the audience for a second, and who was playing, but no. It's just Draco Spinonodo having a good time. As they howl at the moon, I guess?
Yeah. What's the lunar cycle? I'm actually not sure.
Yeah. Must be a new moon soon, as Isma's going to force Rooster away here. Rooster has spotted the fact that this Nocturne is in the area. Because of that, we'll give up first tower, pretty much, to Oscar and to Isma. Rift held up in 16 seconds time. You can see both teams making a beeline towards the top side of the map to play around it. Reset coming out from Jackie. He does have the hero's entrance if his services are required any more rapidly than him just walking through the mid lane. Nuke is going bot though, and without TP, although it does look like it's up soon.
Yeah, the ward just died that actually would have spotted him if he starts to move in towards the enemy jungle, but still caught here.
Oh, Deadly Flourish going down as they look to catch up. Oh man, the guy didn't get a chance. Like, you don't get an opportunity to move. That dog is down, and Sheo, now Shifters without their jungler aren't going to be able to contest this Rift out.
Yeah, I mean, I really like how Giant X are playing this though. Like, Oscar Ridden doing a really good job of moving in towards the mid, like using that tempo that he has to actually make these plays and set up, and Shifters just aren't ready for it. And I think this was the biggest thing that stood out over the last couple of games, that even though Giant X struggled when it got to the mid to late, hang on, no, it's fine. Their ability to actually set up for map movement plays pre-18 minutes was pretty good.
Yeah, very solid overall. Like, we've praised them for it in both the games. First game, Shifters did get ahead, as we do see Nuke caught again. Winds of War coming down, almost burning him. Jackie's has the flash, but Nuke is able to get out. Rifteld will get the charge in and should kill off this tower. Oh, Hound's pursuit in from Sheo. He just went so deep. The TP behind, as you say, with Rooster going in, but Sheo's dead before Rooster can even land. And that bird can't fly anyway, as Sten follows suit. Jun in with a chase. Product tries to crash some lightning. But all that's going crash is Shifters. They're now trying to collapse in a 3v4. The hero's entrance will knock Rooster up. He's feared as well. A Deadly Flourish for the follow-up. Shifters just throwing everything in and not getting anything out. A fear again onto Nuke after he picks up one. But Giant X take 3 kills, take a tower, take plates off mid-tier 2, and extend their goal lead to 6.5k.
They might have just taken the series with that as well. Shifters way overplaying their hand there. And Giant X happy to scoop up the extra gold. Like, there was a complete desync there. It's not the first time we've seen from Sheo on one of these champions that can jump in, that he's just ahead of the play and the team is punished accordingly. You see it here, jumps onto Flacket, but the TP has only just been started from the Mbessa. Rooster's nowhere near this play. A good Deadly Flourish, locks him up, Sten to follow. Paduk has to escape as well. There's nowhere near here. And it's only waiting for Nuke to teleport in from base again that they managed to go 1-for-1 on the extended end of the play. Like, this was bizarre though.
Yeah, it was just, as you say, over-eagerness. Nuke does a really good job to kill off Isma at the end. Save some blushes of Shifters, but there's a lot of blushes going around as Giant X now massively in the lead, and most of that sitting on Oscar, who has Stride Breaker, Blade of the Ruin King complete on this Warwick. He has been everywhere on the map. And for Shifters, you are now wondering, well, we've got 50 seconds before what would be sole point for Giant X. How are we going to play around this? Because they don't have great engage, apart from a Magnet Storm. They don't have a tank that can face check into Giant X without dying. And you've got a Medgice on Jackie's, man. The guy is confident in the fact that Giant X should be able to close this one out pretty succinctly.
Yeah, I'm just kind of concerned for Shifters.
I found the silver lining.
Okay.
We are 18 minutes into the game, and there's objective up in 20 seconds. Now, Shifters are trying to do what is called a cross map in the League of Legends community. However, Giant X said, hey.
I like that side of the map.
Yeah, no cross maps for you. We're going to play towards the top side. Now, Shifters running back down. Are we going to contest the Drake Shifters? Historically, a good time to do it against Giant X. However, they're not good.
Because they're maybe considering sending all 5 people top, but they've decided not to send all 5.
Yeah, but we're sending 4
now
and a half.
Reconsidering sending all 5 there. You can see Rooster now going back up to top.
Here we go. Oh. Well, Jun and Jackie's are here, by the way. Tempo Fate going down. Jackie's looking to Winds of War. Doesn't get the taunt as he's stunned up, but Giant X defend their top lane tower well. And yeah, that's the problem with sending 5 top. Jackie's and Jun are here to be bouncers and to block you off.
Technically, they haven't sent Rooster top yet.
We've only
just been walking back and
top,
forth from Red Bull. So he's now only coming top.
Okay, here's Rooster, 5 top. There's a Nocturne in the bot side. Here's the hero's entrance. They're looking forward onto Oscar in it. And there's a Cosmic Binding onto Rooster and Sheo. There's the taunt follow-up, and Flacken will open up the curtains. Meanwhile, there's a Nocturne in bot lane pushing a tier 2. Shifters tried to take a 5v3, it turned into a 5v4, and they lost both anyway. A suppression with the Infinite Duress onto Nuke, who dies back in with the bonus execution, but he's caught out with a just punch. Oscar going to fall as well, a 1-for-1 the exchange. Meanwhile, there's a Nocturne in the bot lane pushing you inhibitor towers.
Shifters may need to look at the minimap more often. Just
man, like this
sometimes.
is how I lose all my solo queue games. This is a great fight, guys. Oh, by the way, Darius in our base. Excellent. Tower still stands. Shifters were just trying to get an objective bounty out of it, and it does make sense, right? They're trying to find some gold on the map.
Yeah.
Giant X read it well. They had 3 people up there at the start of the play.
And technically, third time's a charm. So if twice you fail,
true,
the third time when you bring Rooster should work.
Yes.
But we've learned that if you touch wood or you try for the third time as a charm, it apparently doesn't work today.
Yeah, okay.
You know what?
Yeah.
And I can't blame Shifters for that.
I can
you
blame
can't
you.
tell what the Cosmic
Dagda
is going to say today.
True.
You just don't know.
I feel like we need one of those apps that tells you, like, what, you know, the Magic 8 Ball?
Yeah.
You just ask it questions about the game, shake it, see what happens. I don't know why I said an app when Magic 8 Balls are a real physical thing that you can just buy.
Brain rot's real,
yeah.
man.
Well, because also we don't have access to one right now. We can just go on, you know, you have your PC in front of you, just look it up. Ask it some questions.
What do you want to ask?
Will Giant X win this game? That's the question I really need to know. As they are 3 dragons up, 6,000 gold ahead, 2 grubs to 1, 4 turrets to 0. Paduk, oh, he tried to crash in and couldn't really find too much.
Sorry, what was your question? Sorry,
will Giant X win this game? Magic 8. Oh, you have to type the question.
Oh,
it says yes,
definitely.
definitely.
Yes, definitely.
Okay,
there
nice.
we go. Okay, sick.
The Magic 8 Ball has spoken, everyone. Giant X will definitely win this game.
Will it be soon?
It is decidedly so.
Okay, there we go.
What is soon, though? In a like this is a cosmic being that we are asking these questions to.
Ask again later. You can't tell me.
Even the Magic 8 Ball isn't quite sure. As Baron setup has happened to Giant X, they put some vision down towards the shifter side of the jungle. Hex flash in, though, as Placket is overextended. Magnet Storm coming out as well. Product looking for the trade. Hound's pursuit onto the backline. Placket able to walk away from it for now, and with the fear going down on Sheo, Isma able to pick up 1 on that backline as well. Giant X find 2 kills and turn their attentions towards the Baron.
Giant X collapsing well to cover that mid play, and that should be, as you say, that Baron picked up. So maybe looking sooner rather than later for this Giant X win. As
I've seen a Baron play this series, Rob. I've seen a few of them.
But
Nuke's going to TP in. He's got TP. Okay, so the Baron's at 10k. Sten has no Magnet Storm, no Flash.
Please don't take it.
Rooster has a public execution, and Nuke has a perfect execution. Combined, they're a perfect public execution, but this time, they were not combined. As Giant X were able to pick up the Baron and have an 8,000 gold lead. They're playing. Giant X are playing this really well.
Yeah.
Like, I want to give them credit.
Yeah.
It's just the rest of the series has me on tenterhooks as to who's going to throw worse.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where we're at. But the executioner's calling wasn't enough this time around. Giant X happy to send this one. Isma, good follow-up, take up a duck. You can see Gyoto looking a little stressed, and that one as well. But this is significantly better. Playing back, covering Placket, really well orchestrated. Now Paduk might be dead again.
Yeah, the damage from Jackies is actually pretty substantial right now as he manages to pick up the kill. TP coming in as well with the Paranoia there for the follow-up. Jackies flashes away, then goes back in with the hero's entrance as Sheo is forced into Fear. The Paranoia catches him out, another Fear onto Nuke. And pretty soon is looking pretty soon now, Rob.
I say very, very soon as Giant X standing outside the base of Shifters. Shifters even caught again here.
Tempered Fate into the, flash away from Rooster. Dodges away from the curtain call as well. Okay, Giant X, you won't get the full complement of Rooster this game. Instead, have to set up for him trying to defend his Nexus towers. 12 seconds before Product respawns. Okay, Giant X decided, you know, an Infernal Soul better than not having an Infernal Soul. Although their Soul win percentage is only 50 this series so far.
Yeah, not amazing odds, but sure, Giant X.
I mean, either you win or you don't, you know? Either you win or you don't.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how split they were going to be on this call of like some people trying to deny people entry versus going for the dragon, but they will get the dragon at the end of it. And nice shot from Jackies, right?
Yeah.
Just runs on through, manages to connect, and there's nothing really there that can be done.
Yeah, Product, I mean, just doesn't have any damage really to get to Jackies. He flashes away, and then with the Paranoia coming out, there's so much fear on the Giant X roster. You've got the Primal Howl here from Oscar and getting the fear onto Nuke.
Yeah.
You've got Paranoia into the fear tether onto Sheo as well. Like, it's so little you can do when you fall behind against a composition like this. Because whenever you make a play, Hero's Entrance Paranoia, good luck. You're immediately in a 1v3 instead of being in a 1v1.
See.
No, you've become Spanish.
Okay. This is all the Spanish I have now. We've run out.
Oh, Rob, I've good news for Shifters fans.
Okay.
Infernal Soul is the lowest win rate Soul of the LEC in 2026.
I mean, is it like 60%?
86.7%. Okay.
That's still pretty high.
Yes, but before today, Hextech Soul had only lost 1 game out of 23. And that's like a 96% win rate. So anything can happen. I will say a 10.7 thousand gold deficit and an Infernal Soul deficit might be too much of a mountain for Shifters to climb. We need Yamato to come in and do a speech.
True.
Perhaps at that point they'd be able to.
Yeah, I mean, they're going for it.
Here is Enter's execution going onto the back line as well, but immediately Rusu is just knocked up to rest with the Infinite Duress and dead. Stend likely to follow suit as this one's going to chase him down. The Curling calls onto Baduk. The dash in from Oscar in, and he'll get another Stend forced away. Nuke execute in reverse as he gets the Guardian Angel out of Isma, but it's all done with the Nexus falling now. Giant X have a wave in the bot side. They've got another super minion coming across. Blackhead taking its time to hit the mid lane inhib on the way. Shifter's going to try and defend with 3. Sten with a good shadowing strike. Oscar is still chasing him down. Will be able to pick up his 5th kill of the game. The Nexus Tower's not really the target for Giant X. They're thirsty for a little bit of blood. Hound's pursuit in from Shell, dashes away. He sees a flash come out to protect him. And now another taunt as Blackhead takes the kill. Okay, they'll end it now. 26 minutes in, Giant X 2-1 in the series.
Significantly better game 3.
Game 3 was good from Giant X.
Game 3 I loved. Great map movements. Oscar and playing around the map well, looking for picks on mid. This is what I was hoping would be the Giant X we got for all of the games we've seen from Giant X so far.
And for Shifters, a disappointing series overall, you have to say. Very quickly, you can vote for one of the Giant X players in your Kia Player of the Series vote. Oscar, Jackies, or Flacket are your options. Hard to judge. I think Oscar had a really good Warwick game.
Yeah.
I think Flacket had a really good Jhin game. I think Jackie's had a really good Galio game. Now, all of those were the same game.
I think Jackie's Orianna.
Oh, his Orianna was very solid. You're right.
Yeah, so he'd probably be my vote.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a
Difficult
toughie. It's
to
a
tell.
toughie.
When the series is like that, it's always hard to judge exactly. For Shifters, again, disappointing series, I'll say. The changes with Shay and Sten now being more permanent members of the roster don't seem to be paying off as of yet.
Yeah, I think it's just patience. Like, there's too many times I've seen certain people going in when they should be hanging on a couple seconds, waiting for people to get into position. And maybe there was old teams where people would already be in that spot. So, like, the pace at which you want to play is very different. But unfortunately, it hasn't quite worked out on this roster yet.
We're going to hand it over to Oscar and Odoamne, 2 giants of the top lane.
Thank you, Medic. And I'm here with Oscar after their dominant, honestly, Game 3 win against Shifters. Now, tell me, I feel like if you take GX's second game out of the series, you guys are the best team in the league. So what the hell is happening in that second game?
Yeah, that second game, I think we didn't really understand what we wanted to do with our comp. I think they had a lot of control in fights, and if they had shown, we couldn't really play if they were first in the objective. And we had to split, and I think we did it after losing 2 fights, which was not great. But yeah, I think after that we started playing pretty well, but it was a bit hard, and then we just rage-ulted and died everyone in the last fight, so that sucks. But besides that, I think we played pretty decently, honestly.
It goes like that sometimes. Now I want to go a little bit away from GX and talk about you. You haven't been here in a little while. How does it feel to be back in the LEC?
Honestly, it feels... now that I've been out, it feels kind of crazy because honestly, after not doing anything, just playing solo queue, like now I appreciate it so much more. Being here and competing here, I think it's like a privilege to be here, honestly. And yeah, I'm just trying to do my best every day to just being able to be here again.
So after you left unexpectedly, that team over there, how does it feel to be back now? Do you feel like you have something to prove with this new experience and also this new way of seeing things?
Yeah, of course. I think last year I got criticized a lot by my team and fans. So yeah, I want to prove that I can still be a very good top laner, one of the top, and yeah, show that they are great.
My last question for you, do you feel now with this pressure, with you coming back now into the league after all this time, do you feel like there's a lot of pressure on you? Do you feel like this is one of those make or break splits for you moving forward?
Yeah, I think when I came here, I really thought like that because, yeah, I was putting a lot of pressure on myself because, yeah, I'm coming back after 2 splits of not being here, and I felt like I had to do it really well. Also, GX was top 4 and top 4 the last 2 splits. So I really felt like we had to do really well, also for GX and for me to stay here. But now I just try to enjoy every day, just work and see what happens. But I think we are in a very good track and yeah, everything's going good.
Okay, listen, I feel like you're doing pretty well, so moving forward, just take that game 2 out of your out of your games, and I feel like you're going to be here to stay for a long time. Thank you so much for the interview, Oscar. Good luck in your upcoming games. And we're going to toss it to a quick break, then we're back with Team Heretics versus Fanatics. Stay tuned.
Damn it. Hey, Dracos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy?
Okay, you can call it.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Tronic all about these watchers go. Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Now time to check reality. You're facing a tragedy when the European legacy keeps sucking down your pride to be those feelings of anxiety. The future you don't want to see. The wrath of our whole dynasty. It spells LEC.
This could be the final chance. Our last dance together. This could be the final chance. Our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me. With the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me. With the LEC. Come on, dance with me. Do that Pepe D.
Talk that good shit. Boy, you better back it up. If you want the LPL, Sorry, that's just not enough, cause we got every team fighting lame flashbox. When they clash, you would never last less than 100. Bring your A game if you wanna claim fame, that'd be your main aim. Now you're in the right lane.
Show up or shut up, no time for excuses. Can't take a series, you're probably just useless. You want a shot at us, you can come get it. If you're just talking, then you can forget it. We're gonna blow up, we're on the rise. Euphoria, this is the vibe. We wear the clown nose and we wear the crown. Kings of the West, you know we hold it down. Like
This could be the final chance, our last dance together. This could be the final chance, our last dance. Are you ready? Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, let yourself be free. Come on, dance with me, with the LEC. Come on, dance with me, to that Pepe D.
We've come a long way since the beginning. The dark days of double streams, vacation memes, now charged up and charging forward.
I think the team is changing a lot. I think Vladi and him, they are becoming really good friends and they like to talk a lot and just feels like the vibe is different. And he's kinda too aggressive. So it's like black and white compared to Imperial's last split. I feel like he provides a lot more aggression and he plays different champs than we did last split. But at the other time, he's less reliable to survive ganks and all this stuff because he really likes to progress his lead. So it's something that the coaches and we will need to help him improve with that. Honestly, I don't think I have pressure at all. I feel like whatever happens. I don't think I will be like thinking or having in the back of my mind, oh, I need to win. This split we didn't qualify for playoffs. Of course I want to win, but I don't want to have that extra pressure that, okay, I'm in Fnatic for so long, so I need to win. I had that for a while, a few years ago, and it was disturbing my mental health. So I was just like, okay, I just try my best and not really focus too much on the objective, but just try to do whatever I can day to day to achieve it.
A long journey, a tenured history he's had here. But before we start talking about Fnatic in this matchup today, just a quick reminder, we had a player of the series in the previous series, and it was none other than Oscarini Panini. He did have that dog in him indeed. You already got to talk to him, so we won't linger on it any longer. But we will continue to talk about top lane. Sorry, Razork, because we're in a unique situation, Ottawamne. This is the first time we've had an analyst on our broadcast who's also been a positional coach for two top laners in the same matchup. So break this one down for us. Talk to us a little bit about both these players and kind of what they bring to the table.
So Trayson, when I worked with him, he was all about those standard meta picks. I feel like he had a very, very good understanding on how to play those meta champions, the Ambessa, the Cassante. He was very, very reliable when it was coming down to making lane leads and also transitioning and being a good team player. But on the side now of Soboro, as Razork said, he's a lot more explosive. He's all about making that individual leads, and he's also a little bit more of a risk taker. So he does find himself in that position where he dies a lot, but the payoff is quite big.
I mean, look, I have done my due diligence in this matchup, and I'm not a fan of any top laner in specific. I'm just a fan of whichever top laner is playing the best League of Legends, Dracos.
Sure.
And right now, that happens to be the top laner that is coached by the one and only Ottawamne. Now bring up the stats, baby, because I did my research. I went deep into the minds of Moria. Look at Trayson here.
Okay.
In LEC versus Trayson was coached by Ottawamne, and the stats look nice. Plus 2.8 average CSD at 14. Now, in the Summer Split, without Ottawamne sitting behind him, breathing down his neck, doesn't quite find the same success here and there. Now let's bring it to Soboro, the man of the moment today, because Soboro's stats, on the other hand, are night and day compared to his time without Ottawamne. He's absolutely smashing it, and the comparison is just phenomenal. You see how much he was struggling before his time with Ottawamne as his coach.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's higher than 0-0 is, yeah, that.
Yeah. Exactly. Just so eloquent. What a great coach.
Ben, this is not what we told you to do. What is this? What are we doing, bro?
So, look, Let me break it down even further to you, Dracos, because you are clearly not a believer in Subaru just yet. I went even deeper. Now, there's way more to the game than just Subaru Odoamne. Just go to this. We look to the east. In the east.
That's what I looked as well to bring him.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I checked the stats a little bit, and I found some really crucial data regarding Subaru. Now, let's bring up the stats if we may. Never mind, we're gonna watch this a little bit longer. But I looked to the east, and Subaru in the LPL has been smashing it. Look at that. 24 years of age and a full 1 Demacia Cup win. And if you look to the bottom, he has the winningest normal star sign, and he's a Capricorn. That's the second highest win rate. And that just speaks to his greatness.
What does that have to do with me?
If we now hand it over, shut up, please. I'm making a presentation, Odoamne. Now let's turn it over to Trayson. Trayson, on the other hand, 20 years of age. And he hasn't had a single Demacia Cup win. And this might be the difference maker, or it will be the difference maker. And on the other side, he's a Virgo. That's the 8th most winningest zodiac sign.
So you're saying that I cooked all of that?
Yes. Please, just take it, man. If someone is praising you, like, don't... Never mind. Now, that's just on the paper. On paper, all the data we have brought up, on the paper, Subaru is the better player. Let's get rid of the paper, all right? Because we're gonna go even deeper. When it comes to the lunar cycle right now, it's a waning crescent. Now, waning crescent is the final lunar phase before a new moon, where a shrinking curved sliver of light shows to the left side of the north hemisphere. Now, look at the stats. Have you seen Trayson's win rate during a waning crescent compared to Subaru? Subaru is completely moon-mogging Trayson right now in the stats.
What does that have to do with me?
If someone is praising you, just take it, Odoamne. Okay, let's go even further, because we are not finished here. We looked at East before. Now, I had to go and check the zodiac signs of these players.
What?
Sure,
Look, Trayson has the zodiac sign of a rooster. Rooster is currently 0-3
But Rooster played last
in the
game.
LEC. That's not a very winning sign, right? We all agree. But just look to the right in that graphic, Subaru zodiac sign, it's the GOAT. Subaru, every single relevant data of this matchup speaks to Subaru having a fantastic series.
That's all me. So okay, he hooked me. I did all of that. So when I scouted him and we got him in the team...
Confetti for the maestro.
Thank you. So when we got him in the team, I saw the LEC schedule and I thought about it and I was like, yeah, why not bring the GOAT on the team? Why not just get Subaru because he is the GOAT? Who needs a rooster when you have a GOAT?
The great almighty Odoamne has spoken.
I mean, you don't get eggs.
I wish Odoamne coached me when I was playing. He replaced me because he has the touch of Midas. Everything he touches, every single top laner he touches, turns to gold. Touch me, Odo. Finally, maybe I have a chance. But I really hope I have convinced you guys
with
the greatness of Odoamne.
Oh my god, that's me.
What? Now, this clip might be fake news, might be propaganda by the non-believers that Odoamne is a struggler on international stage.
Hey, you saw that? That was the tilt one. Every time I was dying and I was tilting, I was like...
No, Did you say moon-mogging?
Why are you calling from that? That is not the takeaway from this, Dracos.
What is the takeaway?
There is none.
Odoamne is the best positional top lane coach that Europe has ever seen. Do the stats not compel you enough?
We're talking about Fnatic and Team Heretics. Oh no, it's only... This is either the greatest or worst segment that we've ever made. I don't really have a follow-up, Finn. I'm gonna say.
I hope the casters do. Yeah.
I'm gonna say good job. Really good job, buddy. You did great. Thank you for your analysis, casters. Moon-mogging. There it is. Look, sometimes you just gotta wane a crescent, you know?
Sure.
I'm a fan of moon-mogging. I'm gonna be honest. Finn has me hooked on this. I'm gonna check. I'm a Gemini.
Check.
I'm sure.
Where's Scorpio? I don't know. Where does it all land?
Oh, he's in the new Spider-Man movie.
Ah, okay. Yeah. See, I tell you, right, I haven't seen Endgame. I'm very far behind.
That's allowed.
Stuff. It's like, yeah.
Don't need to watch them. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Kind of all the same.
Yeah.
Unlike the LEC, where we have moon-mogging, apparently. Zodiac maxing. Other words? What other words the kids use?
The GOAT was used very
farming,
often in that.
Something aura farming.
Aura farming, yeah.
But you can't. Aura farming is not to do with the moon. We need more moon-based.
I don't think we get to choose as 30+ what the young ones say, you know?
Yeah, it's like how fashion trickles down.
Trickle down fashionomics.
Because you have trickle down fashion, right? Someone wears it on a catwalk and then 2 years later it's in your local stores. Yeah. Trickle down economics, all the rich people get richer and eventually none of the money comes to us. And then trickle down mogging, right? And so it's trickle down linguistics. What we say goes into the ears of those impressionable young people watching the show and they repeat it. So, what is your moon mog?
Terrified. I'm not gonna lie.
I know. So, Fnatic are here. Heretics are also here. I personally believe this should be pretty one-sided for Fnatic. I think Vladi had an off week last week. Yeah. But apart from that, I think Fnatic should be able to quite handily close this one out.
Yeah, and in particular, I'm paying attention to that bottom lane because I thought that Upset and Lospit were incredibly good the last time they played. Like getting our 2v2 kills on towards Supa, taking a bunch of control there. Like I love the way Lost was able to play. What are you looking for?
Astrology puns. You talk about stuff and I'll look up my puns.
All right, sorry, yeah. But no, I think bot lane for Fnatic really impressed me. So I want to see more of that coming into today, and especially if you can play up against Hype and Way, I think that is your moment to kind of shine here. Let's see if you can try and take over. And if Upset gets a lead, hopefully you can try and play it around a little bit cleaner than we saw the last day from Fnatic. Also, decent matchup for Sobro. I think that guy was kind of kicking ass and taking names, to be honest, the last time he was up there. So 2 solo kills to his name. I'm going to see if he can add a third one this series.
Well, we're into draft. Heretics on the blue side, Fnatic on the red. It's going to be Vi, Jace, Lucian Banaway, Poppy, Nocturne, and Camille, which does leave Cassio open alongside the Jarvan. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a first pick Jarvan here from Fnatic, and that is where they are going to go.
Makes a lot of sense. Lee Sin has been, again, the kind of go-to answer if you want to try and take that one away. Option of the Cassio as well. I don't hate it. Could obviously be just the double lock in here, or try and take the Shen here for yourselves as well.
In my research of astrology puns, I found out a lot of people that submit astrology puns to the internet don't know what a pun is. So I'm not going to have any astrology puns for you.
That is incredible.
Shen is now picked up for Heretics, which eliminates the... Well, I mean, Camille's already banned, but it just gives you good map presence alongside the Xin Xiao, who can dive into the middle of a fight. Makes a lot of sense here for Heretics. Fnatic, I mean, the question is, do you just lock the Leona into the Shen? It's not the best matchup for Leona because Spirit's Refuge, the Shen E can negate your shield.
Yeah, I like the Rel usually into it, but Jarvan, Rel, always a little bit odd because you kind of interrupt each other.
You jumping out.
Yeah, so we'll see exactly what the game plan is, but either way, like I think Heretics already setting up for a relatively strong jungle support. Like Shen and Xin Zhao very good at working together, including being able to give that Xin Zhao the extra shields in the early stages once you hit the level 6. So Fnatic probably going to be under a little bit of pressure when it comes towards Heretics looking for invades and trying to play through this jungle support. So take the Ezreal, self-sufficient in the bottom lane, lets you roam, and the Orianna for Vladi as well.
Makes a lot more sense than the Leona. I just kind of assumed Orianna was banned. I know that I shouldn't assume it because you can see all the 6
There's a lot of people that are just, like we saw it in the last series, where it just kind of makes its way through plenty of the drafts. Like the priority since the nerfs isn't quite as high as it was, especially with things like the Cassiopeia there, which also has made it through, but there's the Akali answer.
Yeah, Akali as the answer into the Orianna. A lot of threat on that mid lane pick. Vladi will need to have a better week than he did last week. And now we're moving to the second phase of bans. For Heretics, they're looking towards their bot side. They still need to pick up an AD carry or bot laner. And a top laner for Fnatic, they're looking support top as their 2 remaining picks. So Heretics like to ban out supports. They're going to get rid of a Bard here, or maybe a Karma instead as their first ban. Fnatic are going to get rid of some dive threat in the form of Kai'Sa.
I'm surprised by that. Like, obviously Ezreal Karma a good matchup, but I think Lost was actually more impressive when he has a bit more of those playmaking tools, like with the Alistar and the Rakan that we saw the last day. So I expected that to be more of the bans, as kind of take those off the table, but still, I think hard focus on just not giving control to Fnatic's bottom lane and trying to set up for working with getting the Shen out of lane for Heretics is going to be great.
I agree that generally supports don't tend to pick things like the Karma at the moment. They tend to want to roam around. However, in week 1, Losper spent the most time of any support around his bot lane at both 8 and 14 minutes. Fnatic love to play through the bot side. It is their bread and butter. Play through upset, play through upset. Losper, in fact, had almost twice as much bot lane proximity at 8 minutes as any other support in the league.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of that, though, was coming off of, like, fake roams that he then was catching out super, right? And not to say that that isn't true, it's just, I think the best version of that right now is having Lost Bot engage, which is where I don't look towards the Karma. Also, having the Lulu, obviously going to add a little bit of that, where you're playing with your Nara, you're kind of just forced to go towards that bottom lane. But still, I mean, Heretics have already banded away, they're a little nervous, so just going to take the victor. So going towards that AP bottom lane to answer into the Ezreal.
Yeah, do want some physical damage out of top. If you're Heretics now, could look towards something like the Gnar as a possibility. Fnatic, they still have the Bard as an option in terms of support. Could look towards an Enchanter. At the moment, they're going to buy their time. And seems like Saboro is going to have a Rumble in top, which I like. Alongside the Orianna and the Jarvan, you have great control over a team fight. You have a lot of ways to layer your CC on top of each other. You talked about the Rel into Shen as a possibility earlier on. Seems like Fnatic agree with you generally.
Yeah, so we'll just go toward the Shattering Strike so good into the Shen. Like, even you have that big ultimate in the Stand United, the big shield that comes through is nice, but you also do have the little shields that he gets off of his passive when you pull the Q, so trying to play around that works out pretty well. And I think that's where you could go for, but no, just going to go towards the Alistar. So trying to play instead towards big beefy cow, just playing in those team fights.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by the Alistar, although as you say, it doesn't always work too well with the Jarvan, the Rel, so Alistar instead just going to be that beefy frontline. Can deal well as well if he's separated from the team by something like the Crescent Guard out of the Xin Zhao. And it looks like Heretics might be... Okay, guys, let's stop hovering cool picks and then picking other picks. So it's just going to be Gnar instead of the Twisted Fate top. And Oscar Winning did lose on that Twisted Fate top, so perhaps they are saying, hey, we can see what's happening on the stage right now. Let's pick something a little bit more conventional.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. You want just solid team fighting to kind of match what Fnatic are bringing to the table here, because yeah, this is super ball delivery systems, great lockdown for the Rumble and the Orianna. Ezreal going to be able to self-sustain in the back as well. Like, I really like the composition that Fnatic have brought to the table, so it is going to be on Heretics to try and see if they can play around the fact you have control with the Victor on that bottom side, try and unlock the Shen, play around the Xin Zhao in the early stages, and see if that can try and help you out to a certain extent. Because as we were talking about, like the ability for Shen to roam, very high here.
See how much Wei can be out on the map on this Shen as we get into game for the second series of the day. Fnatic and Heretics butting heads. Fnatic have won one game but lost the series last week. Heretics yet to win a game on the LEC stage here in summer after going 1-8 in spring. They were hoping things would turn around a little bit with the introduction of Nuke Duck as their coach and bringing in Hype as well as their new AD carry. So far we've yet to see a true change, but they have played Vitality and KC, who are often seen, well, KC probably the best team in the league at the moment, Vitality often vying for top 4.
It is interesting to see though, because Heretics kind of nearly did this flip, it feels like, with the champion pool that we saw from Hype. Like, first couple of games were on those mages where we had like the Orianna and the Ziggs for him, then swapped over towards the Ezra and the Lucian, and I thought that was more where Heretics were just like, hey, in particular, the Ziggs, not ready to throw shade of Hype, was not it. So I thought they were like, look, go back to the AD carries, but doubling down once again, going towards this Victor. Seems like they want to try and still make this mage bot lane work.
Right, we have a couple of things to look out for in this game, Rob. Firstly, I keep calling you Rob. Dagobah, or do you... we're just...
You know me well enough.
Cozy comfy, cozy comfy. Okay, so firstly, Fnatic, this season, this split, not lost a game when they're ahead at 15 minutes. They have a 100% win rate. They've only been ahead once.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's one game.
Yeah, they won that game. Heretics, as far as I can see, have not been ahead at 15 minutes.
Okay.
So, either Fnatic are ahead at 15 minutes and they're guaranteed to win, or Heretics get their first ever ahead at 15 minutes in summer, which is cool. Fun things to watch.
Yeah. Also, the ability to break a very long streak.
Oh, for Heretics, yeah.
For Heretics, which
things have
not been going
not
so
gone
well
too well for them recently.
Yeah. Heretics have not been having a great time. Their last series went 131 days ago. It was also, like, I think since that series win, which was against SK, they have won a single game against Giant X. It has not been looking so hot for Heretics, so it'd be nice to see them break that streak.
Sorry, I'm just putting in the A that we accidentally left out of the graphic. Sorry, Team Heretics.
It's Spanish.
Tem Heretics. Yeah, it's been a while since they've picked up a series win. That's against SK 131 days ago. So let's talk about how these teams are going to interact in the early game. Because we talked about compositionally, we kind of know what we want to do. Looks for the moment like Upset and Losper have push on the bot side. Both the junglers have path towards top, and it seems like Razork is about a quarter of a camp ahead. Nothing too major as he's on his red buff right now. It's you know, 2/3 of a camp ahead. So Saburo is getting pushed in top, as to be expected. Has gone for the Arcane Comet instead of the First Strike, which you often do when you're playing into a ranged matchup instead of a melee that you can just farm gold on.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And so I think this will be fine for Sobro. It's more so going to be a case of trying to stay safe, because if Douglas does get up here and you're overextended on the lane, that's where it can really cause some issues. But already, like, Scuttle Crab take for Razork on the cards, has push in top, so already you can see Sobro moving over.
Yeah, jumps off Douglas immediately as Douglas comes around the corner. Vladdy here, command protect onto Razork, and Douglas has to flash away. I like that from Razork as well. The understanding of, hey, Douglas is pathing this way, and if he's pathing this way, I put the ward down, immediate engage. Just because I'm more healthy, I'm first to the play.
Also, you had the Rumble moving down, you already had your Vladdy moving over, and I think this is something that did impress me watching the Fnatic game, was how well they were playing around Razork in their win. They were just constantly shifting to make sure that he was able to get into a good position. And I think for jungle especially, this meta, the early game is so crucial to having success, because like the level 6 is so important, to like being there for dragons and void grubs. Like actually having your jungler in an advantageous spot really does snowball the game. So having that early move already giving that flash advantage to Razork is going to be quite nice to follow.
And nice from Wei as well, moved up towards the bot side river to just protect the Scuttle Crab, to make sure that Douglas could path out to that Scuttle Crab, then go back towards his Krugs. He's now coming up towards this top side, looking to see perhaps if a gank is available onto Saburo. Trayson jumps in, gets the warp for the stun. Wei, Shadow Dash Flash, goes in immediately, and Saburo doesn't really have a way out of this one. Great roams from the Heretic support to claim first blood for Trayson.
So we're all overextended on that top side, and Trayson on the bounce back, making great plays with Wei. And this is if you're Trayson, perfect. Like, you're already going to start off with an extra gold. You can start to really punish this range versus melee matchup. And at least for Sobro, did manage to pick up his full boots on the back, which makes things a little bit simpler here, but definitely less than ideal to give over that first blood.
And now has had to use his TP as well to get back into this lane. Trayson should be able to just sprint up with another wave coming in. It doesn't look like Saburo should be able to push that one in as quickly to force the teleport out. Vladdy using his TP back towards mid lane as well. Pretty even Stevens between that Akali and Orianna for now. Both the junglers on the top side. We'll see if they butt heads once again. No crab spawning as of yet. Looks like we are going to have a little bit of time for the next bit of action. Losper is looking around the mid lane, poking his nose in to see if Akali is susceptible to a gank, but it really shouldn't be. Seven is just standing back and catching the wave a little deeper to make sure that he's not caught out by the camp.
Yeah, Razork went for the invade because Losper's here, but there's not really much in the area for him to pick up. And it is a bit of an interesting shift because, like, there is no Void Grubs that are up at the moment. You're getting pushed in that bottom lane for Hype as well, so he's going to be able to hit that level 6 and kind of look for a quick reset in a moment too.
Oh,
so.
God.
Oh, Saren. That's heartbreaking.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll ignore that ward. Okay. It happens. If you are on the new cursor, by the way, it changes, the middle of it changes color when you're warding in a bush. So you can just always make sure the middle has changed color. That one is outside of the bush. Razork, he invested a sweeper. He invested the sweeper.
I don't know if he was specifically saw that ward and went, I need to sweep. I think it was more of I'm going to sweep in general.
If you're Seren, you take the small mercies in this situation. Say, well, Razork swept, and it's a control. He didn't need to sweep for that. I baited him. Puts down another control ward to clear out vision around the bush. Douglas will be able to get this bot side Scuttle Crab, and that will get him to 6 before Razork. Equalizer down from Saburo. Didn't get as much of the wave as he would have liked, but still manages to shove it in.
I don't think it's going to be huge amount unless Sobro really wants to try and invest towards this early drag, like cheat down and try and put some plays there. But I think he's just happy to shove wave, immediately go top, just continuously reset and try and pick up these items.
I think the risk as well is if Subaru does like path down towards the drag now, you have TP on Trayson. So Trayson could just immediately push in the wave, make you lose a wave, and then teleport to the fight anyway. Yeah, and Subaru is just going to walk around back towards that top side. Even Stevens across the board, really, in this early game. Even though that first kill came out for Trayson, it was more about stopping Subaru from being able to step up rather than garnering a massive lead for the Gnar. Like, he has 200 gold ahead, but it's nothing too gargantuan.
Yeah, again, we're seeing Lost Ball open on mid. Void Grub's in 30 seconds, so maybe trying to open up for a push on mid lane, especially because they don't exactly know where Wei is at the moment. We haven't got full rotation here, which is kind of what we sometimes get with AD carries in particular, trying to basically punish the fact that mages need a little bit more time to get their damage online, so you can have that consistent DPS. But seems happy at the moment with the Cull and the tier to leave Upset just farming in that bottom lane. Fnatic still put pressure here.
Yeah, it feels like both teams settling for scaling, right? Like they don't need to force early skirmishes. If a fight does begin, then we'll take the fight where we can. As Wei is looking towards this top side again, but will be spotted on a ward. Soburo has the flash, no equalizer for him. Wei will just clear out the vision. Fnatic did ping towards the Drake a couple of moments ago, and it looks like that is where they're going to make their play as Douglas secures the grub. So it's just been an exchange between the two sides of the map.
Yeah, I had in my head the Sobro had flashed in that initial play, but I hadn't obviously, so I wasn't sure if Fnatic needed to try and play up on this top side to protect Sobro afterwards, but with him still having the flash, should be fine. Equalizer going to be up momentarily as well, so he should be more than safe. There it is, to just make sure that there's no follow-up play that can come through from Heretics.
That's Taunt on the Sobro. He doesn't get hit by the house, and because of that, is just able to walk away. Does a good job delaying Wei as well. Keeps him around for a little bit longer than he needed to be, which allows Losper some time to help pushing this mid wave on 2-7. Vladdy's going Rod of Ages on the Orianna for a little bit of extra tankiness.
Yeah, we see this a lot in the Akali matchup just because, as you say, you cannot survive against an Akali in a side lane if you don't have that item. Does mean that your burst damage is pretty severely hit. The good news for you, though, is there's very squishy members kind of across the board on Heretics, so at least you will still get a lot of value, especially with the amount of follow-up that are on Fnatic side, thanks to that shockwave.
Fnatic obviously just wanting to make sure this wave is shoved out in the bot lane as Losper comes back to clear out the control ward. Rob, we're 9 minutes in, we've only had one kill, and Heretics still have a lead. So, it's 600 gold, which is nothing too substantial right now, but it's an extra longsword here or there. Feels like both teams very willing just to make it a nice leisurely stroll through Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, I really appreciate the supports have kind of just... Well, actually, I suppose Wei has broken the truce, because Lospa has just kind of gone to mid and then walked to bot and kind of back to mid and it's just like, I will control this domain. And then Wei every so often has gone top and kind of like ruined the truce of like, we'll stay on this mid to bot side. You can see Wei now question as well where he wants to open, just going to go mid, but potential to go top once again, as you also have Douglas up there, so maybe they're trying to look towards Sobro once again. But this is kind of like, this is it for the early game. I think at this stage, though, Wei should move back down towards bot lane, because one of the big things that we see with supports basically is they will keep roaming and roaming and roaming until about 8 minutes. Because at that stage, the minions hit level 6, which is when the catch-up experience comes back into play. So by moving down to the bottom lane, you just take giant leaps in experience towards that level 6.
You catch a wave and you get a whole level,
yeah,
basically.
And it makes Shen way more threatening in the position when he can hit level 6. You can see how quickly he's just shot up there. So one more should do it when it comes towards the CS, but kind of shifting around the map once again. Yeah, but he could be there to now protect Trayson if this play actually manifests.
Well, off this next wave, he will hit level 6. So Stand United a possibility. Losper still just short of getting his Unbreakable Will online. Douglas was covering Trayson. There's the 6 for Wei. Losper, just a meager amount of XP, please. Some gruel, sir, in the top lane. They look for Trayson. He almost has the Mega Gnar. There's Losper's 6. Rounds up through a gank as well. Stand United available to Wei and no one to stop him from getting in. Currently recalling. Trayson's just going to back away, and it looks like Heretics have accepted the loss of a couple of turret plates in exchange for Trayson's life. Could give Hype a little bit more time to push in the bot lane, as well as he's got that Blackfire Torch complete. And a blue invade, the new target now for Heretics, as Douglas steps in to try and steal away this buff.
That was the trade. Wei got some decent vision on the bottom side, plates as well for Hype, so you're still getting that counterplay from Heretics, which is nice.
A lot of plates for Hype.
Oh, TP behind,
TP behind. Okay. Stand United available to Wei. How is Hype going to maneuver out of this? Because the Saburo here, Hype, I mean, I think he's not, is the answer there. Fnatic put 5 players in the bot lane. Arcane Storm will chip away at Upset, but it won't be enough to kill him off.
It is 5 people, like double TP to the bottom lane with Dragon in a minute and a half, though. Even like Rift Herald in 2 minutes. So I don't know if that's fully worth it for Fnatic. Like, it is nice to get the kill, don't get me wrong. But we'll have to see if Heretics can actually abuse that fact later on.
But they've killed the Hype. So it does make sense. It does make sense.
Get away out of that.
Look, we're just tracing the lines of some good jokes here, but we haven't quite found them. They're lost, but we will... No, I'm good.
I'm upset.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Go find more of those lunar puns. It's the only way to get out of this.
Hey, you know how if you had children, right?
Okay.
If you had a girl,
okay,
would you call her Daglass because you're dagged her?
No, Daggal.
No, but Daglass.
Yeah.
He's in the game.
I know.
It's Daglass, and you're Dag Da because your father. You have Dagmar and Daglad, obviously.
Of course, yeah.
Mazel, Trayson. Flag and drag here will get the knock up. Trayson still has Gnar. Razork not close enough to a wall. The wallop goes wide, and Razork, with the Stand United coming in, doesn't want to take a 2v2 for now. Does get the ultimate out of way, which is nice.
Yeah, I mean, basically Fnatic realizing, hey, look, we used those early TPs, trying to make a play on that top side because they're not going to be in a position to try and contest with the Dragon as Sarah.
Devin tries to get away. Shockwave would have pulled him back and did have Losp around the corner. Dagger's going to start up this Drake with no one on his team on this side of the map, apart from Seven, who just had to burn his flash. Seven does still have the perfect execution. Sobro doesn't have TP, whereas Tracin does. That play towards the bot side, costing Fnatic a little bit in terms of if they wanted to contest this, they would be numbers down. And there's the Drake for Heretics. So it's 1-to-1, one Drake to one Drake. And 14 minutes in. Pretty even. Between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic were trying to make that play top, but it's kind of the downside of playing against the Shen, is that he is very easily able to cover both Dragon and top side at the same time. So it's also, I thought they'd move up with Lospa as well. Like, I think if you free-man, at least you still keep that numbers advantage. But by keeping Lospa on the bottom side, Fnatic can't really make the play. Now Wei is up here again.
As they look for the taunt. Wei, there's the equalizer down as well, but Wei is just in the right position at the right time. Good movement from him. He has had a target painted on Sobero's neck.
And I think it's been rightly called, right? You have a decent matchup for Tracin. The ability to kind of, as Sobero has to overextend to keep the wave in place. I think it works out well. And again, Lospa hasn't quite been matching some of these early plays. So Heretics with a nice early lead, and Sobero dead. It should be a Rift Herald.
Yeah, Rift Herald going to be secured by Heretics there. And a very strong position all round. Nuke Duck was talking about their losses last week. It's like, we kind of lost game 2 because we were insecure. Every lane fell victim to trying to overplay and losing. Definitely not overplaying this game. They're taking fights when they know they have a good numbers advantage. There's the Rift Herald. Wei is caught out with a Shockwave. He's going to die. Heretics should be able to back out of this one. Fnatic, the one's going in with the Cataclysm. Douglas splashes out. He's still going to chase further. Is Crescent Guard available to Douglas here? He'll pop it underneath the tower. Lospa goes in. Okay, maybe Heretics overplayed it slightly as they lose 2. Fnatic managed to pick up a couple of kills, even out the gold, but they do lose out on the Rift Herald.
I mean, I think they'll be happy with the kills, though, especially if they can get some plates on this top side as well. Saren trying to defend. Looks like Fnatic, though, not going to try and overforce their hand on this top side. Just going to back away instead.
Oh, never mind. Saren going in with a TP as well to follow up. Goes into that Twilight Shroud. Tracing on his way across, but shouldn't be able to catch up with this one too easily. He jumps on top of his teammate, chucks the boomerang out. Sobero has Flash. Doesn't need to use it as of yet, as Heretics do chase Sobero and Lospa away from topside.
Oh, yeah. Fnatic end up sticking around a little too long. Not the end of the world to get out. They managed to escape. Still, I mean, great pick onto Wei here. Like, Fnatic very clean and clear on who they want to try and focus down here. The getaway, yes, they do lose a Rift Herald, but even being able to pick up Douglas on the follow-up as well is really big. And I do like the call from Razor, like by investing that flash early, guarantees that when he has the flag and drag up after, should be able to follow. Good recall from Alistair as well to make sure he can set up the play. So overall, I think Fnatic going to be happy, honestly, with the way that trade operated.
Even out with the gold, Heretics had built up about 1,000 gold lead. You can see Razork, Vladdy, and Upset all ahead in their individual matchups. Chasing now 1,000 gold up, though, with the Triforce complete. The Heretics still have that Rift Herald in pocket to try and crack through this tier 1 in the mid lane. That's where it's going to be invested. Give some more gold over the height where they can. It's Rocket Belt second for him, just short of completing it as of this moment. It should be there pretty soon, especially with the tower falling. 2 towers now to Heretics.
Maybe a third as well. They're already in a position to push on bottom lane, and Wei already zoning Vladdy away from that bot lane turret, so should be another one.
Yeah. I mean, Heretics map movement's been really solid. Like, Fnatic feel like they are answering well, and in some of the skirmishes, they are finding kills and winning those out, but Heretics now... Oh, I didn't check who had the gold lead at 14 minutes. It must have been Heretics.
Yes, it was.
Okay, so for the first time this summer, they're ahead in gold at 14 minutes. Can they now close out the game? Fnatic, 100% loss rate when behind at 14 minutes. 15 minutes, in fact. As Trayson has a Sand United on top of him. TP coming out from Fnatic as well. Losper looking for the headbutt pulverize combo. Gets taunted out, but with the Unbreakable Will, Losper not back there.
It's just the very end of the Mega Gnar. Trayson managed to interrupt us.
Yeah, I didn't even see the Gnar.
Yeah,
right
no, it was
okay.
nice, yeah. I think Losper maybe could have waited half a second because that was literally the very end of it, but Trayson with the last dregs of us managing to get the pushback. So he survives. It's a TP invested for nothing for Fnatic, and 35 seconds until this next dragon. I imagine you can already see Heretics beelining to try and force this mid push into that objective.
Did get the Sand United out of Wei in terms of exchanges, but Wei's that Sand United is much shorter cooldown than the TP.
You also got Losper and
Equalizer and Unbreakable Will out, right.
So kind of a decent trade. Like, I like the way Heretics are playing this.
Oh, Trayson jumps straight onto Sobro here, trying to trade in with that Sheen proc. Razork comes across with the Cataclysm, but Trayson's about to go Mega, and Sobro has to flash away. TP now coming in from Upset as he looks to join the fight. Dashing in with the Arcane Shift. Headbutt pulverize from Losper. Does land a knockup, but no real follow-up from Fnatic. 7 with a Shuriken across the wall. TP in from Sobro. Feel like there's a lot of TPs in happening in this game. We have 6 of them on the map as Heretics will claim possession of the Scuttle Crab. 7 there's a control ward in that bush, clearing out the vision of that ward, but Fnatic are now able to get it themselves.
The mini Gnar, though, is going to be crucial for this. That's why Fnatic trying to hard force this before you have that opportunity to get access to the Mega Gnar once again.
Upset dashing forward with the Arcane Shift. Forward out with a Hextech Ray. Trayson building up the mini Gnar once again. Sobro trying to keep 7 at bay. The engage from Razork and Losper onto the backline. Equalizer down as well. Crescent Guard. Razork's already dead. 7 distracting the rest of Fnatic with his health, but manages to escape himself. Trayson now almost Mega. Upset realizes he needs to get the hell out of there because Losper's slammed into a wall. The Drake goes over to Heretics. They clean up the fight. And this is clean from Heretics so far.
This is great from Heretics. Douglas with a clutch Crescent Guard in the middle of that. Denied the Shockwave follow from Vladdy, which meant that the combo that Fnatic were trying to play around in the pit didn't end up working in their favor. So Heretics, 5-3 and near 3k gold lead. This is good from them.
And I think it disproves Finn's theory. Trayson no longer coached by Odoamne. He's 1.2k gold ahead. Maybe he got the moon cycles wrong.
I told you, there's something in the cosmos today.
Yeah, something to do with the year of the rooster. Something that's Trayson's zodiac sign. Losper has to flash away. Didn't have the Unbreakable Will, and Trayson and Wei very quickly shredded that cow, making some fine brisket, but weren't quite able to fully smoke it out.
Yeah, you see here, Fnatic, they try to set up basically for a combo with Losper and Razork going in, but watch the Shockwave. As it goes in, you end up just connecting onto Douglas with the Crescent Guard. Means that he doesn't take any damage. Saren able to disengage from the fight as well, and Trayson, who'd been steadily building up that Gnar bar, manages to pick up Losper on the end of it as well. So nicely done by Heretics. The individuals really outperforming.
Really good stuff all around. Equalizer down onto 7. Asobro is looking for the chase onto this Akali. There's still a tower there to protect him with an Electro Harpoon hitting. Razork on his way across. Stand United invested. Heretics and Fnatic will call off the play. Wind becomes lightning out of Douglas. TP behind. Tracing no Mega Gnar, currently fully mini. The knockup with a Q3 into the Shadow Dash on Razork, though he's going to have to flag and drag away. Tracing builds up that Mega Gnar very rapidly on that backline as Losper tries to tank it up, upset the next one. Tracing could dash, but decides against it. Discretion the better part of Valor there. And Heretics kind of living up to the advice that NukeDuck talked about, which is not every single player feeling like they have to make a play.
Yeah.
If they see a play and they're like, actually, this isn't perfect for us right now, let's not just dive in by ourselves.
But they're doing a lot of good work, right?
Yeah.
Like they're forcing Fnatic back. Even though you don't get a kill, it's, hey, now there's a bunch of vision in Fnatic's topside jungle, so we can start to push in mid, maybe look to establish a bit more control there, maybe look towards a tier 2. Like, Heretics are playing this nice and slow, and I think that's been the biggest talking point for Heretics has been the addition of NukeDuck and Mithy, and I was skeptical. I'll put my hands up and say I didn't think we'd start to see like the real hands-on difference from these two coming in, but already, I mean, Heretics, this is near night and day from last week.
Oh, and from last split as well. Remember, like they went 1-8 last split. It was not a fun time at all for this team. If they can take down Fnatic here, they've equaled their win record from spring and found their first series win in 132 days, was it? I want to say. That was a long time. That was the last
longer,
time. Yeah, okay. Oh, I've got it up here. This is, I'll put it on, 131 days ago. That was Team Heretics, though, so we can't be sure what Team Heretics have done. I'm sorry, graphics team. They work so hard for us.
I was also going to say, it's like they're on, because we're now 4 days a week. They're doing their damnedest to
they're working
all of it.
so
they're
damn hard.
overtime.
They do not deserve my slander. Like, you missed an A, by the way. So yeah, Medic, you missed words in this team fight. That would be deserved. Deserved recompenses. The red buff secured for Fnatic. The major objective that's up at the moment is Baron, but I don't think either team really wants to try and focus that one down. Don't have the largest amount of damage on Barons generally at the moment. Although I will say, like, Tracing is pretty big, and Seven and Hype can, you know, put some autos into it at least. If they did want to start it. 2 items on Saburo, with the Bloodletter's Curse now complete on the Rumble. Does make him a much more spiky little Yordle than he was previously.
Yeah, I think Tracing is just in such a good spot.
Yeah.
I mean, having the Sterix gauge, massive for him, but also you're very much working up towards that level 16, and he's been really good at finding positions in fights. And the fact that Heretics...
That's too many.
Maybe, but I would have preferred Mini Gnar to Mega Gnar for this. I don't
think it was a deliberate,
yeah.
They can just do this. This is sneaky beaky. I'm loving it. Heretics! This is nice! Okay, didn't realize I was casting with K-Draw there for a second, too. What the helly? Fnatic are nowhere near this. They have no idea. They're going to try and engage onto Hype, and they will find the engage. As with the equalizer down, Hype has to flash away, but that's Baron, and Fnatic are like, okay, I guess that just happened. True Shot Rush coming in as Razork dives deep, but the standing dive is still available, and Razork stunned in the grounding field. Razork dies! Fnatic engaged 2v4. They lost to Baron, and they lose their jungler's life. And now they will all 4 be able to walk out as Douglas steps forward once again. Lostly looking to the engage. Crescent Guard still available to that Xin Zhao. He'll have to use it. Drake the next target here for Heretics as they can put themselves on Soul Point.
I mean, great calls from Heretics. Even the fact they managed to keep Hype alive at the end of that. And now Fnatic just kind of lost as to what they're supposed to do. They're still contesting the mid-wave against the Baron push, but the reset's coming through. I don't see themselves being able to stop this Dragon take.
And the question is now how much Heretics can take off this Baron push. We'll see the engage from Razork onto Hype. I like the idea. Obviously, you have no idea Baron's going on right now. That doesn't matter that much as they go for Hype. But after this flash, it feels a little greedy.
Yeah, I think they needed vision. Actually, they had the vision over the walls. I was going to say, so Razork could immediately try and ult to follow on Hype, but once you get back towards the tower, that felt to me like panic. They were like, oh, Baron's gone down. We need to make something happen.
Yeah.
And if we can take out the Victor, maybe we have a chance at a fight afterwards when the rest of Fnatic show up. But Razork overextends, and Heretics continue this slow march towards a very clean performance here.
Yeah, really solid all round. Every player knowing exactly what their job is. No one with more than 1 death. In fact, Wei, the kill leader at 3-1-3 on this Shen. It's combat Shen all around. Heretics now will push through the top side. Expect to see tier 2s broken with this Baron push, nothing more. It's quite hard for them to hard force into the Fnatic comp, because there is enough, like with a Shockwave, with a Cataclysm, with an Equalizer, if you overstep, you can just be separated from your team and die pretty rapidly. As Trayson opens up onto Razork. Hype and Seren going to be the ones in this 2-3 split that are pushing mid, trying to shepherd this cannon forward, but Upset in the end will have the final word on that one and knock it down with a Mystic shot.
It's interesting to see that they're moving Seren to the mid lane, because I understand Hype doesn't have flash, he is a little bit more vulnerable, but not having, I think Seren in the top lane is a little bit of a hindrance. Like, he's not doing anything in mid, right? He's just kind of standing there. Like, he's not going to get to a turret to hit it. So you could try and apply that Baron buff elsewhere. But I do think it is a fear of Hype getting engaged on is the reason that he's sitting there. Yeah,
I get that. Makes a lot of sense. Hype now has his Void Staff finished. Guardian Angel on Douglas as well. It's G's at 3 items. Looks like Trayson might be going towards a Wit's End third with the recurve bow and that little bit of magic resist complete. The Baron expiring in 10 seconds time, and then we have 3 minutes on the next 2 major objectives. Now for Fnatic, finding the Mountain Drake probably takes a higher priority, because that's sold for Heretics if they take it. For Heretics, they don't really mind. Like, if we give up a Mountain Drake and get a Baron, that's pretty solid for us as well.
It's very difficult for Fnatic to even get into a position to make that choice.
Yeah.
Because you're just getting pushed in. The joy of mages is they do very well. Vladdy can't approach Seren, because Seren incredibly strong and capable of chasing him down, especially with the level 16 hit. So as Fnatic, you're kind of stuck on your side of the map. So when it comes to choices, it's kind of a, do we check the darkness and hope that we survive, or can we maybe figure out some sort of pick? But
I guess the one good thing for them is they've got Mystic Shots, they've got Jarvan Flag, they've got an Alistair. They have ways to check, right? You can walk in. You've got the ball as well from Orianna. So you've got ways to check without just chucking your face into a wall, which is quite nice for them, but they are very much on the back foot. They are receiving whatever Heretics are throwing at them, rather than throwing punches of their own.
Exactly. And as long as you kind of get your reset timers right here, which looks like Heretics are kind of going to be in a position to go for, I think you're going to be fine. And then it does become a question of how well can you play around these tools as Fnatic to try and retake that space. At least the moment with Sobro pushing in on that bottom side should give you a little bit of a window to try and get him back out into the map and kind of move as a unit.
They're just funneling Trayson, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, he just got red buff and the full Razor Beak cap that Douglas had set up for him. I mean, they're building him for third item. Yeah, you have to feel it's a Wit's End, right? Completion. Still a minute 20 before the Drake. There we are, Wit's End. Trayson is going to be pretty difficult to deal with. In Odoamne's defense, he had longer with Trayson than he's had with Silver so far, right? So it might just be the collective genius of Odo that when he coached Trayson that has ended up with him being in this position. Could also be the fact that Wei ganked top like 5 million times, which has definitely helped Trayson get ahead. Trayson's played well from that position. So.
Yeah, and in Odo's defense, he does have a child on the way. So
we
might have something to do with where his priorities lie.
Nothing extemporaneous to League of Legends can be applied as a reason that a team played poorly or well. Okay, you can't be like, oh, he was sick that day. None of that. None of that applies. Okay. All that matters is on-risk performance, and right now, it's Heretics with the superior performance. 1-3-1 is their split. Seren is pushing through the bot side. Trayson being dealt with by Sobero, but not a huge amount Sobero can do to deal with this Gnar. Seren, he has enough vision ahead of him, but not enough vision really in the river to spot out where the movements are coming from Fnatic. He will continue to dance back and forth. Baron spawning, Drake up in 5. Trayson continues to push through top. Has the Mega Gnar just complete. It's a good time for Fnatic to start this fight.
Fnatic don't have good vision and are now under timer because they're going to lose topside, so I don't really like this for Fnatic.
Keep it behind by Trayson. He's about to go mini Gnar. Engage from Lost, but onto Hype. He flashes away. Razork going deep as well. Trayson gets the Gnar just before he goes into mini. Vladdy in the middle of an Arcane Storm is going to die to Seren. Trayson keeping Sobero away. Trading with Upset as well. Sobero dies. Fnatic all die. Fnatic only have Upset left, and Douglas does not want that to remain the case. Heretics with an ace at 31 minutes just wipe Fnatic away.
This was incredibly clean from Heretics. Start to finish, great calls on the Baron, great calls on playing towards Trayson. Wei was everywhere. Heretics take a bow. This was great.
sublime performance from Heretics as they will take not only their first win of the split, but a one-game lead in this best of 3. The question is, can they find their first series victory in 132 days?
I mean, not even, just business as usual, it looks like, for Heretics on the stage. That was very impressive, but I'm going to toss it over to the AD, because, lads, what the hell?
No, you said it best. Very, very impressive.
Kino. Absolute cinema. I mean, Heretics, what? They played so well. I haven't seen this high level of play from Heretics the entire year.
This is great. The first game win since spring week 2. 123 days of winlessness. Now, it's to be fair, a lot of those days they weren't actually playing League of Legends out of season, but still, it's complete insanity. And boys, I think we have to go back because Team Heretics played super well. They punished Fnatic so beautifully, but there was one play when we were watching behind the scenes that brought demons out of both of you. There was a lot of rage backstage, so I need you guys to break that play down for me. This 19-minute Drake fight, talk to me about it.
One of us had more rage than the other.
Yeah,
I will say that.
let me just bring up the stuff I was passionate about, and then Finn can unleash and take the best out of me. So, Fnatic find themselves trying to contest this Drake area. So, what's important here is that both of these teams are trying to get the foothold on this dragon. So Fnatic wants to loop around from here, and Heretics already, they just want to hold the area. So as we play, Soboro will make the uncanny mistake of walking in here a little bit too early. And
Way too early.
Way too early. So a fight will break down, and now skirmishing happens. It's whatever. Both teams are looking to reset NTP back in. So as it goes down, Shen is getting very, very chunked, and now it's going to be becoming a slow grind for position. Rumble is tipping back in. And what I'm about to mold about, you are Fnatic. You're about to be flanked from 2 positions. The Gnar, as you can see, he's over here in the both side of the map, and Akali will be looking to flank from here. Now, count for me, Finn. Count for me. You have this ball of 5 members with the shield on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Cool, you counted Fnatic, but I wanted you to count Heretics. How many members of Heretics are in here?
1, 2, potentially 3.
Okay, so that's great. That's very important. Remember, counting is important. Fnatic, they really want, for this Drake situation, they want to run it down. They want to run it down this river hard. They want to just go in there, take over the position, take over the banana, and push Team Heretics out.
Yeah, I mean, basically they traded their Cataclysm and Rumble TP for a chunk on Gnar. So this is the one timing to use that, because when Gnar comes back, the Cataclysm is still down.
Yeah, so Finn, take it away, take it away. Just be happy.
Yeah.
Be passionate and happy.
I'll be happy. I mean, I'm not gonna be that happy because, as we see this play gonna play out here in the absolute highest quality, Fnatic is struggling a little bit to approach this. Now, Upset is gonna make a call here to kind of chunk Tracing. And that is pretty much Fnatic's cue to, okay, Tracing is completely out of the fight. Now we can engage on this. But they've been so scared of this Akali, this entire sequence. So when they go,
they
as
really
we see,
don't go.
I mean, this is completely out of Arcane. It's Echo and Jinx dancing. It's a beautiful moment as Fnatic just completely sends it here. And I'm gonna pause it so you guys see what's happening. They have just used Alistar combo, Jarvan combo. Ezreal couldn't follow it because he didn't have Arcane Shift because he went here in the Tribush on the Xin Zhao with ultimate.
Yeah,
although
that's great.
To go back to what I said before, that's a no bueno, some would say.
Yeah, it's really no bueno. And to be honest, every someone's misplay, or like everyone's play is someone else's misplay. And to be honest, Heretics sees this opportunity incredibly well, because it wasn't easy to play that situation with everyone being chunked on the side. Seren found an amazing flank, and I feel like just overall, at my detriment, Team Heretics played this whole situation, and pretty much most of the situations in this game extremely well. They were always one step ahead of Fnatic.
Yeah, I love that you call out Seren, because it is a player that's been under some scrutiny. But here in this play, he did exactly what he had to do. When you're playing Akali, the threat of the flank is usually bigger than the flank itself. The fact that he just held his position for that long just put so much pressure onto Fnatic and kind of spiraled them into this panic to engage.
Now, Finn, I really love that you bring up all these analytical points, but where are we at with the moonmogging this game?
So, we said before the game that all our internal data, all our hardworking analysts.
Yes, all of us. All the data we all
everything
came
said
up with.
that Sobro was favored in this
There it is,
matchup.
gentlemen. Moonmarked by Tracen.
But it also goes to show that despite lunar cycles, sometimes when a player steps up, it can go over the moon and just play to his absolute highest quality. I think Tracen here had a fantastic game, supported by Wei in that top lane, really shut down Sobro. And it kind of goes back to what Razork said in the interview before, that Sobro is a really good player, a lot of good qualities, but he has a tendency to die to ganks. And I think this is something that Team Heretics analyzed and prepared for, and they clearly wanted to attack Sobro in the early game.
Yeah, and look, we saw really solid setup around the top side of the map. We saw these proactive moves, these punishes. I want to take a look at another one of those proactive moves on that cheeky Baron, that surprise Baron. But we're going to take another look at it through the comms of Fnatic. Shout out to the production team for catching this. Let's take a look at their perspective when that Baron was stolen away.
Buckle up.
What do we do if they stun us now, guys? We don't have any vision.
We're gonna need to check it.
Like, they could be doing it as two. I'm walking there.
Oh, no,
Send bot.
But I think they want to play Dragon, guys.
Okay. Yeah, then I go for Drake.
Narrator, they were doing Baron.
They were doing Baron. And like, Odo, I'm sorry to keep throwing it back to you. I don't want you to just come up here, you know. It's the parent-teacher conference.
Yeah.
I'm here to tell you your kids have been bad. Like,
My kids
you know,
have been bad.
What are you, what's the response here, my guy? Like, is this
well,
a big deal or not? Because like people online are going to meme this no matter what. But is this actually important, or is this just you think a single fumble?
Honestly, it is a bit of a big deal because it wasn't just one isolated incident when it comes to this game. I feel like every single one of these situations, Heretics was just one step ahead. It felt like Fnatic, again, as we saw as we listened to in those comms, there is a lot of ideas happening. There's a lot of like, oh, I think this or I think that. But I didn't really see proactive decision making there. So that's the worrying part for me, because even week two rather, with MKOI, I felt like that was the bane of their existence in that game. And even now with Team Heretics, I feel like if there was one game for you to be extremely decisive about what you want to do, what decision you want to make, it was probably this one.
I completely agree. Look, ultimately, we're just going to have to see if Fnatic can bounce back, because Team Heretics have hit the ground running. An incredibly impressive game one. We'll see if they can keep that momentum in their favor, or Fnatic will turn the tides. We're going to head to a quick break. But afterwards, we're back with the second game of this series, so don't go anywhere.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call it.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried down, still half alive. It's got me crawling in my skin, but no one's coming out to hold me close. Pouring out the gasoline, yeah, I've been making friends with all these girls, and I got nothing left to lose. Fight to the future. It's not me to turn and run. Met the bitter truth and I choked it down. Left a bad taste on my tongue, but my appetite's been growing now. I can see you crawling in your skin, but no one's coming out to hold you close. I'm pouring out the gasoline, so say hello to all my ghosts.
I'm coming with Mega soon.
First target, slowly.
I'm Mega, no flash rumble. Look my position, guys.
Hazel jumped, flash.
Rumble, no flash.
Hazel, no flash, Ezreal. I look rumble, I look
rumble, no flash. Nice. Rumble 1 HP.
We can finish.
There.
Well, the Heretics players said it best. They are, and they were at that point, as Heretics are now 1-0 up in this series. The question is, can they close it out, or will Fnatic strike back? And it's been disappointing for Fnatic so far, you have to feel. Only picking up a win versus MKOI in one of their games and still losing out the series. Now they're faced with Heretics, and then throughout the rest of this week as well, I believe they play again. Yeah, they play against KC on Sunday. So if they lose this, it's really not looking good for that matchup versus KC. The question is, can Fnatic fight back? Will their changes make sense? Will Soburo have a time in a 1v1 rather than the 2v1 that he had in game 1?
Why would you ever give him that, you know? Because I do think he was very strong in their first series, so makes sense to try and prioritize taking him out. Also, I think they correctly identified Trayson has been exceptional.
Yeah.
A lot of the times for Heretics has been one of the strongest players on the team, so playing towards him, giving him resources makes a lot of sense. It's kind of about buy one, get one free if you're on the Heretics side.
Yeah, we have the Anivia, Nocturne, and Camille bounced away by Fnatic. They chose first pick. Heretics chose blue side, and they get rid of Vi, Jace, and Poppy. So the expected pick here is a Cassio, and that's exactly where Fnatic will go.
Okay, so getting very high priority pick, which is going to be wonderful for them. Still things like the Syndra, though, on the opposite side for Heretics, if they want to try and go for this double AP again in their draft. Like, could end up taking the Syndra, could try and take an answer into the Cassiopeia in the mid lane and try and play from there, but we'll have to see exactly what they want to look for.
Immediately, they are going towards that Syndra, Rob. That's a good call on that. There's still, I mean, Nocturne's banned away. In terms of junglers, you are looking towards things like the Wukong at this point. We've also seen Maokai from Douglas, if he wants to bring that back out. I'm not sure you need to fall to that level yet. Ooh. I love Belveth. I do not think she's pro-play viable.
Yeah, I think like going towards something like a Leona or something along bot lane is probably going to be your best bet here. But Lucian, actually, it was banned away in the last game, so but it was by Heretics against Fnatic, so I'm wondering if they've seen a little bit more in scrims where they're a bit nervous about upsets Lucian, but either way, going to be going towards Heretics, and definitely something you can try and play around.
Yeah, give him something like Emilio and you can absolutely dominate through the bot side. I've seen it already today. The question is, for Fnatic, how are they going to answer that? Do you go towards your AD carry now? Something that can play... I mean, you could go Nautilus Kai'Sa if you really want to try and just 2v2.
Yeah, I like the Nautilus in general just because it's, as you say, like Melio, Enchanters, VC, a little bit more with the Lucian. So taking the Nautilus means, okay, I'm already set up for success against some of those picks. I would be surprised if Heretics were going to pivot into like a Braum Lucian or something like that. So I think you're relatively good. And there's Jhin. So either way, very strong kill lane if they ever manage to get on top of you.
Yeah, the problem is getting on top of Emilio is hard because he has the Mega Fire kick of super friend kickingness. But
I think that's the name.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the name. Lucian's. So Emilio's ability name's like Cozy Campfire, Warm Hugs.
I like Cozy Campfire.
Sure, of course you do. It's your sort of personality right there. I want it to be called a painful burning of pain, even though it heals you, you know? And Leona is locked in, so I mean, Lucian does still work off CC. Leona, probably the best support remaining. Camille was banned away, so you couldn't go towards that.
I think it's just decent into Nautilus as well. Like, you end up winning out in the matchup early because Nautilus is so reliant on the shield, but the W gives you so many stats as the Leona that you can just out-tank the Nautilus in a lot of those plays, which is kind of great for some of these engaged supports. So.
And if he goes in, he's like, well, I can either Shield of Daybreak stun you, or I can Zenith Blade onto your AD carry and just sit on top of your AD carry, get the Aftershock proc, get the Ignite down. Like, it's so hard for AD carries actually to deal with the Leona when Shield of Daybreak is on a flat 6-second cooldown. So hard. Olaf going to get taken away by Heretics. Fnatic getting rid of the Vayne. We are looking at top lane bans predominantly, just trying to shore up any matchups up there. Wouldn't be surprised if we do see something more conventional. Gnar is conventional for Tracing, but I guess my thought is more of a like a Cassante or a Renekton, like something that is just standard, as opposed to a matchup that can dominate in the way that Tracing's Gnar did.
I feel like they're trying to set up for, I suppose maybe with the Trundle, but I still feel like trying to get more room for Tracing to breathe in that top matchup is going to do well for Heretics. And I do like to see him on carries a little bit more, but we'll have to see if that is going to be the call, as it's the Vayne and the Skarner gone on the opposite side. Skarner usually the answer to Lee Sin. So we'll see if Razork wants to go towards that here, as no jungler has been selected yet.
Yeah, Heretics will likely pick up their jungler first. Wukong, we talked about earlier on, works really well with Solar Flare, with Scatter the Weak, does a huge amount of work. There is the Lee Sin as well, hovered for Fnatic. Neferi, the other option they are pondering for the moment, but I believe the Lee Sin is much more likely to come through.
Yeah, I think it does relatively well here. Good early dueling power and also the ability to disengage from some of these key all-ins is going to be very nice for Fnatic, because you're already kind of looking at, you have a good engage tool with the Nautilus, good disengage with the Cassiopeia, so having a Lee Sin that can kind of support in that, buying space for Jhin and Cassiopeia, I think will go well, but they're still going to hold off on those options, instead locking in the Renekton for Sobro, and he is an IG top laner, so he's going to have the Renekton fairly decent,
you know. Renekton, it's very true. We've seen the Shy there before, obviously. Had a good time on IG. There's the Lee Sin to round things out for Fnatic. Heavily physical damage composition, something we don't too often see these days, with only the Cassio providing that magic damage. Now Heretics are having a small discussion. It's like, okay, what do we want to do in the top lane? So wait, Cassante. Like I talked about it as a possible, we just want to shore up top. We want to make sure that Tracing has a good matchup.
Okay.
Don't expect to see quite as much from way towards the top side in this game as we did in game 1.
No, I agree. I think it's going to be a little bit easier. So going for the Cassante, just neutralize the matchup, and then eventually you do begin to outscale this Cassante in that side lane. So let's see if that's going to be the case, but much more focused on individual lanes for Heretics and just saying, look, we will start to play for team fights with a lot of setup through the Leona and the Syndra and the Wukong. And on the opposite side for Fnatic, I think you've got like decent tools. You've got good engage, you've got really good disengage with the Lee Sin and the Cassiopeia, good setup for the long range of the Deadly Flourish. So I think Fnatic like a lot of suitable tools for a lot of different situations.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where my mind is as well with this Fnatic comp, because I look at it, I'm like, I wouldn't take it as a full team fighting comp. And I wouldn't take it as a perfect pick comp, although it does have some pick tools. And as you say, it's got all the tools. I just don't think any one of them is like S tier.
Yeah.
Right? So it's a jack of all trades composition. And I do worry about jack of all trades compositions because if the enemy team just does something really well and forces you to do that on repeat, then your jack of all trades doesn't actually get as much value as an S tier composition in a different way.
And I do feel a little bit for both the Nautilus and the Renekton later on, because if you're trying to play into Cassante, Wukong, Syndra, Leona,
exactly,
less than ideal.
We'll see if Fnatic can find a way to make all of their trades pay off, or whether Heretics will be able to find the team fights that this composition seems to be yearning for. Way starting up towards the Razor Beaks. Heretics might go for a little bit of a delayed invade. I say delayed, it's about a couple of seconds later than it could have been. Razork is spotted out. Just a ward going down. Razork gets the attack speed, but not enough to kill off that ward.
So Razork didn't start with an extra pot, so I wasn't sure if they would like full commit to just be like, okay, if we can actually push Razork out, he's going to go low, but it's not the end of the road. Like, Lee Sin's still pretty healthy on his clear, so will just be an extra bit of gold that he gets to hold on to. And especially with the path that he's taken, like starting on red buff, you get that in a sustain as well, so he should be fine. But I wasn't sure if they're going to full commit there, and then Razork really wish he bought that pot.
Saving 50 gold, obviously, very helpful in terms of hitting those first parts of items, like a tunneler. Obviously, you can get there a little bit quicker, but sometimes it can be a little risky, as Razork is going for an invade. On towards Douglas here. Douglas unaware for now. Razork comes around the corner, does have Smite, and Douglas has used his Smite, so Razork... Oh! Okay, now he walks back and smites it. Did fall under 600 HP for a second. Razork steals away a singular camp from Douglas, who was just going to go back on his merry way through the jungle.
Yeah, just a little frustrating. So we'll give Razork a little bit of an XP lead in the early stages. Maybe there's a window where Douglas can try and respond, but mid push, bot push for Fnatic, it makes it very difficult for the Wukong to try and respond. And this is kind of the advantage of Lee Sin, right? You're quite mobile, but also the early dueling power is pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't think Douglas knew, though, that Razork had taken W. Maybe because they had the ward down, could probably figure it out. But it was EW, which makes him a little bit less potent in that early fight, but I don't think you want to take that risk as Douglas.
Yeah, especially when you're getting your camp smote away from you. Razork, smartly, after doing 3 camps, one of which was the enemy Grump, resets, gets his longsword, because one of the options for Douglas was an invade. Or a bot side gank, right? So Douglas could have gone Razor Beaks, red, bot side gank with the push coming out from Moscow and upset, and then it would have been an outnumbered fight for the Fnatic bot lane, but Razork is reset, now goes up towards his Grump and his blue, and should be able to get a full clear.
Yeah, curious to see what he's going to do with his ward, because that's kind of the I don't take a pot, where there's my 75 gold that I'm going to have to actually buy the ward. Not usually what we see on Lee Sin's, like they will just take the early longsword for the Scuttercrab fights, but not sure if it's going to be more of a mobility tool or if he actually just wants to try and get an invade and like put down an early ward in Douglas's jungle to make sure he can spot out.
Double crab without having done
like
his
it,
blue and his wolves. Razork runs through mid very obviously. Seven is low, as is Vladdy. Vladdy low on mana as well. Gets some back from those twin fangs. Douglas trying to trade onto Razork, and with the push coming out of Soboro in the top lane, Douglas just can't get in here. Razork's going to have about a 3-camp lead when all of this finishes. Nice early jungling for Fnatic.
Yeah, it just got to immediately move back in towards the jungle and start to clear down as well, because he already has that early reset on the longsword, so fine to just continue on. Ping's going down about a potential for an invade on towards the Raptor camp, but it's already going to be gone, and I think, yeah, if you're Douglas, it's you don't even try, just try and get your own camps as they respawn.
Yeah, just go back onto the cycle. Will be a little bit more delayed than he'd like it to be, as Losper is forced low by Hype, who wanted to make sure this wave crashes in. For Heretics, though, it's not the end of the world. Right? Obviously, Douglas will be sad, but he shouldn't be too dismayed about how this early start has gone. I want to come back to that nuked up quote we were talking about earlier. Last week, he said that they lost game 2 of their series because of insecurity. Everyone felt like they needed to do too much, and I feel this is another situation where players could feel a little bit too much pressure on themselves to try and like eke back this disadvantage that Douglas has found himself in.
Yeah, I think they're, with the comp they have, though, they should feel relatively okay.
Yeah.
Like, once you start to get in towards those later team fights, you're very good. You've got a ton of setup, especially for things like culling. So I think playing this slow is not the end of the road. It's frustrating that Douglas will be slow on level 6, but it definitely isn't a massive game changer. And as long as they just keep the cool, I think they're okay.
Laddie on the Casio has got himself a pair of boots and a Ruby Crystal. It's the first time we've seen him on this pick. Seren on the other side going for Swifties first on the Syndra, just to try and avoid those noxious blasts that come out from the Casio and really facilitate all of her damage. You land that poison, the extra Twin Fangs you can stack up. Just gives you so much more damage in the 1v1, both of them hitting level 6 now. And Razork is going to be able to start up this dragon with pushing mid and pushing bot. Being easy enough secure for the Fnatic jungler, but Dactus is in the area, having a snifter to see if he wants to trade in. Wei goes in with the Eclipse, Zenith played onto Lost, his Aftershock just times out. Dagler stepping forward, Hype trying to kill off Lost, but Dagler dashes in with the Warrior Trickster. Now Upset and Razork need to run as the chase continues. Flash from Wei. Upset trying to dash away, he'll flash the wall. Razork flashed out as well. In the end, all of Fnatic have to burn their flashes, whereas Douglas and Hype hold on to theirs.
Nicely done by Heretics. I think Razor kind of jumping the boat a little bit, trying to start up that dragon. Had got the reset, so had the pickaxe advantage, which was basically what they're trying to play off of. But Douglas level 5 in that bottom side, I think you could have just played for kind of trying to get that level 6 off of both the Crab and your Gromp, and then look for the play, because then you've got that level advantage and you kind of buy time where Douglas resets to go top lane like now. So I think this is actually where, if Razor could waited a moment, would be fine off of this to go for it. Now, it didn't end up amounting to too much. It's just some flashes burnt, maybe punished later. But yeah, Fnatic a little antsy there.
Little interesting read here from Heretics as well. Like, they knew Scuttle Crab was spawning after they forced Fnatic away. Douglas recalls and spam pings his blue. It's like, we need to protect this blue, we need to protect this blue. Wei opens up towards topside as well, running through the jungle with Douglas. And all that time, Razork just takes the Scuttle Crab and goes back to the dragon. So I feel like Heretics there had a read that Douglas, like, they were going to get invaded or something towards topside.
So I think what he was expecting was Razork was going to hit level 6 off of his next camp, and then with the push from Renekton in the top side go in.
Rush in.
But because Razork was so long in taking his red buff, he was actually slightly behind on the experience compared to where you would have expected. So he was kind of just on the break-even point that you naturally be on. I think Douglas misjudged that as he was going to be ahead, and that was what he was most worried about.
I mean, it's understandable to be worried about an invade on your blue side when you're already falling behind. That's entirely. It's just one of those situations where you see the read, and it's like, that read was just wrong here. It's just unfortunate for Heretics because they lose bot side Scuttle and a dragon because of the way they've read them.
Yeah, I think if Razork was actually slightly further ahead and had hit the level 6, I think the correct play for Fnatic is to actually try and invade and see if they can punish Wukong level 5, get a kill, force him out, take his top side, and just kind of keep Douglas behind. So I can understand where he's coming from. It is just, as you say, unfortunate that it was a wrong read on the play.
And those happen as Razork and Vladdy teaming up towards the mid lane, looking for Seren. Not sure how aware he is that there's a Lee Sin. Now he's very aware that there's a Lee Sin as the Sonic Wave comes out. Topside Scuttle spawning relatively soon. TP coming up from tracing towards that top lane. Sobro in the 1v1. He's developed quite a sizable advantage. 600 gold his lead. Razork here going to be able to take these grubs without too much contest as Douglas is forcing Losper and Upset away from their tower. Vladdy on the way across though. Fnatic trying to defend Upset's ability to get close to CS, to be honest. Hex flash over. Douglas on miasma. Dodges away with the Warrior Trickster. The hook lands into the wall as well. Vladdy flashes across, the curtains open, and Douglas falls for first blood.
Douglas trying desperately to get some extra experience and gold, but ends up costing him pretty substantially, with Fnatic picking him up as a kill.
And nicely played from Fnatic as well. Douglas thought he was relatively safe. He pushed the enemy bot lane away. They wanted to get to their tower to try and pick up that wave. But his bot lane wasn't able to react. The Hex flash across from Losper means that Douglas was all out of sorts. Does get Vladdy's flash out at least.
But this was the cross map, right? You've already got Lee Sin that's on that top side objective. So the fact that Douglas ends up falling is pretty grim. Vladdy with a good roam to cover here. You can see mid-push not really there. And Vladdy picking up the kill as well means that he's going to be very happy with accelerating his own build towards that Rod of Ages.
Did use his flash in the Petrifying Gaze, so Seren has a small opportunity to try and punish, but Fnatic now 1,000 gold ahead. 3 grubs, a Drake, a really solid early start for them as Wei. Haven't seen too much of him so far this game. Hasn't really been able to roam around the map as he did in game 1. Doesn't really have the same places to go as well. Here in the mid lane, could look with a Solar Flare. A couple of pings come out towards him from where Losper is waiting. So in the end, Seren just clears out the wave. Low on mana, will want to reset.
Yeah, Fnatic trying to play on mid was Losper was just ticking over to level 6, so minion dies, you get that depth charge, immediately get on towards Seren. The good scout of the week hits 2, which kind of nullifies the play. But I still like that we're seeing Losper starting to move a little bit more, because Wade definitely had the advantages you just were talking about in moving around in game 1. So now with the Hex Flash trying to be a little bit more active, I think can work, especially towards a Syndra. Like, you burn that flash early, follow-up is then easier for Razork, or, you know, a Petrifying Gaze from Vladdy can try and turn that matchup around.
The question is whether they will be able to do so, as Wei constantly fighting over vision control. With a minute on the Drake, makes sense. They want to try and control this area as well as possible. Razork sneaking around the corner. Douglas is just about to reset, probably has his Triforce complete on his recall, although might be slightly short in terms of gold. As Razork goes in, steals away the Blast Cone, and Fnatic very much in control of this game. The major lead on Sobo in the top lane, who's gone Black Cleaver first to try and get through this Chain Vest and the Bramble Vest. Chain mail? Chain? It's Chain Vest and Bramble Vest. They're both vests. Yeah.
We're working up towards Iceborne Gondolas. That's kind of the usual build you see into the Renekton. And kind of where we start to see that matchup teeter into the Cassante favored, but still very much depends on how it plays out and kind of how much of a gold lead the Renekton's been able to get. Sober's been doing well.
Can't make it in. Trace looks to the Fury, doesn't land it, but the all-out does come out. Dagger's still here. Sobro with that Dominus. Forcing another Cyclone out of Douglas, who isn't going to be able to do too much. Sobro did have to flash, but that's about that. As the Fnatic top lane survives the 2v1.
Yeah, Seren had to burn flash and the heal on Wei as well in that mid lane to try and survive the play coming through from Fnatic. So both junglers starting to get active, and Hype wants nothing to do with it. He's going to move completely away from the spot side turret.
Do not want to get dived, as the Dragon's Rage Insect is available for Razork. It will be second Drake of the game as well to Fnatic, as they are off to the races here in game 2 of this series. And for Heretics, signs of some cracks happening after what was a very solid game 1.
Fnatic doing a good job of keeping the pace up. Second Dragon, play around bot side, keeping upset in the position where he's within touching distance at least of Hype. And Sober has been just solo getting a good amount of control here. I think at this stage, like, Tracing, even when he gets towards the Iceborne Gauntlet, is going to be far enough behind that Sober should just be able to continue to reign supreme in this matchup. So for Fnatic, no pressure to try and do anything crazy. Just keep the ball rolling in the direction that they have it.
Finishing up their role quests as well. It's, Upset now has his Razork is. Ooh! Losper looking for. Then it's played in from Wei into the Solar Flare. The culling down onto Losper. But with Vladdy just around the corner and the curtains opening, Hype needs to begin to back away. Seren trying to get here, but a little late to the party. Good scatter the weak onto Razork. Unleashed Power is not going to be enough damage to kill off that Lee Sin. Fnatic get a kill and then get out.
That forward shot from Upset actually did a lot of work. Prevented the follow-up from Douglas on the scat of the week. Got slowed, didn't really get into position to follow. So Fnatic able to escape away. Nicely done by Fnatic.
Yeah, a couple of heists coming out from the men in black and orange here. As they have that 1,000 gold lead still and 2 Drakes to the good. Only people on the map yet to complete their role quests are the supports, as per usual. I didn't see those World Atlases are fully upgraded. Next objective in 90 seconds will be the Rift Herald. And Heretics trying to set up around it right now. Way there, doesn't have the Solar Flare. Depth charge available for Losper. And with the Chem map, you have all of this extra vision that you can play around with those upgraded scrying buff. That's the one, Scry's Blue man. It's late. It's past 8 o'clock. It's my bedtime.
It's 9 o'clock.
No, it was 9 o'clock when I was a young lad of 34. Now that I'm 35, Rob, 8:25, the latest I stay up.
Not even 8:30. That would be crazy.
I'll do 8:30 if I'm, watching a movie with my wife or something.
Oh yeah.
But
if it's a big night.
Yeah. If it hasn't finished by 8:30, I'm
Sobro.
falling asleep on the sofa. Solar Flare stops Sobro from escaping. He'll use the Dominus to try and clear out the wave. Seren tanking for a second because of the Black Fire Torch. Shield of Daybreak in by Wei. Scatter the weak back again onto Sobro, but he just clears the wave. Now he has used his TP in his ultimate, and the next wave is on its way.
Run, Losper! Run! Save him! Actually, I'm a little nervous for Losper if he tries to enter here.
I'm a little nervous for Heretics if they try and dive.
Yeah.
I think they die.
Okay.
You just get that sense. You just get that feeling.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna dive.
It's I've entered in this position before.
Yes.
Don't do it.
Do not dive this situation. Wei is not as tanky as you think he is.
My mind's telling me no.
That's Razork. I mean, Sobereau there, surviving well. Did, get solar flared out of his TP, so that's on a relatively long cooldown, but should be fine for the moment. Fnatic stole away a couple of camps on the other side of the map as recompense for the injustice of their top laner having to stay in bot.
Still, got Riptide up on the available. Fnatic trying to move into position for this. Sobereau moving up from bot lane as well, now that he is TP less. But Trayson sitting on this top side, and you got Saren who can't match on the play. So Fnatic just trying to push in mid and see if they can set up around this objective first.
Well, Trayson's going to poke his nose in. 7,000 on the Herald, and Rob, I've just looked at where Douglas is on the map. I feel like Heretics are not going to challenge.
No, I think they're just going to leave Saren to try and push in the bottom lane. So look to trade, and feeling relatively far behind. And I mean, this is a symptom of what the early game was, where they're a little bit cautious about trying to really all in. Because if you're in a position where Fnatic now get a win, that's kind of the game blown open. They hit a second item before this next dragon, and then they're on soul point. So Heretics instead take the loss. They say we'll try and just fight for a third dragon straight up in a minute's time, especially if we can start to have like some second items come through, but they're only at an item and a half. Those are only complete on this back, so it will still be them fighting just a little bit behind.
Yeah, but a little bit behind when you have a composition that likes to team fight into a composition that is solid team fighting. But again, we talked about this in draft, not exceptional at team fighting. It requires a lot more moving parts for Fnatic team fight to be online.
Yeah, I think for Heretics though, the values are going to be the level 11s. Douglas very close to it. Hype needs to get there as well. So they'd like to play it a little slow before they have to enter into this. But off these next wave, and they should be fine. Douglas may be behind.
Way hooked up. Trading onto Losper. Then dive in. Losper gets culled. Dragon's Rage kick out of Razork, who dives back in onto Wei. Cyclone from Douglas. The TP's coming in. Razork's just dead as Vladdy joins the fray. Shield of Daybreak. They don't want to chase him too far because that gaze could be petrifying, but Razork dies just before the Drake, and that makes it a lot easier for Heretics to set up. When the enemy doesn't have a jungler, I find taking objectives slightly more simple. Oh, Upset has to cleanse. Caught out with the scat of the week. Heretics going to step in as 3. Want to clear out this vision and the blast cone, and then we'll just start up the dragon.
Yeah, I feel like Razork didn't have to hit the Q button the second time.
His mind was telling him no.
Exactly, but it's the body.
It's the body,
telling you yes. It's telling you yes every time. And that's relatively unfortunate for Fnatic, because it means that's the dragon going over. It's the control that they could have had off the back of this. But they were still caught out in a kind of an awkward spot. Like, Lospa had already used the ult and had to flash away. It was going to be a re-engage anyway, a retake anyway, so I think Razork didn't need to do it, but maybe was hoping that it would rush the play from Heretics a little bit. I'm trying to find some.
We talked a little bit about this. I've been kind of like crash outy recently. And you said sometimes I've been a bit too excusey of bad plays. I think that was a moment you were too excusey of a bad play. Like Razork did not need to be in that situation.
But the problem is, oh, hang on, have they cut? No. Fnatic fans think I hate them.
Okay.
And I don't. The problem is, I was a Fnatic fan.
Same.
I have the signed Huni jersey at my house in Ireland. I'm just disappointed that I can't get good plays from Fnatic.
Yeah.
That's all I really want. This has nothing to do with them. So now I'm very self-conscious of, am I being too harsh on Fnatic? So I'm glad you're telling me I'm not.
No, in that situation, I think harshness was valid. It just didn't need to be the way it was. They do still have a lot of tools in this toolkit. They have a lot of ways to find engages. As Razork looks for another one on Wei, he was going to get Shield of Daybreak stunned. This tower down to a single plate means that Fnatic can just push in for it. And, ooh, Sonic Wave. Wei is around here in a way that he should not be. I do not understand why he continued to try and trade after Saren had walked a long way away.
Yeah, because as soon as that Sonic Wave connected from Razork, I was not wanting to play there as Saren, especially when he has Flash, he has a lot of tools that can try to set up.
I'm trying to trade onto Upset, the culling. Upset has the Flash depth charge used as well from Losper, who does have the Flash to get across the wall if he wants to go for a chase. But wisely, Fnatic back away from that play. Curtains open. Losper. Flash, dredge line. Just the dredge line. Curtain call comes just a little bit short as Hype is able to dash away. Deadly Flourish not hitting either. Vladdy's still looking for a further chase to flash away from Hype, and now Sobereau. Oh no!
Oh,
God!
no!
Okay, no. We need to see I think Hype may have autoed the blast cone. I think I saw an auto attack animation. So it's either incredible from Hype or oh no, Sobero. You know?
Yeah.
Which sounds like a children's cartoon. Oh no, Sobero. He's in the area again, blasting off again.
Yeah, I'm just glad he can't play Oriana and we get Sobero's
Sombrero. Yeah. I would love to see a replay of that, observers, if we have an opportunity.
Possible, yes.
I think it was Hype's auto. But it was quite far away.
Still,
Razor. No! He has to flash. Dredgeline coming in as well from Lost as he tries to do the fake. Then flash out from Upset to catch Wei, who will flash as well. So now both Razork and Wei have expended that summoner. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Trayson is trading with Sobero. But I think it's just two meatballs hitting each other. We'll have another look at this. Okay. So Hype flashes.
It was Sobero.
No, it's Hype.
No, it's Hype.
It is Sobero.
It's both.
No, no. Hype autos Sobero, and Sobero orders the blast cone. He's blasting off again.
Oh no!
It's the moon, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. You can't beat the waning crescent.
That's where the Zinza won, Crescent Guard. He's immune to it.
Oh, it's genius.
Yeah.
It's genius. Where's Finn? We need him on the desk for our astrological breakdown. The thing is, Fnatic at the moment are in retrograde, right? And so that's why they keep losing. It's like Mercury.
That darn thing's always in retrograde.
I don't think it's ever been antigrade in my life.
No.
Is antigrade even the opposite of retrograde? I'm going to assume
Look,
so.
I know like one thing, and it's about Mercury and retrograde, and even I don't really know what that means. I've just heard of it. So, yeah.
So a minute on the next Drake. Only sole point for Fnatic if they can claim it. They do still have control over the map generally. They're 1,000 gold ahead. Upset almost at 2 items. Looks like Lord Doms is his second port of call. Vladdy has 2 as well with the Rod of Ages and Seraphs, both fully sacked.
You know the Scorpio is supposed to be dark and mysterious.
I think there's a part... It's the eyes. It's the eyes. I think it's all fake, Dagdo.
That's fooled me.
Yeah. Groomsman at my wedding. I think you've been a sneaky little trickster boy.
What?
Past my bedtime, okay?
Anyway, TP's in. Heretics looking for the play. Fnatic already set up in a decent position. Got Soberu can try and move across. Fnatic, Razork a little isolated.
Yeah, one of the problems for Fnatic is they're kind of getting gated out of the river here. As Heretics are able to wrest control away from Fnatic. Soberu trading with Douglas, who's now in the pit. Douglas actually going to start this off. Soberu looking for that flank position. Scout of the week landing onto Lost, but Razork still flashless after that earlier engage. Soberu slices across the wall onto Douglas. Sonic Wave hits the Wukong as well. Razork goes in, but it's caught up with the Cyclone. All out on the backline as well as Razork's forced to dash away. Lost already down, the curtains open. Only hitting onto the clone for now. Razork secures the Drake. Tracing so low. Wei going back with the Zenith Blade. Tracing dies to the poisonous Vladdy. Claims a double in the pits.
Fnatic still want to chase though. Deadly Flourish just barely dodged away from by Saren, so Heretics, they're going to look for a little poke, but it's a Fnatic win across the board.
Yeah, big fight from Fnatic. Oh, Sobero. This time the blast going good. Flash with Predator for the stun. The Deadly Flourish for the follow-up, but Upset makes the job done. Secures his first of the game. Sonic Wave from Razork. Can't get in range to follow that up with the resonating strike.
Still though, huge win for Fnatic. Yeah. Dragon, 3 kills for, well, 4 kills in the end for 1. And honestly, really great play from both Razork and Sobero, playing around the timers of the Wukong as
Seren is dead. Seren thought he was safe, and Upset puts him in his place. Second of the game, Vladdy takes the tower on the bot side. The game has exploded in Fnatic's favor.
So as that fight was kicking off, Sobero chased Douglas into the river. So Douglas had to use the clone to get over the wall. And that was basically what Fnatic were playing around here. That's why they were willing to go into Douglas in the pit, because they knew that he didn't have it. He burns the early Cyclone. It's the kick into the follow-up from Lospa. It's only now that the clone comes back up and available. So yes, you end up losing out on Lospa, but because you were able to do so much work, Fnatic, with a great curtain call from Upset, set up beautifully for that fight.
The curtain call also separates Seren and Hype from the rest of the team. Like, Wei can go in because he's tanky enough to tank a couple of shots, but Hype and Seren have no way of walking past that curtain that Upset has set up. And because of that, Fnatic a win out on the fight. Hype at 2 items, Upset on his way to 3. I mean, both of them are on their way to 3. That's what being at 2 items means. I just didn't make the best comparison on the map because actually everyone is equal in terms of items drop. So even though there are these big gold leads for Fnatic, it hasn't materialized in terms of inventories as of yet.
Yeah. I mean, look, delivery times can be tough.
Yeah, it's true.
They don't deliver on weekends.
Oh, wait, Solarflower on Upset. That's what coming in as well. Upset flashes away from the culling. The possibility of a follow-up there from Wei. So now Upset without his flash for the next 5 minutes.
Nice timing window from Heretics, though. Yeah. Just trying to use the, hey, we don't need to be in bot lane right now. Let's see if we can overload mid and maybe look for a play. Doesn't quite work out, but still have to catch bot wave. Now it's Fnatic's turn, though. They're kind of being gated as Vladdy wants to move mid, but runs into Douglas. Ends up just using the blast going over the wall. So overall, both teams just kind of going to go back to pushing in these waves for a moment before they try and look for much more.
Yeah, some good deep vision from Fnatic as well. It does allow a couple of TP opportunities for Vladdy or for Sobro when his TP is back up. You can see Heretics like, oh, there's bounty gold on the map, let's try and get some back in our pockets. And they'll do that in mid, trying to do it in bot as well with Tracing pushing forward.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
If they can get a team fight win, Heretics will be very much back in this game. Because there's so much gold sitting on the map right now. There's a bounty on Vladdy's head, a bounty on Upset's head, a bounty on Sobro's head as well, even though he's 0-0-4. Just
There's
because
a bounty on the towers.
Bounty on the towers as well, right? Now, objective bounties are falling off, but the Sheriff still demands the head of Cassio, Jin, and Renekton to mount on his wall.
I just finished his Infinity Edge as well. So he's actually in a very strong spot if you're looking at this upcoming fight. Upset's still a little bit away, should have it before like next Dragon and those kind of things, but still maybe a timing window that Heretics can look to abuse and push forward to establish some of their own vision in Fnatic's side of the jungle.
And they're going to do it towards this top side right now. Douglas and Seren making sure they get the Scuttle Crab. Hype now walking across. Heretics, I mean, they had a sneaky Baron in game 1. Fnatic will be a little bit more wise to it in this game, and the upgraded Scryer's Blooms actually makes it a lot harder for you to sneak away a Baron because of the extra vision that they provide. But we talked about the gold lead. It was just 4.4k. It's now down to 3k because of those 2 tower bounties. And there's also plates falling towards the top tower as a minion wave pushes in. Curtain Call, Sonic Wave doesn't hit. Wait, blocks these up with the Eclipse, and steps out of the back of it. Curtain Call now down for the next little while.
Still, I just want that reset for Upset, because surely he has Infinity Edge.
Douglas hooked, has to use the Cyclone. Tracing trying to protect him. Douglas flashes the wall, but Upset's bullet follows him. That was great from Fnatic, greed from Douglas.
Yeah, very surprised that he managed to end up getting caught. Or, sorry, being in that position to get caught. So Fnatic punished justly, and now move over towards this Baron. That may have just been enough to get them the control they need.
Oh, yeah. Upset's Cleanse about to come off cooldown. We've got a Petrifying Gaze, a Dragon's Rage, and a Dominus as Tracing tries to step forward, pulled back Miasma, Solar Flare, culling down as well. Great scatter the weak onto forwards, lost but almost forwards. Vladdy trying to open up with the Noxious Blast. Hype dashing towards the mid lane wave. Wave flashing away from the dredge line. Raz looking for the Sonic Wave, can't land it, doesn't flourish on the way though. Is going to lock him in place and he will fall. Fnatic have found 2. We'll look for more. Douglas up in 4 seconds time. Fnatic turn their attention towards the Chem Soul.
Razor tickling Hype at the end of that Sonic Wave, but not going to be able to connect. So I think Fnatic, massive plays again, like just getting control so effectively in these engagements, and now getting the Dragon off the back. We'll see it as we move on into this.
I mean, this is, you can't blame Tracing here. He has to step forward.
He has to face check.
Immediately stunned and then the Miasma's down. You're just dead.
Yeah, there's very little you can do. I mean, it's good damage back from Hype, but it's Vladdy, incredibly good health bar, Upset in the same boat. And Razor, you just see here, trying to chase down on towards the side. I thought was enough, but it's actually the pick onto Wei that really ends up setting things up here.
Yeah, nicely done by Fnatic. They get themselves a Chem Soul. All of that play coming off the fact that Douglas was caught out in his own jungle. As much as Heretics tried to push their faces into the brick wall that was Fnatic around the Baron, they couldn't really find too much. Good thing for Heretics is that Baron hasn't been secured, and Chem Soul, not the most powerful soul in the world. Like, it definitely helps when you're in these low HP fights, but it's not as impactful as something like
I will say it is pretty good for a lot of the champions that are on Fnatic though, because like Lee Sin tends to kind of play on that edge towards the lower HP, same with Renekton. Honestly, Cassiope even to a little bit. So.
And when you have things like Death's Dance, it just amplifies that effect generally, right? So Tracing trying to tank up through Vladdy, who is 3 items strong, currently sitting at 4-0-4. Trayson does have the Kanic Rukun, but most of his other resistances are in the armor genre rather than the magic resist. As Losper looks for the hook once again. Nice for setting up vision, looking to kick onto Trayson. Hype caught out with Death Charge. Razzle looking to the flank as well. Good solo player. Hype able to survive this. Sobro trying to get into the backline. Trayson still surviving. A Cyclone onto Sobro. Razzle goes in, but the Pathmaker out. Unleash power. Oh, Sobro just absolutely swept them. He just absolutely melted them. Crazy from this Renekton. I thought he was done for, but he's just too far ahead, and Heretics don't have the answer for a crop.
The Sterix gauge pop plus the empowered heal and damage was crazy from Sobro on the side of that fight. Still, Fnatic, they will manage to push on through as Upset.
He flashed for a 4th shot too. Like, yeah. That's sending a message right there. Yeah. He's yet to die this game alongside Vladdy and Sobro. Seven able to dodge to the side of the Sonic Wave, but Vladdy does not want him to escape. Another Sonic Wave hits, and the Scatter Week gets Razzle out of tower range. Fnatic will clean up this game and take us to Game 3 in this series.
Honestly, 2 pretty clean games on both sides. A few upsies from Azure, like on the Lee Sin with taking Qs he shouldn't have. But across the board, like I think you'd be pretty happy with that one.
We're going to hand it over to Finn, who's standing by with Vladdy.
Thank you, Medic. I'm standing here together with Vladdy after that game. That's a pretty strong bounce back from Game 1. What changed here in Game 2?
I don't think there is something that changed that much. I think we're playing very scared, and I think we're choking a lot. And I think if we just play with confidence, we're going to beat them. I don't think they're doing anything. I think they're just being passengers, so we just need to have confidence.
Yeah. Passenger princesses. So how is it working with Sobro on side lane? How is it like communicating with him regarding who opens where? Is it a smooth relationship?
Yeah, I think we are both speaking. I think he is very smart. He has a lot of experience. Sometimes he is doing some silly mistakes, but I think he's very smart on side, and we both get to learn with each other.
All right, best of luck for your next game, Vladdy. And now we're gonna walk back to our desk where 2 smart men is sitting, both Dracos and Odoamne. What do you guys think about that game?
Ooh, we got included in the smart men, Odo. I like that. I like that. I felt pretty good about it. I like the bounce back from Vladdy. This is obviously a guy who's facing a lot of criticism, and we were really hoping for that turnaround. And we saw the start of the turnaround. He was still pretty negative.
Yeah.
But Odo, are you feeling good about this? Bad about this? Middling about this?
I mean, to be honest, when you're a guy, your player says that, oh, we're choking, and he says it on live television. It's a bit of a, but you know, baby steps. I feel like this game they were having, or Fnatic was having a little bit of a better game. They were more proactive. I feel like they just, everyone across the board, I feel like they had a little bit more space when it comes to the picks as well. They weren't really so vulnerable, especially in the top lane with Soboro dying to ganks a lot. I felt like this was a step in the right direction for them just because it was a lot of confidence picks, I felt like. A lot of freedom to express themselves.
I also feel like when we looked at the compositions, we talked about Jhin feeling a little bit homeless. How's he going to get through this front line? It felt like the team fights were going to be trickier to execute. And so when we talked about simplicity, and you talk about 2 teams that maybe have not always been able to show that top form, I really do feel like the draft, it was easier for me to believe in the opposition. And Team Heretics kicking coming into this one. But for Fnatic, look, they played pretty well, and they found angles to make their composition work.
I mean, I always raise an eyebrow, or maybe even 2 eyebrows, whenever I see a Fnatic team comp where Upset is not on a hyper carry. Because to me, a lot of the times when a Fnatic looks good, it's because Upset is just that main man. And now he's playing Jhin more of a supporting cast role to this Casio of Vladdy. But Vladdy really made that Casio work. Every single team fight, you saw Upset on the sideline, just ulting in, throwing deadly flourishes right, left, and center. And it was Vladdy on this Casio that really made a lot of these team fights go in the way of Fnatic. And I think they worked in perfect tandem this game.
Well, let's take a look at that fight. Obviously, the Drake sequence, pretty good here. A lot of good things to highlight in that Drake fight overall. You already called a few of them out, keeping our eyes on where Upset's positioned and the impact that Vladdy can have when we pull up the clip.
Exactly, so if we can keep it paused for a second, I want to highlight Soboro over here. He is looking for the flank. Now, already backstage, I thought I was a little bit critical because I felt like his positioning wasn't really the greatest because it seems like it's so hard to enter here. But if we roll the clip out, the interesting part that will happen is that Soboro will be looking to make this dance in the pit. Now the front lines are just both split. Vlad is finding this great loop around over here, and then Jhin Jin can play from whatever he wants. He's all the way over here shooting everywhere, and then it just became this interesting fight of frontliners where realistically the Renekton and the Lee Sin will get the better of the Wukong and the K'Sante because you are just bruisers fighting against tanks. There was no backline damage or backline threat on the Renekton, and Renekton was absolutely massive in that fight.
And I mean, to me, a super small detail that really stood out to me, but that really highlights that this play was prepared from Fnatic, was that Renekton had 75% Fury stacked while he was on this flank. If Renekton jumps over the pit and then stuns the Wukong with a small stun, that doesn't have the same impact. It will last shorter. They won't have the same setup, but he was standing there ready and prepared for this flank. This was a flank that Fnatic had prepared for a long time before this, and that's for me the good side of Fnatic. It's not random. They know what they're trying to do, and they're setting these fights up for success in the preparation of it.
I would agree with you, but at the same time, why take that risk? Because we said, okay, sure, Renekton found this flank, sure, it worked. But did you see how disconnected the front line was from the back line? It felt like it was one of these plays that you were forced to make. It didn't really inspire me this much confidence that it was pre-planned. It felt like it was more adapting on the fly. You're being put in this position where you need to react, you need to find up a good solution. And they did find that good solution, but at the same time, I am a little bit more critical where, was it needed?
Yeah, I
was,
mean,
was this really what you needed, or did you just mess up somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it wasn't really pre-planned from the team, but at least it shows that Sopro is very comfortable flanking and he knows how to set his own flanks up for success, should he need to.
And I mean, really the reason it worked out is because Team Heretics got pulled in. You could see the back line, right? Obviously, you've got the Lucian, you've got the Syndra. They can't really play the fight because you have a Cassio threatening to ult at any moment, and you have a Jhin on the side who, look, he's not really doing damage. What he's doing is he's threatening the root, he's threatening the slow, and if a single slow hits, you're getting kind of run down. Because you saw there, we get a Lucian culling. I don't think he gets a single auto attack off in that fight. There's really nothing you can do. So while it may have been a little bit more, you know, MacGyver than like pristine engineering of a team fight, I do think it's a step in the right direction. Looking ahead towards Game 3, expectations on both sides, because we've essentially seen two really one-sided games. What is going to be the difference maker when it comes to Game 3?
I mean, to me, it starts in draft, and to me, like, for all of our teams in the lower standings, usually it comes down to having winning lanes. Having winning lanes just makes the game easier. This game, I don't feel like Heretics had a single lane to play through. Yeah, maybe the Cassio into Syndra should be more pressuring, but Cassio still is so strong in the early game that Syndra really couldn't find any setup for them to work out of. And to me, just making sure you have at least one lane that you know will have a play, no matter how weird the early game goes, is important.
I agree with Finn. Because what the most important thing what it was, or what it came down to, was the fact that you had one guy on the side of Fnatic, for example, where you can just drag your whole team across the map, set up these objectives, while if you're missing all of that, it doesn't matter if you have it doesn't matter if you have engaged on all of those players, but if you don't have someone to spearhead that initiative to go across the map, you have nothing.
All right, on both sides, looking for someone to take point, a strong winning lane, get some pressure, give the team someone to play around, someone to rally around. That is what our eyes are on as we get ready for Game 3. But for now, we're going to send it to a quick break. When we back, the casters will bring us into the final game of the series.
I hit you.
We're split, guys. We're split.
I'm fine.
Go through both. I'm coming.
I kick them here.
Please, no.
I'm fine. Look here. Got it.
K'Sante.
Kill the K'Sante. Look K'Sante. Here's don't flash K'Sante.
Go more.
I'm coming. Syndra no stun.
Oh,
we okay. Coming. You have stun?
I hit it. Nice. Go solo, okay?
Slowly, live. Tell me the K'Sante.
Guys, we can mid. Go mid. It's easy.
Brother, let me try.
Wait. Brother, let us break this instead. Brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Ah, a new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
It's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna last.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
And we're back for Game 3. Our second Game 3 of the day.
Yeah.
In fact, you could say it's Game 6.
That is true. The math does check out.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
And as you can tell...
I asked the Magic 8 Ball.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And it said definitely
That checks out,
Oh,
yeah.
nice. Okay. I didn't realize the Magic 8 Ball can be that specific.
Yeah, well, it only goes up to 8. So that was 6. Mine was all right, but any higher would have been in trouble.
That's true. If we get into like 9, so,
Yeah.
I don't do multiples at 3.
Yeah.
So
that would be ludicrous.
Yeah, absolute crazy talk. Poppy banned, Camille banned as well, as Heretics have chosen first pick and Fnatic have chosen red side. We'll have a Rise ban coming out as well. You guys will see that on your screen in just a moment's time. When we move into Game 3 of Fearless, it's not Game 5 of Fearless, but we do start to fall out of our, hey, these are the obvious picks. And we've had quite a few obvious picks today. We hopefully have talked you through those, but now we move into the unobvious, the mysterious, the extemporaneous, or extemporate, that's probably a word.
I was like, hang on a second, this man does not have this.
No, extemporaneous is a word. I'm going to check it.
I've heard of like something similar for circumstances.
Extemporaneous.
Like outstanding, essentially.
It's spoken, performed, or done with little or no advanced preparation. So both my speech and the picks can be extemporaneous. There we go. You can trust me, guys. I'm here for the long haul. Varus, the final ban from Heretics, alongside that Rise and Poppy.
Should be banned here by Fnatic.
She could be banned, or you could keep her up and give it to Heretics.
Yeah, because that's what the Poppy ban is for. They're kind of basically playing like a, hey, you have the ban Vi?
Yeah. And there we go. Vi taken away by Fnatic. So, Heretics, what are we first picking? Well, Ambessa is the answer to that. So, Tracin is saying, oh, I'll put my hands on one of the best top laners, and with Renekton, Cassante, and Gnar taken away.
Are they willing to flex it?
Do you think in jungle Ambessa for Douglas?
Yeah, because, I mean, Sobro could just go Vayne, right?
With Dylan, we have to.
Yeah.
I'll have a look to see if Douglas has played much.
Like,
Ambessa
it's been a little
before.
bit, but maybe? I can't remember.
Douglas has 2 games on it, both of them in spring.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's that good anymore, but like, I think you can find good answers here.
Zehen is going to be the answer for Soboro.
Okay.
We assume could go to Razork as well.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because the Ambessa, like, and obviously the Gnar and the Renekton are gone, but there's still decent answers there. Nivea also can do relatively well into that top lane pick if you want to try and flex it. So we just have to wait and see because Fnatic still have a lot of flexibility. We've already seen Relech take the Zehen into the jungle as well. So not committing to anything just yet.
I do like the Anivia into low range, though. I think Anivia and Ambessa are very solid.
Yeah.
The ability to keep her nice and close with the Glacial Storm and the Crystal Ice. Let's not see another Azir. Okay, we're going to see another Azir. I feel Azir in this current meta, firstly, just isn't that strong.
Yeah.
And secondly, just doesn't do enough.
Yeah.
By himself. Like, we're seeing more Leandry's Azir these days as well because they changed some of the ways the on-hit works. It scales well. You can do damage later on. I feel like it's not that powerful.
No, I agree. I do think the on-hit changes helped him, but yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. I suppose maybe they're unsure of what they could try and answer with in that mid lane into the Anivia, but yeah, at least they've got the Skarner. I think Skarner can do relatively well here.
Yeah.
Because you've already got Zehen who wants to play into you. Good answer with the Trundle though,
Yeah,
which
great answer.
immediately just kind of nullifies a lot of that threat from the tank. So it does mean we're getting the Zehen top, and this is why for Fnatic he never really committed to anything, which was nice.
Yep, really nice all round for Fnatic. It's the second Azir we've seen this split. The first one was also from 7, and he lost that game. So for Heretics, they need to turn those fortunes upside down into better fortunes, I guess. The top side's locked on either side. We'll see Ziggs banned away by Fnatic, as they don't want Hype getting his hands on that. And expect to see... I would be... I guess you can ban AD carries or bot laners. Usually you see more supports bans in this kind of phase, but with Nautilus, Leona, and Shen and Alistair away, I guess the only real true engaged support we have left is something like the Rel.
Yeah, or you can go like Zyra Khan as well, which is the end of the road, right? So I think there is still some flexibility. I don't know if teams are playing it, but I do think this could be a good Mel angle for Heretics as well. Like, you've got a lot of AI kind of walk at you characters on the opposite side, and if you can play at range and have them walk into you, like Mel does well in that regard. Azir can also do well when you're playing in towards the soldier. So I'm curious to see exactly what the plan is.
Silas is really good into champions that walk at you as well.
That is true.
Silas Braum bot lane for Heretics.
I'd be so down.
I would love it.
That'd be sick.
Not sure it would be great, but I would love it. It'd be a lot of fun, at least. As Fnatic get rid of the Ashe and the Ziggs, Heretics remove Yanara and Caitlyn. So, Fnatic, if you are walking forward, What AD carry and support do you want? Most likely AD carry here, or bot laner.
Yeah.
Upset does tend to move, towards AD carries rather than mages in that bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate a like
I don't hate Zyra Khan here at
yeah.
all. For Heretics, I don't
Well, I
hate
think
it for
either
Fnatic
side,
either,
yeah. But I think, yeah, it works out well.
Lulu Cog is also an option for Fnatic.
Yeah, I'm less confident in that without the Shen. I think he kind of needs the extra help, especially when you got like Mbessa and maybe even a Skarner who's coming in from an odd angle against them. And Polymorph will obviously help in that regard, but still. Because you could also end up going to like Kaisa, something along those lines here as well that could still play for the dive aspect.
So Heretics, after seeing the Lulu, where are we going? Bard still available, okay. It gives you a good...
I like it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's good possible engage potential, right? Like, you chuck down the Temper Fate, and then on top of that, Mbessa uses Public Execution, you have the Skarner going in with Ishtar's Impact as well, and you Ember's Divide. So it's good setup for your team, solid trade. Corki tends to pair up well with it, and that is where Heretics are looking.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense, because even most of the time, Lulu is paired with immobile carry, like you're saying, Kog'Maw, Jinx, these kind of things. So already the Bard has that lockdown to deal with it, and then you've already got a Corki that can try and punish through the laning phase as well. Yeah, Sivir, another option there, but basically same idea. At least that has an answer into a potential Tempered Fate that's coming its way.
Yeah, you have your Spell Shield to try and give yourself a small modicum of safety. Also very nice when people are walking towards you. You just chuck out Ricochet after Ricochet, the team gets close, but it looks like Fnatic might switch things up. They'll go Zeri instead. Gives you a little bit more dance ability in the fight. That's the word I'm going to use for this. You can kind of weave in and out a little bit more than the Sivir can, who kind of stands near the back and throws things.
Yeah.
So, compositionally, how are we feeling, Rob?
Well, I kind of like what Fnatic have, right? I mean, the early Mbessa, answered by the Zehen, good matchup there. Trundle, great matchup into the Skarner as well, removes a ton of tanky stats. The Anivia, I think, should do relatively okay against the Azir. Like, I do think the early levels are a little bit tough. And then you got great scaling as well. So I think they've got good answers. And even the mobility that Zeri has makes this Bard pick a little bit less worrisome. So I would give the edge to Fnatic. But if you're able to get into a position where you suddenly get that lockdown with the Mbessa, Skarner isn't getting Trundle ulted, I think you kind of have a decent time as Heretics.
Yeah, I feel like if Heretics are first on the objective, it becomes a lot harder for Fnatic to play the game.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of walking into a bunch of soldiers, a bunch of missiles from their missile barrage, a Tempered Fate. It's very difficult for you to be there. But it's a weird one to predict, because in Game 1, we had Heretics play it really cleanly from laning phase. In Game 2, we had Fnatic play it pretty cleanly from laning phase. So it's who is actually going to get that early advantage? I feel the team that gets ahead at 15 minutes should be able to snowball this game away from their opposition. Just looking compositionally at how these two teams line up into each other.
Touch wood.
I don't mind if it's messy. Like this is the end game.
Yeah.
Okay, we're game 6 of a 6-game day maximum. Our producer did say in my ear, "Hey guys, welcome to the final ride of the day," and I said, "Are you not familiar with Fnatic pause hack tactics?"
True.
We could have a chrono break into remade game because the chrono break fails. That is Fnatic level of pause.
Why are you putting that out?
I'm just saying it could happen. I'm not going to touch wood because the last time you touched wood, it didn't work. Azir, mid lane, press the attack. Now, Foxon has talked about this, and he said it looks decently strong.
Yeah.
So, when you have one of the game designers saying it's strong, it's usually pretty good. As Douglas and Razork meet up in the jungle. Oracle's out of Razork. He's just letting that blue hit him a couple of times. Douglas looking for the steal if he can get it. Razork trading back in. The press of the attack of his own. Douglas. No vision around that corner as Razork walks around again. That patience is going to expire before Razork can kill this off. Resets. Goes back into the bush. Razork half HP. It's a smite fight between the two junglers. Razork running away. Razork flashes back in. The smite goes to Razork. He gets level 2. Douglas forced away the first in the main coming out from Razork. Oh! He went in. He went out. Did the hokey pokey. And he secures first blood.
What in the name of God was that?
The League of Legends for you right there, man.
Oh, it's game 6. I'm here for
none
it.
of this pansy ass nonsense, bro. This is how we love to see. Wow,
Okay.
hitting from Brady as well. Frostbite there.
Dive him! Go!
Flash out with the egg somehow. So, that's 2 camps stolen by Razzle. And that went well for him in game 2. Now he can go back to his own jungle. Or invade as Sobro gets a good knock up onto Tracin. And Douglas will finish his first camp of the game on Vision.
Yeah, so this was what I wanted to have a quick look on. So when they actually did do changes to his ear in 26-14, they did fix a bug where the soldier attacks, once again, apply stack, suppress the attack to the primary target.
Yeah, they also fixed the bug where things like Halo Blades, Blackfire Torch, Leandries were being affected by the on-attack damage penalty when they shouldn't be, which is why we see Leandries as well on the Izzet.
Yeah, but that's why we're also kind of seeing this change from Conqueror and stuff like that into this. So it does make a lot more sense, and why we haven't really seen that run previously.
Yep. Let's see what Selling can do on the pesky attack as Sobro Tracin. Tracin dashing away from the Zehen. Sobro having solid control over this lane, as we have seen him do when Wei isn't up here. When Wei comes to top lane, tends to go in Tracin's favor, unsurprisingly. When Wei is not there, tends to go in Sobro's favor. Douglas will go back and find only his wolves available to him. Should be able to take those. Razork's going to do what he did in game 2, which is get a double crab, leave both of his own buffs up, as he doesn't need to take the blue because he's currently got a blue, so why do I need to do that before I can refresh it? He's going to be probably 3 camps up by the end of this.
Far out.
Douglas could look for a blue invade.
I mean, you'd have to know that he hadn't done it. He did walk over the ward at least.
Yeah,
so,
you can click on him and see the timer on the blue buff. Now, Ishtar's impact over this wall, or around here, it's so hard to dodge vision because Fnatic have vision in the Tribush, they have the Scuttle Crab, and then they had a ward in the Razorbeaks. Douglas
so at least he knows now,
now knows that the blue is up for Vladdy. Oh, Ishtar's
I think he kind of realizing
perfectly normally sized Ishtar's impact, I'm pretty sure. His way is up towards the top side. Cosmic Binding doesn't find the stun, and Sobro should just be able to dash out of that one with the Ori Rush.
So we're getting the greatest hits of this series. Wei trying to play for top lane because they won game 1, and Fnatic with the sneaky old jungle pathing like they won in game 2.
Yeah.
So I like that we're trying to get a little bit more aggression, but it does mean that Hype getting pushed in a little bit.
Hey, he's lost 2 pipes
Douglas
already.
Didn't actually get the invade on towards the blue that he was kind of hoping for. So he's just going to be kind of getting his camp respawns as they go. And overall, I mean, Fnatic in a pretty good spot.
His camp respawns are so bad as well here for Douglas. Like,
Yeah.
look at it. He's on a respawning Gromp. His Razorbeaks are now up. Then his Krugs will come up. Then he has to go back to Wolves, man. This guy is pathing to Narnia and back if he wants to try and get any of these camps.
Also, the camps on the top side aren't spawning for Razork because he left them late. Because he went to the bottom side. So
this
he's invading
invade,
to
like,
nothing.
there's nothing here, dude. It's a spiral of despair.
No, it's all on fire. That's what's happening.
Okay. That's true.
As Vladdy actually giving him the ice there, making sure that he wasn't able to get in.
It's going to be Drake for Fnatic. They're pushing bot. Easy enough Drake. Razork can take this very healthily, as Douglas is now looking towards mid once again. Seren goes in. Vladdy just walks away, puts down a wall of ice, and goes on his merry way. Does have TP to get back. Razork just needs to find the smite hit. And down to 600 it goes, and there's the smite from Razork. Meanwhile, on the top side, Grim Deliverance coming out, has to be flashed by Tracin. In your picture-in-picture. Razork now can turn his attentions back towards his own jungle. He's got more than double Douglas's farm. Douglas is on 5 camps.
Yeah.
Razork is on 11.
Yeah, I mean, he's a full level and a bit ahead, especially as he's going to tick over to level 6 fairly soon here off these 2 camps. So, yeah, it is not pretty for Douglas at all. This corner incredibly far behind, and it's only going to get worse because the kind of the saving grace is, I'm a tank. This will be fine. But you're against Trundle. You are no longer a tank, my friend. You are a very squishy Scorpion.
Lulu as well, like a polymorph Trundle that's sprinting at you. And so a whimsied, I guess, when you use it on an ally rather than polymorph. That's another Scuttle Crab going over to Razork, so his XP advantage continues to extend. A level and a half now, the lead that Troll King has. He's going to pass up towards his top side to make sure that Douglas can't invade his top side. And
I mean, he may even look for an invade himself.
Yeah, go
like
for a
the
blue
buff
invade.
could be coming through, especially if he thinks Gromp is going to come back up soon as well. I wouldn't be fully surprised, but push for Sobro on top lane as well.
I think it's a bit harder to go for the invade when Lulu isn't coming with you. Aether Wisp on Lulu, Lospa is running down towards bot lane. Yeah, you could still like just solo invade, but there's always the risk of you getting collapsed on and you don't know where Wei is on the map.
Yeah, I think in my head, Tracin without Flash makes it a little bit more, a little bit more vulnerable to try and make that play happen. And especially Sobro already has push. You could try and move over, but blue is going to be taken. It would be a difficult play to try and steal away Gromp at this stage, so they're just going to back away.
Will be Krugs for Razork. Upset trading with Hype down towards his bottom side. Good electrocute out of the way, puts Upset down to about 500 HP. And the train continues on top lane. The big lead obviously is for Razork. Sobro has been able to get himself a small lead. Did use his Grim Deliverance in exchange for that flash, but it's back up now as well. Makes it a little bit easier for him. Grub's 40 seconds away. As Razork will poke his nose in here and realize, oh, well, Douglas was allowed some of his camps, I guess, if he must take them away from underneath my nose. Sobro there, I think, misclicked a fist bump with his team, as no one has joined in with the fist bumping. And I feel that's like
rude.
Yeah, I can't believe Fnatic would do that to him. Yeah. This guy's trying to fist bump you across the map. Oh, public execution. Wade coming in with a magical journey as well. Sobro, Grim Deliverance, dodges away from the Cosmic Binding. Pillar down, Razork with the Subjugate, but in the end will just be an exchange of ultimates on the top side.
Yeah, the Investor is still quite mobile, thanks to that passive, so able to escape away despite the pillar coming through. And actually getting the Subjugate out from Razork, quite nice for them.
Yeah, the problem is, look at where Hype is, and look at where Upset and Lost were about to stand. Yeah. Hype's going to try and step forward. Lightning Crash out from Upset, takes Hype down to half HP. Wants to try and catch this cannon wave. Upset, though, down to half himself as well. Hype able to survive the damage of Upset and Losper.
And honestly, I think that is like a bit of a win, right? Because so the big one is you get this wave pushed in on the top side, so you're going to be fine for tracing. You also look at the mini-map, you've got Void Grub's being taken here. You've got Wei who's managed to survive on the bottom side, so that really didn't amount to too much. Yeah. And now Douglas potentially looking for a dive on this top side.
Really good sequence for Heretics all around. If Hyper died, obviously totally changes the landscape of how this has gone. Ishtar's impact in from Douglas, Sobro flashing away from it, but no escape from Tracen's clutches. As Heretics even out this early game with a big lead for Tracen.
Yeah, huge turn of events there for Heretics. Fnatic very much in the driver's seat, but not actually getting that success in the gank in top lane. And then a good turnaround from Heretics off a couple of plays. Gold, even. You've now stabilized kind of the top side of the map for yourself, getting a gold lead that equals that jungle clear. I think you're very happy as Heretics.
Yeah, Eclipse finish for Tracen. Yeah. This early on, he is so much stronger than he has any right to be, really, when you look at how the individual 1v1 lane was going. Heretics have a small gold lead. Still, for Fnatic, they did get first Drake. Next one up in 50 seconds time. They have vision control down towards that bottom side, and Douglas is up towards top. And Razork will be able to re-garner some of the advantage he had gained by clearing his top side of the map. But now that Douglas is 7, almost 8, in fact, that catch-up XP doing wonders for him. As Dagda next to me does the hand signal for 6-7, and as an over 30-year-old man, I don't think that's allowed.
You told me I have to teach the kids what to say today.
That's true, but you haven't taught them how to say anything.
Yeah,
you taught them
nobody would have ever known.
A gesture speaks 1,000 words. Dagda is Tracen. Public execution available to him.
What is a gesture if not a picture of the hands?
That's very true. So true. The big thing with the top lane matchup is public execution and Grim Deliverance. Whoever uses it first kind of loses. Yeah. Right? Because if you Grim Deliverance in, public execution just finds you when you land. And if you public execution, well, Grim Deliverance just dodges it and then jumps on top of you. So it's a bit of a cat and mouse game in that top lane. A game of patience as Wei is looking up here again. Sobro very low. Wei has a magical journey. Razork is on his path across here. Public execution used there. Sobro holding on to the Grim Deliverance. Tracen trying to flash away. Sobro able to get underneath the tower, and Impale will bring Razork back. Zeren jumps across the wall. Razork flashes the Emperor's Divide and survives through it all. A magical journey. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Razork unlikely to survive a subsequent dive, but with a TP coming in, Heretics will call off any further play. Zeren TPs away. Back to the mid lane to catch that wave.
What's happening on the bottom side, though? Still looking at Hype, who is trying to stay underneath this tower.
He's doing a great job of surviving.
Yeah.
He's been 1v2 the majority of this game. Upset does have a 500 gold lead, but
I mean, still
could be a lot worse.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Vladdy. Oh, Vladdy.
Oh, Vladdy boy. The pipes are calling.
From glen to glen. And cross the something sea. All right, well, that's some scrambled eggs for you and a little bit of verse from Dagda and I as Tracen gets his second kill of the game and Heretic's second kill of the game and now 1,000 gold lead. I have been given a cool stat, Dagda.
Okay.
plus 33 CSD at 8 minutes is the largest jungle difference we have seen at 8 since stats started tracking in 2022. Wow. It is crazy that Razork can have been that far ahead and still lose this game. But Trayson is now 1.2k ahead, and the gold lead between the two teams basically even.
What are you going to do him like that? We don't know if he's going to lose the game. They got 2 dragons.
But wouldn't it be crazy if they do? Entirely shut the enemy jungler out of the game. Dagler still has 8 treats to give to his pets, whereas Razork's just finished it. This is a massive advantage. 2 Drakes to 0. But
you really want to manifest this, don't you?
I'm calling it. We're going to have a Trundle Pillar. It's going to knock Daglas up into the air, above the stratosphere. We're going to have a pause. They'll say, yes, that did affect game.
Yeah.
We'll Chrono Break it. Chrono Break will break. And we'll just have to play it again. And then we'll see if Razork gets ahead in the early game.
I don't know if I'm ready for that, man.
That's been a fun day of League of Legends today.
It's been a little kooky.
It's been very kooky. Not always the highest of qualities, but entertainment delivered. As Hype now gets some plates back for himself, and the lead that Upset had has disappeared.
Yeah.
Trayson trading onto Sobero. Sobero does still have the Grim Deliverance and the Flash.
And also the benefit of having the Corki go solo means that he actually does have levels, and Corki's one of the AD carries that does benefit a lot from levels in the kit, right? Even especially the ultimate, getting towards those extra improved rockets, very nice. So I think Hype, he's done exceptional.
Yeah,
the fact that nothing has gone wrong in this bottom lane thus far is very incredible.
I think a big part of it as well is there's no hard CC on Fnatic spotlight.
Yeah.
You have a polymorph, but Hype just doesn't get close enough to be polymorphed, right? Because he can use the missiles. And then Razork hasn't been down here, Vladdy hasn't been down here, and Sobero hasn't been down here. So he can just stand back and farm. And he did a really good job when we thought there was going to be that dive of just stepping up, saying, okay, you can take about half my health, but I will clear this wave and I'll stop you from actually being able to enact any further mischief down towards this bottom lane. Heretics with the 600 gold lead as Fnatic mostly playing around Drakes. The next one is 2.5 minutes away though, so Razork here a little bit over eagerly. Instead, he'll settle for a crab. Rift held up in 40 seconds. And I wouldn't be surprised if Heretics play for it, because their top side pretty damn strong right now, as Seven has finished his Leandries, and second item is on its way for Trayson.
Yeah, I thought Daglas might be going in to get some deep vision in the Fnatic topside jungle for Rift Herald that's about to spawn, but looks like he was maybe considering just hovering on mid lane in case something was about to go down, but just going to go back in, hit that level 10, so should be matching Razork when it comes to the experience, even if he is behind in the gold. And that's kind of where I thought Heretics might try and use their presence on topside to lean into Herald now as it's about to spawn. It looks like it might be the case, but it's going to be a full clear from Daglas on all of his camps before he goes up there.
All of the camps he has access to, which are his blue side camps predominantly. As Wei looks for Sobero, Grim Deliverance coming out, Cosmic Bundy doesn't find the stun. But that's Sobero's ultimate used before any fight ensues around this Rift Herald. Razork's just going to start it up. Now, Heretics are a man down for now. Seven doesn't have TP. Temper Fate hits onto Razork, delays the play. Cosmic finding in as well as they find the stun onto this Trundle. Seven now in mid lane as the Impale just tickles behind Razork's heels. Daglas polymorph, Hype trying to open up. Fnatic splitting the fight around as Upset Chase is tracing out. Should be the Rift Herald to Fnatic, although Daglas steps in. Wow, Upset just deletes Trayson. Just takes him down entirely. And now Wei, the next target for Upset. Can't get in range for those final burst fire procs, but surprising that Upset had enough damage to work his way through that Mbessa.
Big play from Upset. The fact that you managed to take the Mbessa is the majority of the gold for Heretics, and we were just saying, you know, it's pretty even between the AD carries. 1.3k gold lead after this, but yeah, very early ult from Wei. There's no real follow-up onto Razork. Even then, Daglas just missing with the Impale as well. I think Fnatic knew that they were in a very clear advantage from that point on. But when it came to the ult, but Upset just rinsing through Trayson this whole time.
It just hits everything. Apart from that one auto attack he missed. But great job all around from Upset to get the chase down. And as you say, now 1,000 gold ahead. The bounty on Trayson's head was high. Upset now with Storm Razor and Azeel is in a very strong spot. 20 seconds as well before the next Drake. Ultimate-wise, we're missing the Impale and the Tempered Fate for Heretics. No Subjugate nor a Lightning Crash for Upset. Fnatic with a TP in there, Anivia. They look to make a play for this soul point.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, it's a bit late at this stage. I was going to say, you've got to be close to Runan's Hurricane's upset after with the gold lead that you have, but you're just going to be happy to force that dragon. There is nothing here from Heretics. They're just saying, look, we're going to go topside, try and take a turret for ourselves, try and get some of the gold back into Douglas as well as he can steal away some camps. But Fnatic, very commanding position right now.
Yeah, really solid position. And it's only a small gold lead, but when you look at where it is, the fact that Upset has this big lead over Hype, and they have Soul Point. Fnatic in a really solid spot. They still have the Rift Hold as well. Razork can use that to try and crack through this mid-tier 1. Tracing still will beat Sobro in a side lane. Sobro has finished that Triforce and has a Tiamat way on his way across. Sobro would dodge to the side. You can see Losper and Razork moving down through the jungle as well. Razork able to step forward in a way not really too much of a threat. Seren joining the party as it's a 3v3 on the bot side. Hype's going to make it a 4v3 in a moment in favor of Heretics. Instead goes back to mid as Sobro down to 200 HP. And not quite low enough. But he's still stepping in. Isn't binding? Oh, Razork with a pillar. Way with a magical journey. Just walks out. Nicely done. Power still stands for Fnatic and will for a while longer, as we saw Tracing leaving the play. Has a Black Cleaver, but needs to go and answer the pressure in top.
Yeah, I was kind of keeping my eyes on Douglas. Was just running around on that top side. Couldn't really find any camp, so now making his way back down towards this bottom side. But yeah, I mean, again, Fnatic, all you want to do is stabilize. Your Zeri is incredibly strong. Especially she got the cold pop and the first tower plus those kills. So, so just take it easy. Play for these objectives. You don't have to do anything weird, wacky, or wonderful.
Yeah, I mean,
even with Herald in the back pocket as well, you can extend this gold lead.
You've stacked so well so quickly, right? We're 18 minutes in and it's 3 minutes away from Soul. And it's Inferno Soul as well, which is so nice on the Zeri when you have Runans for all those extra procs. No tower here for Seren to retreat to. Razork puts the Rift Tower down. Seren will dash away, not stopped by the pillar. And we get to the right side of that one just in time. Way with a nice temper fate, stops the Rift Tower charge. And that will be the Rift Hold falling without doing too much.
Yeah, it makes nothing. Thought they might have tried and use that when there was a bit more pressure on the map, so you could try and get mid lane turret as you're protecting that bot lane. But wait!
Gets to the magical journey. Holding it just before... You need to see the pillar first.
Yeah.
With a lot of these things, to make sure that you can position it in a way that doesn't
it's
just
so
catch you
scary
out.
though.
Yeah.
It's if you're waiting for that pillar, you're like, I could be dead before that pillar ever comes down, and I need to get through this wall.
Yeah, Razork's doing a good job of keeping away from being comfortable on the map over the last few minutes. It feels very much like we're just delaying for a Drake fight.
Yeah.
Both teams at 2 items mostly. Mid lane is a little short of those. And Douglas has both of his, but that's because his are cheap as chips. With the Protoplasm and the Vandal pipes.
Yeah, he's gone support build. He's
I mean, he had to, right?
Yeah, but also you're just giving less resources to Razork, right?
Yeah.
So you're still getting value from the items that isn't inherent in raw stat stick.
Just wants to be that front line, looking for the engage, looking for the impale.
Or to be the budget enchanter support. Gives attack speed.
What is my job? You are here to give attack speed. Oh. Vision cleared out a little bit by way. He's going to reset. Only has 1 ward on his Blood Song right now, so wants a couple more before this fight begins. And we still have a minute 20 before it's likely to kick off as Douglas tries to keep Razork away from these tasty, tasty chickens. He's not going to have too much success as Razork very happily just walking up, dodging away from the rocks that Skarner's trying to throw at him.
Last Whisper pickup for upset is nice just at the end of this.
True, yeah.
It's gonna it's really gonna be nice for things like Tracing, and you imagine whoever Razork basically doesn't ult. But yeah, he just has that little bit of an advantage over Hype, which is maybe going to be the turning difference for this fight, and especially with Ardent Sensor on the back of him from Lospa. I do think Upset has the ability to just hard carry this next fight.
He just needs to step a little bit back at the start and then can begin to step forward. If he's caught with an Emperor's Divide or with an Impale, things are going to go very sideways for Fnatic pretty rapidly.
Yeah, I think it should be hard to get that though with the Polymorph to lock down Seren
Polymorph,
or
pillar,
Douglas.
crystallize,
Exactly,
there's so many ways to keep people off your back line. TP coming out from Tracing for that health shield. Heretics setting up here, 14 seconds. Now, Fnatic do still have the option of just saying, we'll go Baron. We'll give you this point, this Drake. That's okay. There's a lot of vision behind them. Tempered Fate going down onto Razork. TP out from Sobro as he looks for the flank. Razork is low though. Wild Growth invested as a lightning crash comes out from Upset. Sobro gets onto Wei, gets onto Hype, trying to take him out, but Hype kills off Upset, and Hype survives with the barrier for now. Sobro will get it. Cultivation of War coming back up for him. Goes in with the Grim Deliverance. Tracing flashes away. Sobro is going to revive here as Seven and Douglas separated from the play. Public Execution going in. Seven still looking for that engage. Still has the Emperor's Divide, but hasn't found a chance to use it. Now dives in. Knocks Sobro back. Vladdy almost going into the egg. Losper and Razork trying to step forward. Seven still walks away on a sliver of life. The Leandry's enough. Vladdy flashes in to get one in response to Flash Frost as well for the stun. Away coming in from the side with the Cosmic Binding. Doesn't land, but gets the egg out of Vladdy. Douglas now trying to kill off the enemy support. The Dragon on Heretic's side as it begins to auto down Vladdy. Won't have the damage to kill off the egg. And in the end, a 4-for-3 exchange.
And it looked good from the get-go for Fnatic. You have a TP into the back line, but it's Razork who ends up getting taken very low as he comes out of this Tempered Fate. But I thought this Ahen was about to rip apart Heretics, but Wei ends up getting a little bit of a gateway out for the rest of the team, and somehow Hype kills off Upset in the midst of this, and if all this kind of falls onto Sobro to try and hard fight. He's doing a lot of work in the game from the beginning, getting Trace in, but it's the top side of the fight actually, so we're back to Dragon.
In the picture-in-picture, Upset already going for this Drake. The TP comes in from Vladdy as well, as Fnatic's trying to force the play. Tempered Fate up for Wei. Upset stepping forward, Sobro jumping onto Wei as well. Tempered Fate hits Vladdy and Upset. Big targets there from Heretics as they go in the Public Execution for the follow-up. The Impale as well. Wild Growth on Razork, keeping him alive though in the midst of the fight. The Mikhails as well. Wei has to dash away. Hype Valkyrie's out as well. Trayson and Douglas on the Drake, but the rest of his team are stuck behind a Crystal Ice. The Glacial Storm out. Good vision control for Fnatic in this push. Razork steps forward and gets the smite. Infernal Soul to Fnatic. Razork pays for it with his life.
The wall is put up though. It denies Heretics the follow-up, so they turn towards the Baron instead. But Fnatic happy to get that soul.
And Sobro resetting. Will run out here as quickly as possible. Fnatic could still contest this if they want. Could give up the Baron. Just say we don't need to take the fight. We have the soul. That lasts forever. Baron expires in just a couple of minutes time, but Fnatic
kind of low.
Yeah, seem willing to take the fight. It's the all-seeing Baron, not as damaging as the hunting, but does give those extra vision pockets towards the side as Sobro looks for the flank through one of them. Upset and lost, but take a big missile. Douglas trying to chase Sobro away. Hype changing onto Vladdy as Vladdy's taken out by Tracing, and now Heretics still sticking on this Baron. Electroshock Laser onto Douglas, takes him low, but there's the smite as Heretics will secure the Baron in exchange for Vladdy's life. Oh, alongside Vladdy's life, I guess.
I was gonna say, Heretics don't panic. They pull off the Baron. Sobro was a threat on towards Douglas on the side, but they don't actually commit to him instead. Pick off Vladdy, they get the Baron. Still though, if I'm Fnatic, look, obviously sucks losing Vladdy, but Soul, Infernal Soul with this comp is so incredibly good. So Heretics really need to make this Baron work if they hope in any way that this trade goes even.
Take the tier 1 in the mid lane out of it. Hype 2 levels up over Upset. Well, 1.5. Upset about to ting over to 14. Hype at 16. Those missiles do a lot of work. The pillar not really connecting there from Razork. Bot lane tower the next target for Heretics as Hype trying to gate away Fnatic from getting down towards that bottom side. They have a big wave down there as well to Heretics. As Seren can continue to push this in. Razork looking for the chase onto Tracing. Pillar again doesn't quite lock him against the wall. Seren will continue his advance, the march of the minions in this bottom side. Vladdy here to try and answer. The Glacial Storm, good wave clear, but not as powerful into Baroned up minions, of course. As the cannons will begin to actually attack Vladdy instead of the tower, and Vladdy has cleared out that wave predominantly. Douglas comes in with the Ishtar's impact. Hype very deep, the Tempered Fate hitting onto Razork as Heretics ring out the retreat. Upset dashing in, Public Execution finds the backline, but it's Sobro, and that's not the target Tracing really wanted. Tracing down, Hype trying to open up with those missiles again, and chips away at Upset and Razork enough that they back away from the fight.
Hype is doing so much damage onto Upset. You can see Upset wanted to try and continue the fight on, but a little bit nervous of the Yordle in the copter. So instead, Fnatic move back over towards this turret.
Fnatic will get a tower in exchange, so it's a 2-for-1 in terms of turrets off this Baron push so far. Heretics still have a minute remaining on it, and Collector finished for Hype, as he is looking for those big bursts of damage out of the missiles. 2 items as well on 7. Tracing, who went a little deep in that last play, still sitting short of 3. Upset yet to finish his Lord Dominic's regards. Obviously Hype with a slightly cheaper item build. Otherwise, Upset would have finished his Lord Dominic's regards by now. Oh, there it is. He's gone back. He's got it. Just hadn't recalled.
Yeah.
You know? As a pickaxe alongside. So both the AD carries very even in terms of itemization. The question becomes, can Heretics get any more out of this? They've got 30 seconds. I feel like the answer is a resounding no. And now Fnatic sit with an Infernal Soul, and Heretics with no big buff of their own.
Yeah, I think if Fnatic can get Upset towards the Infinity Edge, they really do just turn that corner to, hey, we've scaled, right? You're already looking at this Anivia, who has very expensive items that she's had to pick up, but still kind of behind anyway. And it's really this Zeri that's doing a ton of work. Sobro getting to a position where he's in a decent spot as well, but 3 items is kind of where this, and level 16 is where this hand really becomes a menace. But for Heretics, your luxury is starting to fall off a little bit. Like Ambessa and Azir still very, very strong, but the Skarner becoming a mega tank just doesn't exist because of the Trundle. And Corki kind of hit his stride already off of the 2 items that he's picked up and is now starting to quell in comparison to a late game Zeri.
Comparatively not as strong, still strong. But late game Zeri is late game Zeri.
Yeah.
Even though we're still only sitting at that 3 item point, the Infernal Soul obviously accelerates that. Hype being level 16 is a big power point for him. Upset still a whole level away from getting to that mark, about to ding 15 himself. Sobro has hit that 16 though. Sunder's put up towards this bottom lane. Elder up in a minute 20. And the Vision War begins.
Heretics still keeping pressure on sides well, though. Tracing up in this top end, so Razor thought he might have found a few stragglers there for Heretics.
Yeah, just play over the mid prior, right? And then Fnatic push forwards mid, push mid as 4, go in, get vision control. Tracing still up in the top side. Heretics answer by grabbing the wave themselves, and then try and push forward, but Fnatic have positioning. Tracing will walk down from top lane, still 40 seconds before the Elder spawns. Ooh, good damage onto Lost, but from Hype. Trying to hit those missiles, has a big one in the chamber. Sobro, for that dreaded return, the pullback on Hype would be pretty devastating for Heretics if it does connect at this point. Elder up in 30. Both teams' first win of the split on the line here. Heretics' first win of a series in 132 days. Fnatic has been more recently than that, but odds haven't been in their favor too much as Vladdy takes more damage. Razok stepping forward. Flash away from the Tempered Fate. Vladdy overextending just a smidge there. As Heretics gain control over the mid-wave. Tracing on Vision. Difficult for him to step up as Fnatic try and gate him away from the rest of his team. But again, the damage from Hype is there. Fnatic are losing the war of attrition as they are forced deeper and deeper into this river. Heretics have the waves pushed in top and in mid. Oh, Tracing going in to the back of the pit. Razork low. Wild Growth still an option. Mikhail's 2. Tracing tanking up the Elder. Heretics, as you say, incredibly patient generally. Just steal away the blue. Razork trying to heal up off the Elder Drake. Heretics still waiting. Looking for the poke from Hype. He needs to rebuild those missiles. Doesn't have too many in the chamber. Sobro on the flank now. Walks behind them. Ishtar's impact out from Douglas. Public execution almost clipped onto Lost, but Razork stepping forward, but sound begins to open up. Upset trying to get onto the backline. Sobro caught in the impale. Vladdy chased out by Tracing. Douglas trying to keep Upset at bay. Good deliverance onto Hype. He manages to escape. Sobro's clutches with a flash, almost takes him out. The suppression. Heretics have absolutely swept them. Vladdy got out with a TP on the egg, but the Elder secured at only the cost of Hype. Heretics. Such patience. Such resilience in the face of a Fnatic Infernal Soul.
There was no rush. There was not a bead of sweat on the foreheads of Heretics in that. Cool, calm, and collected. They march through river. They take the Elder. And with Baron as well, Fnatic, they are going to struggle. Because this fight was messy. Tracing not able to get into the fight correctly. Flashes up the wall to get on towards Vladdy. The impale onto Sobro keeps him out of the fight, which means the Hype is doing a ton of damage on the top end. And Upset is just getting whittled down the entire time with no real front line to play behind. Seren, triple kill in the end. beautiful execution from Heretics.
All credit to Seven in that play. My eyes were well and truly glued to Hype to see if he could survive, but Seven, understanding that, realizing that all of Fnatic would be thinking, can we kill Hype? He's the one doing the damage. Just goes in with the Emperor's Divide, puts the soldiers down, and absolutely shreds through Fnatic. Now we're 4,500 gold lead, and although, again, both the buffs that Heretics have are temporary, they have about 2 minutes to play with them. They're going to push forward. Fnatic have to try and take cross maps wherever they can. You can see Sobro in the top lane trying to get that tower, but Heretics will extend their gold lead with this Baron remaining for the next 2 minutes. Tracing pushing through bot. They put up the Sun Disc. Heretics want to crack at least the inhibitor line.
I mean, Heretics on the brink of taking down Fnatic. It has been a long while that since they've not only picked up a game, but like, if they could get a series win here, this would be incredible.
Tracing and Hype in the bottom lane, going to continue this push in. The rest of Heretics trying to keep Fnatic pinned to their Nexus towers, and they'll do exactly that. Double inhib off the push, the most likely outcome for now. The Elder, about a fifth of its timer remaining. Heretics could just look for the final push, and they're going to do it. Fnatic on the defensive. Upset trying to clear the wave as quickly as possible. That Elder still remains on them. Temper Fate hits onto Vladdy. Upset with a big shield, but the first Nexus tower's already fallen, and Tracing stepping forward for the second. Upset lightning crash forces Heretics away for a moment. The Elder about to expire, still a minute on the Baron. Heretics taking their time.
They just want to keep Fnatic pushed back, see if they can make some magic happen. Fnatic using the fact that they got the base just there to heal up as much as they can, but one more tower is all that stands here.
The Elder expires, the cannon minion. Putting in those autos, Upset clears it just in time, but the Nexus tower still falls. Heretics trying to step forward, there's still 5 members of Fnatic in their way. Douglas low HP, Upset just trying to do the damage, trying to clear out these waves. Razork's so low, he's stepping forward, he's already dead. The public execution on the back line as well. As Sobro TP's just for the shield, Upset takes one, but he's down for it. Sobro's gonna fall as well. The grim deliverance of death for Fnatic and Heretics. It took them 132 days, but they claim a series.
How? Heretics, where did this come from? This was incredible. Slow, patient, calculated. This looked like an entirely different team. Nuke and Mithy, what have you done? How?
They can only do it for alternating games as well. Game 1, great. Game 3, great. Game 2, the less said about it for Heretics, the better. Fnatic played that one well, but the patience around the Elder, around the Baron push, superlative all round for Heretics. And yeah, you just have to give them credit. They have equaled the amount of series they won in spring, and you can vote for one of them in your Kia Player of the Series votes. It's Tracing, Hype or Way. Honestly, I'm leaning a bit Way. I know Hype was really good as well, but Way won Tracing's lane for him. Tracing obviously played well from that point in game 1. And then here, his Temper Fates were good, his Magical Journeys were good. Didn't have as much impact in game 3 as he could have done, but I still think he had a really good series.
Yeah, I was so impressed by this. Like, especially because this doesn't feel like Heretics got one by Fnatic, right? This felt like they really worked hard for it, and I want to hear from the boys themselves as we're going to toss it over to PGL with Dracos, Odo, Mithy, and Nuked to break down what was that.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yeah, a crazy back and forth series, but the games that you won did feel very much in control. Some hiccups there, but some really solid performances. First off, welcome back to Europe. I haven't seen you guys that much yet. I know other people have already, but how do you feel about the day? Because every time this guy, even when his team is winning, this man, negative. Are you guys the same way? Are you guys like, we murdered it, there were so many mistakes? What's your perspective on this series?
I think we're more in the same as Odo, probably. probably a lot worse, honestly. Like, I hope Pablo doesn't take in the comms from backstage.
All right, fair enough. Give me the good and the bad of today. What were you guys impressed with? What did you like? What was like steps in the right direction? Let's say you don't have to say it's good, but steps in the right direction. And what was frustrating to watch from the coaching perspective?
I mean, not to. I mean, just basically a lot of the stuff that we have talked about, that we've narrowed down on. Mostly just like being able to contend against like the other LEC teams in terms of like just confidence, not being afraid to die, taking space, like slowly playing the fights out, not taking stupid decisions, high percentage plays. There's still a lot more we can do, like proactively, but like the baseline was like, you know, we're getting there.
You're
so
getting there.
it's
There
good,
you
it's
go.
good.
The little laugh into the we're getting there. I like it. Nice recovery.
I wanted to ask, what's been the biggest challenges for you guys going from a roster that is winning championships, right? Where all of your skill set was about making those really, really good players into winning a championship. What's been the hardest thing now, moving into a roster that you go into it and the challenge is to make them make playoffs, not to win a title?
I feel like it's similar. I don't know.
Yeah, there's just more things to do. I guess, you know, at the end when we had been together for 2 years in FlyQuest, we could focus on like 1 or 2 detail maybe per game. But like when we started here, there was like way too many details, you know. So it's like really a lot to work on at the same time. So it's just, I guess, difficult to even catch everything, honestly, even with multiple eyes. So it's hard to kind of sometimes know like where to start, because you don't want to do everything at once as well, because you need to make sure that they like take it away. So yeah, I guess that.
Yeah, fair enough. Is there any one thing that you guys have realized over your course of being here or from your time on other teams that you do want to prioritize? Is there a clear favorite? You said it's difficult, but what was the kind of the end decision when it comes to telling your boys like, hey, we're prioritizing Baron setups, Dragon setups, not dying for no reason on Sidewave? Like, what is the final decision that you tell the guys?
I think we just kind of cover everything. I don't think we're like super systematic. We just kind of go with like every game is so different in League, and it's just like you just kind of have to like systemize things in your mind of like, you know, what you are playing for, understanding every champion, every game is like a little bit different. So it's just more about like baseline understanding of the game and the fundamentals of it. So that's just been like a lot of talking, a lot of like getting them up to speed. In terms of like how we manage like the team, whether it's like a winning team or a losing team, it's like similar for me. That's what I was saying earlier. It's just like it's about like just getting the best out of who you have. Like,
sure,
even if you're like contending for worlds, you still want your players to play like the best champions or like the ones that they're most comfortable on. If you're contending for playoffs, I think it's similar. So I don't think that's changed much.
So I want to talk. One of the things I want to ask you about is upcoming schedule. Obviously, for you guys, it sounds like your focus is pretty insular right now, right? Like you guys are focused exclusively on yourself. It sounds like there's a lot of work to be done there. How much like attention are you paying to your opponents? How much of your time are you dedicating to, let's say, playing to an opponent's weaknesses, or are you guys just focusing kind of on your own isolated game? We just want to execute what we're trying to do well. How much attention are you paying to the upcoming teams, the upcoming opponents?
Yeah, so we're very focused on ourselves, because we need to like level up to a point where like we can, you know, like play the same game and like have close matches. But some teams will prep more for than others. For example, against KC, we're going in very focused on ourselves, you know. But against Fnatic, we did have some scouting, because we identify them as like a team that we could potentially like contest with our current like level.
And kudos to our analyst.
Yeah. Deem did a good job here as our analyst. He made a scouting report, and yeah, it was good.
Worked out.
Yeah, worked out.
Dude, you got your number, bro. You got to watch out for these scouts, bro. They're tracking
How
your voice
accurate
down.
was it? Maybe I need to spice it up with my own guys to not get scouted so easily. Maybe that was an issue today.
It's definitely possible. There were there were questionable plays on both sides. We could get into it, but I think the Season 3 League of Legends, you know, Lemon Dog's toxicity, if it returns on this broadcast, we might get in trouble. But I imagine there's some I imagine there's some harsh words.
We were all there.
We were watching the series backstage. It was a nice one.
Yeah. There's a lot to contend with. At the end of the day, looking ahead, what is the goalpost? I think most teams come in, no matter what state they're in, they're like, we're going to Worlds. For you guys, is it the same thing? Is it just one day at a time? What is the big end goal? When do you feel like, because it's a unique project, right? You guys were kind of airdropped in. You come in, the roster's kind of already built. You guys are working with the pieces you can. It seems like it's going well. Look, first win in a long time. But where do you set the ambition for the team? Is it just the next day, the next week? How far ahead are you looking?
For me, it would be like a success if we like manage to like level up all the players and then hopefully get to playoffs. We don't really aim much higher than that right now. But even if we don't and we like see like good improvement and something to build on, like I think that'll also be fine, honestly. So like yeah, I don't know, we'll just do our best, kind of, yeah.
I like that perspective. Odo, I love having you here. I'm sorry. I just brought you here to revel in the victory of these two fine gentlemen.
Nah, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, it's just all the unks on the bench, right? All the unks from like 2014 back. So.
Yeah. It's a good time. It's a good era. Last thing we'll do before we let you guys go, because it is a busy week, 4 days of broadcast. Let's take a look at the standings. KC, unsurprisingly, at the top. This is the game where I think a lot of teams, not just yourself, are mostly going to be focusing on what they're doing rather than spending the prep time. Is there any other team you think on the standings? It's a lot. The standings are messy right now. Is there any team based on your scrims or your experience that you think teams are underestimating, or you think maybe their record doesn't actually show how good they are?
I mean, the records are like there's one team with 5 games and one with 2.
Yeah, it's kind of.
I think Navi is like pretty good.
Yeah. All right, we'll give it to Navi then. Our key player of the series was Trayson. I think he had a really good one. You've obviously coached him before as well. What has your guys' experience been coaching him? How has it been? Moldable, pliable player, good vibes?
Yeah, this is like very cerebral and also very like mechanical. So I think he just I'm not gonna say his weakness honestly, but yeah, he's a very good pleasure to work with. But yeah, don't want to reveal too much.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good.
I mean, he's been great. For my time when I was talking to him, I was just enjoying a lot because it's, as they said, he's very moldable. He's one of the guys who actually knows how to take feedback, where he knows how to implement, because you'd say something to him, you'd give him like a system or something, say do this next game, he just like...
He takes things in really well, yeah.
Yeah,
and he applies them, and he helps the rest of the guys as well. When we like talk about like a concept that we want to apply, he'll be on top of it too.
And it's not really like a band-aid where you say it and he will do it just because you told him to. He would not do it next game if it doesn't fit or if it's the bad play. He actually he's just intelligent.
How common is that as a trait amongst players? Because you got players in all different shapes and sizes, different things. Some players learn easier. Some players need certain kinds of communication. Is this a common trait? Is this a really special thing? It's definitely hard for me to get a grasp on.
More often than not, I would say it's not that common. A lot of guys are just vibes based, or they will try their best to do it. Everyone tries to listen to you to some extent, as much as they can, but some of them just don't have the ability to listen to you. So that's why he for me was a very pleasant surprise.
Yeah. Is it a similar experience for you? I mean, you guys have a huge breadth of coaching experience. You coach a ton of different players. How often is it that you find a player that actually is really able to pick up, implement feedback, and it sounds like communicate that same feedback to their teammates?
I feel like I'm going into mud water here.
Yeah, you just let it go. We can let it go. We can just move on, bro. You guys have a week in front of you. I think the big ass grin is enough. We can leave it at that. Look, tomorrow we've got more LEC action. It's SK versus Navi and MKOI versus GX. We're gonna let these fine gentlemen go. So be sure to come and join us tomorrow. You can see the schedule here now in front of you. Of course, it is 4 days, Friday to Monday, just in case you've missed it. But that's all for us here today at day 1, week 3 of LEC Summer. Tomorrow again, SK versus Navi, MKOI versus GX. So tune in, you don't want to miss it, and we'll see you guys there.
La 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 la.
What the
Shifters having to walk through choke points, very difficult. Shadow Dash, taunt, Shockwave, stand, flashes it. Corner of the Portugal still rams him down. Onto Isma, he goes in with the Cataclysm onto Sten and Nuke, but he's dead. And now Trinex, you're throwing it again! How is this happening? Sten, look at the, oh my god! Oh my god! Corner of the Portugal down as well, very well, not gonna knock him up as Oscar hits the double knock him in the pit, and he kills up Nuke! Yes! This is what we love to see! This is the LEC incarnate! Throw after damn well throw!
Okay, the problem is, Flaghead, there's 3 women. I don't know which one is which, and one was waving, so if I wave... where are they? There. Yeah. Melt! Go! Kill rise! Avec! I'm low flash. Yeah, focus on break.
The entirety of the wave to the bot lane tower and uses ultimate and uses flash. Product's going to get jumped on with an infinite duress. Deadly Forest doesn't land. Curtain Call comes across. Product beard back. The barrier not enough to save him. Oscar in and everywhere on this wall.
He's moving to you. La fille gonna be? I'll chill him. She can't. Yeah, she can. I have W for the root. Amazing. Okay, what the he's even trading. I make him choke.
I'm coming with my castle. Slowly. I'm mega, no flash rumble. Look my position, guys.
Yeah.
Hazel jumped. Rumble of flash. Hazel has flash, Ezreal. I look Rumble, I look Rumble. Rumble first. Nice. Rumble 1 HP. We can finish.
Syndra no stun. Oh, we... Okay. Coming. You have stun?
I hit it.
Nice. Go solo, okay?
Slowly leave.
Let's move the Cassante.
Nice, we can end mid, go mid. It's easy.
I TP to fight. Look, ready. Help. Side. Die down. We can end. I'm fighting side. Die. We kill them.